Okay.
Well, then I gotta go. I'm good to start whenever you would like.
Shoot, where's my... Okay, we're on Twitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 3 more. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get the introductions and everything all set aside. Welcome, everybody, to the Lord of the Rings Trading Card Game 2025 World Championship. I'm Ketura, and with me today is Mock.
Hello, hello.
We are looking to run the event this morning for the top 16 players in the world who have qualified all throughout the year. We have quite the jam-packed day here for events that are going to be going on. First, we are going to be starting with a Swiss tournament between the top 16. They are going to be going up against one another. What were the cutoffs? We had 3 rounds of fellowship or 3 rounds of PC fellowship and 3 rounds of PC movie, or how did we have it divided? Okay.
Yep, 3 and 3 this morning, and then when we switch over to the top 8, we'll have a bottom, upper, and lower bracket with movie in the upper.
With the double elimination. Okay.
Yep,
so we are coming up pretty close to the starting time. We are just waiting on our players to register their decks, and then since we are utilizing a seeded approach this year, we're not going to be using the tournament system that is in GEMP. Instead, we are going to be using the software over here on challenge.com. It's going to be handling the bracket, and we will just manually create the tables for each process in the event as we need to. So things won't be quite as automatic as it has been in past years, but let's see. Oh shoot, this is only set to 4 rounds.
Or is the auto? I can set it to 6 right here.
Oh, you found it?
I've set it to 6, but I don't know how to save, refresh. Maybe just refresh the browser window.
Where did you find that?
Oh no, it's still set to 4. It's right there next to where it says start tournament. It says auto 4. Then you can save it or change it to 6. Oh, and press save. I didn't press save. I was looking at the bottom corner of the screen for a save. But there we go. 6 rounds.
Okay. So
well,
as mentioned,
better at this every year.
Yeah. So as mentioned, players will have to provide 2 different decks because we are playing in 2 different formats, the 2 major PC formats. For those unfamiliar, the PC formats are largely similar to their Decipher formats in definition, although they have diverged quite a bit in meta, except that they include various PC errata that have been issued over the years, as well as sets V1 and V2 where appropriate, V1 being focused on PC Fellowship and V2 being 2 towers based, and so only in movie block. That's 14. Who are we missing? Let's see. Tomas, Talio, Skilden Mousestriff, Wolverine, I believe.
I don't see Beto.
No, I see Beto.
Oh, am I just blind?
Yeah, Beto SB right there.
Oh, yeah. I wrote their name down with capitalizations and I was looking for the wrong string.
Okay, I think Sith Dora just slipped in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, so
who are we missing?
For 1 person. Chadwick, Chadwick.
Rutil. Oh, Chadwick. No, Rutil's there. Where's Chadwick?
Alright, Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting on Chadwick. Unlike, so earlier in the year, we, for the most part, relied very, very heavily on the automated system for the tournaments. So that is something that kicked off exactly at a particular time and could not be altered. But since this is the World Championship, we're not going to rely quite so much on that. If Chadwick is late here, I will be able to, or if anyone accidentally drops or something, I will be able to manually alter the database for a bit of a delayed start, but at least we can make sure that everybody is all set up.
Just message Chadwick
10,
on
12, 13,
Discord.
Oops, somebody dropped out of PC Fellowship.
Oh no. Oh, somebody's back that I don't recognize. Farah Merkja? Is that an alternate GEMP name, or is somebody joining that
somebody's joining that's not
isn't meant to be
reading
there?
the messages, and it's fine, it's whatever. Because we're not using the automated system, we can ignore them.
Fair enough, fair enough. But we do need the decks registered for everybody else.
Yes.
There's Chadwick.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. I think that's all our 16 players.
With...
No,
16 with Farah.
I intentionally skipped over Faramik while counting. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep, and he's not in the fellowship block queue.
I haven't learned how to count. I apologize. We'll get that one figured out when my kids get old enough.
Okay. The event will officially be kicking off then here in just a few minutes. As soon as it hits 1200, it will lock the queues, and then those decks will be registered, and I will start getting the decks set up.
Amazing. Are we going to see behind the scenes on how that all works this morning, or is it going to be...
Yep, it'll be just here on the screen.
Love it.
Going into the admin account here. I'm just letting everyone know what the score is.
So interestingly, they've locked, but it says it's... Oh, never mind.
Yep.
Ignore me.
They were set up to pause so that it won't go any further.
Baz is playing from his phone today while at an amusement park. World champion 2 years in a row. May have given himself a small handicap there, but
okay.
Still excited to see how he performs. Baz is asking if we're starting with Fellowship or Movie. We're starting with Fellowship, and we'll switch to Movie at the halfway point. That lets everybody continue playing Movie, at least for the first game after lunch.
Okay, let's get these tables. 2025.
Realize I'm answering questions live with my voice, but the players are not in this call, so I should propose a GEMP.
For the timers, are we planning on using the regular championship 20-minute one or the expanded 25-minute?
I don't think we ever said one way or the other. I think normally we would have done the championship 20-minute one, especially for fellowship games, which tend to be faster.
Right. teal. Okay, that's half of them.
Why does Chadwick think he's playing skill?
Chadwick versus M. Scarpato. Well, he's probably doing the same thing you were, just assuming that it would go 1 to 16 all as part of one heat. But in challenge, it appears to have done 1 to 8, or no? Because we have Basmalis
Yeah,
against 9. Yeah.
That said, Chadwick should be against M. Scarpato, Distali against Taliel.
Yeah, that's I'm following the one that's here in the.
Right, I have too many screens up and I'm losing track of what's actually happening. GIMP chat makes it sound like they think they're. Yeah, Distali says he's in a game against Modref.
I don't know why he would be. I'm setting the table
2 games each. Oh, there are tables up. Tables did launch.
What?
For both tournaments simultaneously. Oh no.
That was not supposed to happen. Oh, jeez. Oh, naturally.
It's always something. What a wild tournament it would be if we were like, oh, there's going to be a Fellowship and a movie, and you play them simultaneously.
Right. One hand on each monitor.
Yeah, double laptops, double the fun. Oh, man.
Okay, Chadwick versus Scarpato, Wingfoot versus Stefan, and then Nolan versus Balrog 69, and then our Branko versus Beto. Okay. Geez, some people are already.
Few tables actively playing the correct ones, which is good, but several are not yet.
And for this first round, since things went screwy, I am willing to make sure that if a table closes out, then we'll make sure that it gets set up.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So let's definitely keep an eye on these.
Try to get as many as I can on my monitor, just to see what's starting and what's not. And for everyone listening, we'll pick a game to properly watch in just a moment once we've made sure everybody is all started and underway.
Okay, good. Osmosis has just ended the incorrect one. So now I think... Okay, I think everyone has gotten the notice, all the ones that were falsely started, including this one here. Balrog noticed right away that she was in the wrong one. So hopefully here, we should be finding...
Yeah, so
these tables starting.
there's 3 tables that don't have both players yet. Talia, Sithdora, and Tomas are not yet at the right table.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're at the wrong ones. Not sure how to check that. Yeah, I think Rutil's at his table. He commented, "Good luck, have fun in that match."
Oh, good. Keeping track of all of these is quite a bit, obviously.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Tomas is in the old table. Let's see. Can I type in that table's chat?
Yeah, you should be able to. You're an Evan. I'm not seeing, although his opponent should have. Okay, so it's Sithdora. Sithdora and Tomas are the last 2 that have not gotten their match kicked off. Right.
Trying to get Tomas's attention. He is in both of the original ones, likely not realizing that there was a bug and not knowing what's going on.
Okay, Sithdora started, so now it's just Tomas that is.
Amazing. Oh, he has said okay. And should be joining the other one in a moment.
There he is. Yeah, I see him in the chat. Okay.
Perfect. Baz is asking if they're losing time for this starting, but no.
Unfortunately, I think from the perspective of the game, it's all it will have seen is that somebody was waiting to bid. So yes, it looks like players did in fact lose time off their clocks.
Oh no.
That's not anything I can control, unfortunately. The system was not supposed to have kicked off all these tables. I specifically set it to pause. Anyway, our event has now begun. We have all 16 players with the opponent that they're supposed to have, and so their games have begun. Let's see, who shall we follow? Do you think?
Looking at any of the matchups, I think these are all going to be awesome games. I suspect there's a few players that we kind of have a hunch are definitely going to be in the top 5. Let's try to watch somebody that we're not so sure about.
How about
I don't need to put any shade
Balrog
on any of these players. Yeah, just some folk that we've seen in the World Championship before, but I don't think either Enolan or Balrog have been top 8 in the past.
Because we know Basmelos is going to make it high. We know probably Arbrenko is going to go far.
Yeah, Chadwick and Dostali are most likely going to be in the top.
Oh, the Twitch chat is lighting up. I have not been paying attention here. Let's see.
Oh, I don't even have it open yet. I understand why you want 3 monitors.
Yeah, for streaming it's absolutely necessary. Vampire Hunter checking in from the Star Wars CCG community. I know nothing about the game, but best wishes to a lot of players this weekend. Thank you very much. Let's see. Lots of people saying hi. Lots of first timers. Okay, Sithdora was asking a question there, and looks like somebody got him squared away though. Okay, so let's actually take a look at the game here. So Balrog69 is the top player, Enolan on the bottom. So it looks like Enolan is running an Elfman setup, or probably closer to what do you call it, a rainbow deck here, since we do have Gandalf, Friend of the Shirefolk, here on the table. Gandalf being stronger the more different types of races that you have on the table. And then at Site 2, we are at the Weather Hills. Each Nazgul's Twilight cost is -1, and so Enolan's opponent, Balrog, is playing Nazgul. We get 3 Nazgul dropped on Site 1, which of course is quite a bit. Looks like Enolan had started with Frodo, Arwen, and Legolas as their starting companionship, and then had to pay for the Prancing Pony to get Aragorn out, and then Gandalf was played from hand. So that was quite a bit of Twilight dropped right on the first site. Enough to pay for all of these hefty, expensive Nazgul. Fortunately, it seems that the Fellowship managed to get through without dying. A few wounds handed out here and there, but nothing too serious. Balrog, looks like we missed her opening hand, but looks like they are running. Oh my, what happened? So Frodo must have died. Now, this may have been an intentional move. Sam at Bagshot Row has the ability that every time a companion with the Frodo signet wins a skirmish, you heal that companion. And some people have decided that that makes him strong enough to be a ring bearer on his own, in spite of the fact that his resistance is 5 compared to Frodo's 10.
It is a very risky play if that is a proper Twilight Nazgul deck, but it might be fairly safe if it's a beatdown. Nelia on the field doesn't really give us enough information to be sure on that just yet.
For sure. If there's more dedicated Twilight Nazgul options, of course, they will have cards that will allow them to wound the ring bearer directly, and if they're able to do that, then Sam, with his reduced resistance, is going to have less of an ability to convert those wounds to burdens. If the ring bearer accumulates burdens equal to their resistance, of course, they will be immediately corrupted by the forces of evil. And yeah, Sam is worse at that than Frodo is. So to have Frodo gone this early on may turn out to be a poor situation indeed. Gimli, having events played during his skirmish, pumping him up to be able to take out Nelia quite a bit. Dwarves, heavy with their damage bonuses, are able to deal much more wounds during the fight. And then they have made it to the first sanctuary. So these gray bordered sites here on the side. This is the actual progress for those of you tuning in who are not familiar with the Lord of the Rings trading card game. The sites are the way you win. You make it all the way to Site 9, and that is if you make it there with your ring bearer still alive and uncorrupted, then you win the game. And so both players are sort of in tandem, sort of operating in simultaneous parallel universes as they run side by side, alternating initiative to each other. Their opponent playing as many shadow cards as they can from the Twilight pool, with all of the Twilight being filled up by playing Free People's cards. As you can see the cost here in the upper left. So Gwemegal here costs 2, which adds 2 to the Twilight, which is then available for their opponent to... Oh dear. We didn't rule on this, did we? So,
I don't think we did.
Nelia coming in and replacing Forda Bruinen with their own copy of Forda Bruinen. And the way that Forda Bruinen is currently coded, each individual instance of Forda Bruinen counts as its own copy. So the Twilight cost of the first Nazgul played to Forda Bruinen each turn is -5. So both the opponent's Ford was used, and then Nelia replaced it with his own copy, which resulted in 2 different Nazgul getting a -5 cost. That is something that the Rules Council is going to have to rule on. I don't know if that's how it should work or not.
I think by the written rules, that is how it should work, but whether or not that is the intended layout, I am skeptical on. But that is quite the setup there that's dropped. But there's quite a few large Fellowship members here. Arwen's likely to win that skirmish, and a few wounds and the rest sitting at the sanctuary is not going to be the end of the world for Enolan.
It being a sanctuary, the Fellowship is going to be able to heal away up to 5 wounds from their companions at the start of their next turn.
Does look like there's going to be more than 5 on the table, which is always a good position to be in as the shadow player, stopping at Site 5 or Site 3.
With both Elrond, Herald of Gil-galad, and Galadriel, Lady of the Golden Wood on the table, both of these have the ability to heal elves, to heal companions. In this case, Galadriel can only heal elves, but so there may be quite a bit more healing actually than just the 5.
That is true. Yeah, Galadriel can heal Arwen. Ooh.
So Hobbit Stealth being played
Stealth
to
coming
cancel
out?
a skirmish between Frodo and one of the Nazgul. By canceling it, there's no wounds applied. He would have died in that skirmish, of course.
Yeah, using Gormagil to boost to +1, all that Arwen needed to win that skirmish. And I think you're right. I think with Galadriel on the table, not even sure that he needed to use Aragorn or Elrond there. Very interesting choice. Using Elrond to heal
I'm not
Arwen
sure
so
about that. Considering the Galadriel was going to take care of it anyway.
I think it's going to ultimately be the same setup. The difference is there will be 2 more Twilight and 1 fewer wounds on Elrond moving into Site 4.
Exactly.
It's an interesting choice. I'm not sure it's the one I would have made, but I don't know what Enelin is playing here or what they expect to be coming through.
I would be very, very shocked if there actually was an advantage there. I think that was just a misplay. An old habit, really, because Herald of Gil-galad is a card that has been meta for a very long time, even back to the Decipher formats. You less seldom see Lady of the Golden Wood out. So it is possible that they just got into the old habit of clicking on Elrond after the end of each round, which down the line, that will be what he's going to start doing, I'm sure. But
I do wonder, too, if there's a little bit of fear regarding ally hate. We've seen quite a bit of that in the meta lately, and being able to go into next round with both Galadriel and Elrond with at least 3 vitality, if Galadriel heals herself, might be something that he's contemplating while not wanting to have any wounds going into Site 4.
So we may yet being used to spot Frodo signets, the signets down here in the lower left indicating who that particular individual is most tied to. And so it looks like Balrog here has set up a very focused Frodo signet deck, and so using that skirmish event, we may yet specifically pumps based on how many of those companions you can spot, which in this case is that full +4 bonus.
I wonder if there is a 5th Frodo companion in this deck, possibly a friend of the Shire folk, or if this is designed to be small enough to not worry about Uruk-hai.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of shadows people end up taking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've seen quite a shift in the meta, I think, as people have been experimenting with different changes to some of the PC cards. It's been really fun to watch. There was a bit of a delay there. I wonder if Enelin was deciding on dropping the Balrog or not, but it looks like they've decided against it, tossing Ankea down, 5 Twilight still to spend. Not spending it, though.
5 Twilight is right on the edge of usable for Nazgul. Since
Right, yeah, it's going to be a hard one. If you don't have Anelia or Lamenia or something, no more gates in your hand, it can cause you to leave quite a bit on the table. Okay, of course, is one of the strongest cards in the game as far as mediating decks that get too big or allow for too many burdens. But in this case, with only 4 companions and 1 burden on the table, it's not much more than 11 strength fierce.
Another copy we may get coming out.
Oh.
Causing Gimli to easily win the skirmish, and with 3 wounds coming down because he's damage +2, so 1 from the regular skirmish win, +2 from damage +2. That gets us a dead Nazgul.
Sam allowing Gimli to heal up because he's got that Frodo signet. Just a note of potential apology here. I have just noticed that you get the new cards slightly faster than I do. You commented on a card being played as I was about to comment on. I wonder if he has another one. Maybe a 1-second delay, but if I start saying the wrong thing as you see it coming out, that is why.
Well, if you want, I am streaming here on Discord if you just want to watch my screen. It's up to you.
Oh, yeah. I'll pay attention and see if your screen versus my window are...
So copies of Blade Tip coming out, and Black Breath. We have Blade Tip on both sides, actually, which could start to add up. If Nazgul wins a skirmish, the Blade Tip goes onto the losing companion, and then at the start of each turn, a burden or a wound has to be added to that individual. Cantea coming out, normally a very fierce threat, given that he has the ability to discard weapons borne by a character he is skirmishing, but between the Elven Bow on Arwen and Legolas's native archer bonus, 2 wounds go onto him immediately, leaving him with no remaining vitality. So the Black Breath going onto Gandalf, but not the Blade Tip.
Yeah, putting against Gandalf again, Arwen would win this skirmish. It's possible he just doesn't want a Black Breath on Arwen, but now that Black Breath is down, why?
Yeah, why not go up against
Why
Arwen?
is Gandalf taking that hit?
Gandalf is now going to be in a bit of a pickle.
3 against Nazgul here. Would have left her at a 12, and yeah, Gandalf unable to heal and taking a wound every turn is not going to be long for this world. And even a Sleep Cahadris will require an exertion, which he will not have available next sight.
Oh, and he decided to double, even with a Gandalf on Death's Doorstep.
Yeah, that is a risky move right there. But using Legolas to get Cantea off the board.
Yeah, this is the errated Greenleaf. Greenleaf, of course, being one of the most powerful Free People's cards ever printed. We gave him a bit of a slight nerf so that now he has to exert a second time unless certain circumstances are met.
Yeah, looks like he may just be allowing Gandalf to die here.
You may as well if you've packed all that stuff onto him.
Right, I'm unclear at the beginning of turn decision making here, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't a great play. Gandalf might be in here as a one-off. You never know.
Seems like if you're going to include Gandalf, you may as well include things like Sleep Cahadris and other power cards, but...
Yeah, his staff and Glamdring can go a very long way, especially in Fellowship format, where you don't need to worry about too many items. Balrog is moving very cleanly here into the Sanctuary, only 7 Twilight down. Might see a double move through this stop. Adeline dropping cards here. I almost feel like I would have held no matter what to try to entice a double move and get more than 1 minion out. That Gimli is a monster.
This Gimli in particular wanting you to just pack him up with as many items as possible, which of course is something that dwarves are very good at doing.
I believe she's running Flurry of Blows, Axe Strike, and We May Yet for a lot of potential boost on him as well. Oh, I might be wrong about the Axe Strike. I don't see one in the discard pile. I may have made that one up.
Yeah, just 2 Flurry of Blows so far.
Yeah, see no reason for Balrog to have stopped there. I think moving is the right option. Valley of Anduin, which will at least force some wounds onto the table. Whether or not Sam's going to be able to keep those companions healthy is yet to be seen. Gimli at least can't take them both on the first skirmish, whether or not he's got enough.
Unfortunately, I think that just means that Aragorn is going to get hit. And if there's another We May Yet in hand, then that could be used on Aragorn to keep him up. Atia, normally needing additional Twilight to boost himself, and there's no Twilight in the pool at the moment.
Yeah, when he first dropped Atea, I was wondering if he would drop only Atea to have that Twilight available for a skirmish win. But blade tips on the ground. I think that this might be a good call. Even against Gimli, if there's no pump. Yeah, with no setup on Aragorn at
Nope, you're cutting out a bit.
this point in the game, I don't think that's a terrible choice. I am curious if in this deck and Burden Flynn Brand just hasn't come through. Am I? Let me adjust my mic a little bit here, see if that's any.
No, it sounds like it's a network thing. It's fine. Okay, so we have Flaming Brand coming down.
Better.
Boromir being played here at the 11th hour. 5 companions on the table. And only managing to keep his lead. That's going to be important going up here into the final region of the game. Witch King with Pale Blade, but not really any good candidates for it. There's Saga Valendil here, but I think that might literally be the only condition that's currently on the table.
Yeah, the damage +1 from the Pale Blade can still go a long way. Aragorn has armor, but it does mean that you'll almost certainly want to put the Witch King on Aragorn, leaving a Taya against somebody else. With 2 Twi'lek on the table, that's not an easy win, even for Arwen at the moment. And I've just confirmed my choppiness is a network error. I just lost connection to your stream.
Ah.
Hopefully that resolves itself. In theory, I'm paying for a full gigabyte both ways, so it should be a momentary glitch.
So Arwen utilizing Gwamegal, who can ditch cards from hand to give her that strength bonus or exert herself if things are particularly dire. But manages to pump herself up to that 14, but Atia once again being able to use Twilight to pump himself up. Arwen going for that last exertion to just barely push herself over to where she used to be. Now, the Witch King here loses a couple of strength with that Nazgul being dead, but 17 is just a little bit too big. Oh, there was a Elbreth Gilthoniel on the table as well. So Elbreth gets taken out, and Saga Valendil is taken out. The Pale Blade chopping through any conditions that happen to be utilized. And that blade tip ending up on Aragorn. Likely only to trigger once, given how many sides are left. He's probably not going to move again with this very powerful Witch King on the table. That would be a lot of Twilight to hand off to a setup Nazgul. And there Aragorn perishes on Balrog 69's side. Perishes to that blade tip being applied.
Forcing that stop at 6 gives her a lot of leeway in whether or not she has to push here.
Right.
Being able to move one set at a time for the rest here. I don't see anything like a gift of boats, and I don't believe they're at a river anyway. So there's really no mechanism on the table here to let Enelin run the rest of the way. Balrog can safely sit this one out.
Blade tip's less scary at this point in the game than you might otherwise think, given that they require you to do something at the start of your turn, and if you keep running and never restart your turn, then they're not really doing anything for the shadow player.
Right. Yeah, Cantea here against such a small fellowship is a little bit scary, especially with that Bilfini drop. You can't just put it against Legolas and let him take the wound. I think, yeah. Balrog is taking the exertion to put one on Cantea and accepting that.
Yeah, that battle axe is gone for sure.
Battle axe will be gone. Cantea will, however, lose the skirmish.
Well, let's see. Yeah, bearing 2 items. So, well, it'd be. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh,
putting him up against
Balrog's got to have
Sam. Gotta have
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting rid of that sword,
which puts him within overwhelm range. But yes, another copy of We May Yet being used to pump him up. +3. Overwhelming happening if the strength is doubled, of course.
Interesting choice. Maybe a very smart play, but oh boy, would I have worried about that one.
Now, blade tip ending up on the ring bearer means that at the start of each turn, a burden is going to be added instead of a wound. So if Balrog decides to stop here, it's going to be a little bit less of a worry vitality-wise.
Yeah, 2 burdens is the trigger for, Twilight Nelia, but I think that's the only real concern about a second burden at this point in the game.
And considering
We
that there's
have
already 2
seen-
wounds on Sam, that
Right, yeah, it
difference.
doesn't double get fierce and damage +1.
I think a lot of this game is going to be decided by which particular Sight 9 is being used. There is a commonly used Sight 9 for Nazgul that allows the player to draw a card per burden, which would, +1 card's probably not going to do much. There's another one that allows minions to exert themselves to make themselves fierce, so they must be skirmished twice, as most of these Nazgul normally are, but some of the smaller ones are not.
Yeah, if Enelin had been tossing away some trackers, a swarm at Site 9 could have been a real possibility with Tolbardier as well, but there are none in the discard pile.
So Fell Voice's Call, card from V1 being used to play a Ring Wraith item from your draw deck or discard pile. Probably pulling out the Morgul Blade, Nazgul Sword. Got those names mixed up. Well, you can spot 3 burdens, bears damage +1, and in fact there are 3 out there, so Enquea here is looking to be pretty dangerous. Now, Thrarin, who just came out, is going to be burned already. You can exert Thrarin to allow him to participate in archery fire and skirmishes until the recruit phase, so that he's going to fall on the sword of Enquea first.
Legolas being able to exert for direct wounding twice because he now bears a ranged weapon.
Yes, that is one of the conditions that we added. So if he has a ranged weapon, then he avoids that second hit. Now both of these Nazgul are on death's door. Thrarin, of course, just being a speed bump to the very dangerous Enquea. Black Breath going on Arwen, probably not going to, well, I suppose making sure that Elrond is unable to heal her is a fair comp. So here we are, Gwemegal being used once again to pump her up. If Balrog has been holding on to any Nazgul events, this would be the time to do it. Sadly, doesn't appear to have anything. And now Nolan is at a situation where doubling is probably not to his advantage because there's no way that he can move all the way to Site 9. So,
right,
okay.
It doesn't give, unless there's some kind of hand cycling that's absolutely required, it's only detrimental.
So Boromir comes out at the 11th hour once again, this particular version being used to exert Boromir to make a Hobbit strength +3, meaning that Sam is probably scot-free here. Amenhead Ruins being used, each minion is damage +1 for each wound on that minion.
The 1 point of archery allowing the Balrog, the Witch King, to be damage +1 here is not going to go unuseful, but it's not going to make a difference, I don't think.
Especially with another flurry of blows
even if
here.
Gimli didn't have the boosts.
And a Weemayat being used.
But
damage +4.
Being an absolute monster.
Turning the Witch King into a smear on the ground. And then Sam healing him right up. Yeah, I think Balrog has got this game in the bag. There's not much that Atiya is going to be able to do, even if he pumps himself up to that overwhelm. Manages to get rid of Boromir, so he won't be able to help Sam, but it doesn't really matter. Legolas could die, Gimli could lose, it doesn't matter. Sam is gonna get away. Yeah, that looks like, just to be sure, Legolas is being thrown down as the sacrificial lamb. Okay, and Balrog69 has now won her game up against Enolan. We have had a few games that have gone out, so it looks like the Stally and Balrog have won their game, so let me go update the brackets for that.
Right.
So how do I?
You still have
I have to
two
start
matches going on. Just taking a quick peek. When you're done with updating that, we can jump to one of the remaining ones. So actually 3 matches still going on.
Okay, so how about we hop into one of those games while we're waiting, and then I will tally up the scores as we go. Which ones are left? We have Basmela, Stefan 77. Let's do Stefan versus Wingfoot. So Stefan up top. Looks like we have an Estelle deck. So Elves and Men up against a Rainbow Fellowship down below on Wingfoot's side. Wingfoot also running Nazgul. And it looks like Stefan is running Isengard. That's nice to see. Isengard is one of the preeminent shadows to use in regular Decipher Fellowship. PC Fellowship has given it a few different nerfs to get rid of the biggest of the tools in their toolbox, and we have gone back and forth on giving them more and taking away and trying to get things to balance out just right.
Seeing them less often because of that meta shift sometimes makes them even more terrifying because you're not prepped for them the same way that you are in Decipher. Whether or not that's the case here for Wingfoot, no idea. But I know there are times where I haven't seen Isengard on the table for 20 games and suddenly not packing armor. Having not seen the previous sites, this might just be what was left, but Northanc Assassin and Orthanc Berserker are not some of the more common Isengard minions I expect to see here either. So I'm curious if he's doing some interesting take on what could be going on here, rather than a traditional kind of Isengard beatdown. Though looking at his discard pile, I do see the expected Lurtzes and Captains. Savagery to match their numbers. So, maybe not. Big back and forth on the skirmish attempts here. Causing a lot of wounds as Wingfoot moves into Site 7, but Wingfoot, like in the previous game, can't double to 9 right now, meaning those wounds probably don't matter in the long run. Only 3 companions on the table for Stefan moving into Site 9. Healing up Galadriel and throwing some armor on. Armor might just be timely with another Amit Hen runes for damage +1 if somebody like the Witch King takes that archery from Greenleaf. Because the other change worth noting here with Greenleaf that was made is that he no longer loses Archer. So even if he directs that archery, it doesn't stop the normal arrow, which is usually a buff, but it can mean that if there's a particular reason you don't want a stray archery to go on a minion you're not hoping for, there's no way of stopping it. Yeah, Wingfoot dropped a blade tip, which won't do anything at this point in the match. Kea coming out, not 6 companions nor 5 burdens, but an extra body on the field. And Atea is the last option here. It looks like Wingfoot has already set a good game. Has not directly conceded, but recognizes that they are not Didn't have enough at the end here, though, to take the win. Yeah, it looks like Sam will be forced to fight. Maybe I've misunderstood it, and Wingtip thinks that he did win. Um, that damage +1 from the sight is going to cause Legolas to lose this first skirmish. And allowing Kea to skirmish probably Sam, who he will overwhelm if there's not a trick
Well,
somewhere.
but with Aragorn knocking out the other Nazgul.
Oh, I missed that Aragorn was going to become damage high enough to get rid of Atea. I was fully looking through the discard pile to see what boosts he was running, and didn't see what play went down. Was
Yep.
that just using Estelle's ability?
I think using the ability and also burning the flaming brand.
Ah, teach me to look at what could be and not what's happening.
Okay, so now
The
it looks
mini
like
game's still
Basmalis and
going.
Tomas are the last game currently running. So Stefan 77 winning his game. And Scarpado winning theirs. The Witch King coming out with Pale Blade. Pale Voices Call being used to get blades on both of them. Gates of Argonath. Maneuver events are likely not coming into effect here, but it is the highest shadow number. Site 8 is likely why it's being used here. Just trying to eke out a little bit more resources. No burdens on the ring bearer, so Nazgul Sword does not get any damage bonus. And a 19 strength Witch King is, of course, a force to be reckoned with. Now, the armor. Oh, what happened here? Oh no, Tomas timed out, and this was one of the games that went late.
Oh no.
Drat. Well, unfortunately, so it goes. Alright, so Basmalis ekes out a win on time for that first round. Okay, let's see here. So here are the current standings. So let's get this posted into the chat. Okay. So it looks like we have Basmalis, Destali, Skilled, Sithdora, R. Branko, M. Scarpato, Stefan 77, and Balrog 69 all winning their first round, and the other 8 people down here having lost theirs. So we will be going through 2 more rounds of Swiss using the PC Fellowship decks, and then after that third round we will switch after a 10-minute break to the PC movie. So we'll be changing formats. So let me go ahead and get these tables all set up, and we'll get this kicked off. Shoot. This one. You still there, Mark? Did I lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got a player complaining about something that I'm trying to figure out. Um, yeah, I understand.
Okay, so let's see here. We want to move on to the next round. So the bracket for round 2 is going to be this one. Brinko, and then Stale versus Scarpato.
You mentioned that, well, nobody's seen it happen. Looks like players do have the ability to spectate each other's tables. I don't know if that's something that you can configure on and off in the screen you're looking at right now.
Shoot. I would have liked you not to say that. I don't have
I
any way of affecting it.
apologize. Oh no! I was trying to be helpful and I've made things worse.
Mm-hmm. If you are listening to this and you are a competitor, please do not spectate your opponent's games. Shouldn't have that ability, but
if you're actively competing, you probably shouldn't be listening to this live.
I'll just grab it from here. Wingfoot versus Mazdref, and then it will be a Nolan versus Rutil, and then finally Tomas versus Beto.
Awesome. I really like this challenge website. It's a really nice tool that you found. Be great if we could get Gump to do this for us. Maybe next year.
Okay, so I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tables. All right.
Perfect.
Okay, those are now up. Now that those two...
We do have only the ones you've put up this time around, thankfully.
Well, yes, yeah, I did
didn't
explicitly, specifically pause the other two. I don't understand how it got past the breaker that I put on there, but
it's all right. Things are working out. We've got games in preparation, and a few of them moving to Site 1. Anybody in particular you have an interest in watching this time around?
Let's see. I have a feeling we're going to be watching a lot of Basmelis later, so I'm trying to avoid looking at his.
I think that is fair. He's playing Bronco, who is also a top player from last year, and it's very likely to proceed. Be very happy to check out Shield and Stefan. Chadwick and Taleo could be a really good game.
Yeah, let's do Chadwick and Taleo. That sounds like a good game. Looks like everybody's filtering into theirs. Basmelis, Arbrenko, and Skilled, and Stefan. Okay, they just began theirs. Excellent. So everything has started and moved on. So we'll take a look at Chadwick and Taliel. So Chadwick up here at the top, starting with the Prancing Pony. A very common start, adding a burden to play Aragorn from your deck. And Chadwick having both Gandalf in hand and then using Prancing Pony to start with Aragorn. We have a dwarf-heavy fellowship besides that, it looks like. We have Fror here, who self-pumps himself up +3 strength when he's skirmishing in Uruk-hai. So that's there to ensure that Isengard doesn't cause any problems. And then we have a 6th companion coming out, Sam, son of Hamfast. 6 companions is a pretty dangerous line to ride because Alaria and Quea, in particular, is very, very good at cutting down 6 companionship fellowships. So people
tend... a lot of Twilight at Site 2 as well, with the Witch King coming out. A stay to make the Witch King fierce. Now, Sam and Frodo both being on the field could mean that some hurt goes through, only to have Frodo die.
So let's see, exerting himself to make both the Witch King and himself fierce. This particular Twilight Witch King is going to be able to exert himself to wound the Ring Bearer twice each time he wins a skirmish. So him being fierce means that he's going to have those 2 skirmishes to potentially win. And this early on in the game, the Fellowship is not quite set up yet. So the tools that may be needed to get past this aren't necessarily in place. We've also issued a buffer beta to him that Skirmishes involving the Witch King cannot be cancelled, so normally he would be avoided by simply playing Hobbit Stealth or something on him. But that is not going to be the case here. So Frodo taking a lump from Otsia, and then Aragorn taking a loss from the Witch King, and the Witch King piling on those wounds onto Frodo right here at the very beginning. So Frodo is on death's door, however, because he is bearing the One Ring of Isildur's Bane, he's going to be able to translate future wounds at a cost of 2 burdens per wound in the future, which will be a hefty cost, but necessary, I think, here.
He does have Sam if he needs to get Frodo killed off. He also is running Sam, Son of Hamfest, to be able to mitigate some of those burdens early on. So this may not be as...
This Sam already being exhausted right now would make him a pretty poor choice up against a Twilight deck. Killing Frodo right now could possibly end in a Sight 3 loss right away. But this is a very...
yeah, we're certainly not meaning to kill him right there and then.
Yes.
But as a plan he may be looking at is how does he juggle the 2 ring bearers? So often Son of Hamfest comes out to remove a few burdens and then gets killed off. I don't think that's the right play here. Running Isengard.
Isengard on Chadwick's side. Taliel running the Legolas Keen-Eyed, who will pump up every time that a wound is applied to a minion during the archery phase, so he can get up to quite good levels. And then Long Knives of Legolas already being on him means that each Orc or Uruk-hai skirmishing Legolas is strength -2, so this could work out nicely.
It'll effectively be a 10 in this fight. It's not going to win that, especially with 2 Saruman's ambitions on the table. But we could see Legolas becoming an absolute beast later in this game.
So I think because of this setup, Keen-Eyed is not the one that can be sacrificed here. Interesting. Are 2 copies of Power According to its Stature being used? Yeah, we do.
It looks like they are. All right.
So that is normally something you save for Sight 9, but at the same time, you draw both those cards at the very early on. You don't really want to be hampering your hand all through the rest of the game.
So yeah, you can't hold that the entire walk. It's 6-card hand is too painful.
Yeah. So Saruman Servant of the Eye coming out, but with nothing else beside him, all that's going to do is, well, get him out of the hand. I think that's effectively a free move to Sight 3. Saruman is unable to participate in skirmishes, so his whole deal is making it so that other minions that are placed on the table get assigned the way that they want. Aragorn's bow coming down on Aragorn, but Aragorn is not looking particularly healthy here.
Chadwick healing Frodo with his ability using Son of Drogo.
Exerted another companion, so he exerted Gandalf, and then a second copy of Gandalf was in hand, which was discarded to heal.
Wonder if he's going to heal another one in case there's a Witch King at Sight 3. The moment there couldn't be without a Morgul Gates, but Morgul Gates is certainly not out of the question here. Unless he plays more, there will only be 7 Twilight on the field. It does seem like Chadwick's thinking, but wonder if he's similarly wondering this, trying to figure out if he needs to put more wounds out there to keep Frodo healthy or not. Well, I suppose while we're waiting for Chadwick to make his decision here, we commented earlier on Legolas Keen-Eyed. I'm really glad to see him played at this level. He's a character that I've thought is done really, really well, and I'm often surprised we don't see more of. Greenleaf is just so good. I suppose he's dominated the meta, but I think a lot of that has to do with history more than actual current power. And Kea coming down. There are 6 companions, so Aragorn will go.
That's a pretty big blow.
Yeah, that one's rough. Aragorn was pulled by Prancing Pony, so he might not have a lot of support in this deck. It wasn't Chadwick's Sight 1. No, it was Chadwick's Sight 1.
Yeah, so Chadwick went first, so he was banking on having an Aragorn around. He also bid fairly high and immediately pulled off 3 burdens with Sam, so...
Yeah, and Kea's got a Black Steed, which is not a piece of Nazgul equipment we see played very often. there's very few planes in Fellowship block in general.
It's pretty much just Edmore's on
Get that
site
extra
2.
boost. Yeah, and he didn't even run it.
Well, to be honest, I think that might just be there for Fell Voice's call fodder. Oh no, here's Holland. I guess Holland's about the planes.
Okay.
But,
yeah, there might be a few. Generally, especially when you're running Twilight Nazgul, you expect to have 3 burdens in the field, and the Nazgul sword that gives damage +1 at 3 burdens is traditionally thought of as the superior choice. Maybe they're running both.
A third copy of Saruman's Ambition, so this is a floating +6 strength that is going to be able to be applied to any Uruk-hai's skirmish. Unfortunately, no minions. Looks like Chadwick's having a hard time drawing what he needs.
Well, it could also be a bluff. No minions at Site 4 with 10 Twilight on the field could be a bomb at Site 5. If Twilight... I'm saying their name.
And that's a fair point. That happens a little bit less often on casual games, but of course, when you're in it to win it, that's definitely a strategy that is
going for that double where you think you might be safe and having way too many Uruk-hai dropped on you. Sam's removing a few more burdens here. Of course, the PC errated Sam, Son of Hamfest, does stop the same quantity of burden removal as Decipher's version. He's only able to get 1 off before being exhausted again, based on his choice to heal Frodo instead of Sam.
Son of Hamfast is one that we've had to hit with the nerf bat more than once, because and even now, even now with all the nerfs applied to him, it still sometimes is the best option for peeling off burdens, which just goes to show how cracked the original version was.
Yeah, it was one of those very first set of the game. I don't know if they knew how absolutely bonkers it was going to be in the long run.
So here comes another Lord of the Nazgul, Twilight Witch King. It's possible that he loses this skirmish if Chadwick has another pup in hand. And there it is.
There we go. Not 2 hand weapons though. He's got a bracers.
There we go.
There's Will. All right, pushing up to the 16. Not enough damage plus to take the Witch King off the table for an easy double, but will allow him to keep Frodo a little bit healthier. Yeah, Chadwick stopping there at Site 4 as well. Witch King having 2 wounds on him already. I almost wonder if that's a place that you want to move just because he can't possibly win 2 skirmishes if he gets made fierce to exert twice.
Right. Yeah, there's no healing available to Nazgul, so those wounds are quite permanent. Now, here comes Keeper of Isengard. Once again, an errated version with a few Uruks coming down. Uruk Ravager being cheaper when there is a Saruman on the table. And then Uruk Captain, normally utilized for his ability to recycle Uruk-hai from the discard pile, but there's not quite enough Twilight on the table to be able to manage that. Now, Keeper of Isengard is going to keep pretty much anyone alive that he wants. He can also exert to make an Uruk-hai fierce, and then after he has done that, that if any Uruk-hai is about to take a wound, you may discard or exert Saruman to prevent that wound.
Yeah, interesting combination play here with that Legolas on the table is that even as the archery wounds come in, if Saruman exerts to prevent them, there was no archery wound laid down for his +1 strength.
That's right.
Can stop him from gaining the strength boost, even though at the moment there's only 1 archery likely to be on the table.
So
but that will keep Legolas at strength 7 instead of strength 8, which with long knives means he's still losing to these guys without any buffs.
And with 3 copies of Saruman's Ambition, he's likely to lose regardless of what tricks may be pulled from the hand. Saruman being used to, well, here's a double shot. Here's 2 double shots. That's going to be
Saruman
quite a few.
Prevent 2 of them. The errated Saruman can discard as well as exert.
Splendor of their banners. He's going all in. Legolas exerting twice. So now we have 5 archery. At most 2 of them can be prevented by Saruman.
I think that is just enough to clear the field, if I'm counting correctly.
So that's 1, 2, and then 3, 4 can be blocked by Saruman, and then a 5th will go down, killing one or the other.
Oh, so one will be left behind. Those Saruman's ambitions could make that a problem.
Yeah, I don't think you risk Legolas at this point, even though this is probably the biggest that we're going to see Legolas.
Yeah, but Saruman didn't take archery wounds. Saruman exerted and discarded to prevent them. So Legolas is a 10, not a 12. He'll be effectively a 12 against an Uruk-hai, but 3 Saruman's ambitions on the table. A dead Legolas we would see.
There's a bracer
one of them
on Gimli, so he'll be able to block a wound if he needs to.
Yeah,
I think it's quite likely. Well, no. Now that Gimli's exhausted, you don't go for him a second time.
No, because the bracer only blocks the one wound.
Right.
If he had the helm, he could block all of them, or would only take one per win anyway. Oh, we've got another
a third copy of Well, using those early and often.
Wonder why that wasn't used the first time around. Was he just trying to bait the Saruman's ambition out? Don't know.
Possibly. They were building up to the point where it was impossible to make any headway.
It's true. You get too many of those on the table, and it just becomes nothing you can do. You're going to lose somebody important at the wrong time.
Yeah. Got to force those resources to be burned early on.
Chadwick moving without much to do. I think that's the first blade tip we've seen. Not something you always see in Twilight Nazgul deck. But certainly not a bad play if you can win against one of these companions that Frodo is using to heal up.
Especially since they're not particularly healthy. A blade tip here or there could definitely make the difference between a dead companion or not. So here's a regular old Kentea coming out. He's of course going to be able to get rid of any of these weapons that he sees. Meaning that Gimli...
Bracers are safe, but you don't want to put Gimli against that fight most likely.
Mm-hmm. So I'd see it being played here. This is likely to cycle him out of hand. He doesn't really care about making himself fierce, but he's really here to make sure that the Witch King... Twilight Witch King has to be fought twice.
Right. It can be a hard one to juggle, having them both in hand when you need 12 Twilight to play them. Till later in the sight path, you often don't have enough to get them both out. It can be a bit of a hand clog. Yeah. So Astea's going to lose that fight to Gimli. Kentea may be taking Frore out unless there's some substantial amount of pump going on here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a signet, so there's no Frodo signet involved. He's got no weapons, so at most he could get +2 from a flurry of blows. Oh, on the other hand, I did forget about that. Dwarven Axe is going to be making a minion strength -1, so that's still 4 strength that has to go up because Shadow wins the tie. Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah, it's not going to prevent the blade tip from coming down.
And then Sam's being sacrificed. Oh. Okay, that's going all in on hoping that there's not going to be any future combos with that Twilight Witch King, because if he pops off now, there's going to be no backup.
Yeah, there's going to be problems. But lowering your companion count against a deck that really does want 12 Twilight to pull off their biggest hits.
Here comes that Gimli's Helm on Gimli. That's going to be huge here. So just a Wisdom Cloud is a V1 card being used. Playing Saruman from your Dronic or discard pile, so recycling that Keeper of Isengard, I think. Yeah, from discard.
Would have reduced his cost if there's any crows on the table, but there were none. But it's a nice way to cycle your hand a little bit, and it lets you run multiple versions of Saruman without needing to worry about getting hand clogged with Saruman quite so much, which is nice.
Yeah, I think he's just getting that event out of his hand. There's not really any risk here, I think, of his opponent risking a double move across the Sanctuary.
No,
the
I don't
Legolas
think
is
so.
exhausted, the Gimli is exhausted. Both of those really want to rest up at the Sanctuary.
Greenleaf coming out on Chadwick's side. Not sure if we're going to see a ranged weapon on them, but if we do, it can go a long way towards mitigating that Witch King.
Kintia coming down once again.
That blade tip's still on the table. Gandalf can survive two skirmishes here, but without a Servant of the Sacred Fire, we may yet not going to be walking away terribly healthy, and that blade tip's got to be something that Chadwick's considering right now. Yeah, 4 Twilight left in the field. It's not going to be enough to play anything else.
So it looks like Testali has already won his game against M. Scarpato.
That was quick.
And he made it all the way to the end of the regroup phase on Site 9, so that was a very quick game.
All right, so I was wrong about not playing anything else. A Black Breath did come down.
And that's going to be devastating here on the Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Black Breath going on Gimli means that any wounds that he takes from this point forward are pretty much permanent.
Gimli will, however, be able to finish him off, Legolas having exerted, plus the archery to prevent him from having any vitality to exert.
And so he doubles. Since the Sanctuary is not going to help him much, he decides, well, we're just...
It's an interesting choice. That Sanctuary still definitely would have helped, but getting himself ahead right here,
changing the tempo, that's a move with some chest hair. Yeah,
he's directing the game right here.
Yeah, so Nortia's not going to kick in because there's only 4 companions on the table.
Not enough Twilight to play anything except maybe a Bilfini.
Gimli is at strength 12, so he's going to be able to handle Inquia handily both times. Gandalf will take a couple wounds here.
Still got to be nervous about that blade tip. Gandalf could take 1 wound from Nertia. Nertia's not fierce, but blade tip on Gandalf is not gonna leave him in a great position going forward. Oh, putting Greenleaf in the way instead, not Gandalf. Maybe recognizing that a single arrow is not going to do a whole lot going forward and reducing that companion count.
Since he didn't stay at the Sanctuary, he's never going to have another chance to heal up and...
Chadwick's just being ruthless with his companions this match. Discarding people as they come out. As long as Frodo stays alive, it doesn't matter.
He's definitely building up that dead pile. 1, 2, 3, 4 companions. 5, 6, 7. He's only got 2 more that he could possibly play before he hits that limit of 9 companions total.
Wouldn't be at all surprising to see a one-off Boromir in this deck.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe there's another dwarf. You could have had Farron, but wouldn't. Or a Hobbit of some intelligence. Tried to think of other splashes that might be in there.
An Arwen would be a hilarious splash. Actually useful. But,
yeah. Though Daughter Valoron still doesn't actually win against any Nazgul without a sword. Mm-hmm. But there was an Aragorn in there, so there could be some Flaming Brands.
So they're back again coming out. Bounder coming out. Frodo is looking pretty healthy here. Frying Pan and OL Breath. OL Breath not going to be able to help against Uruk-hai, of course, but so he's just going to keep it around for the +1 passive strength, and this is going to leave him at a point where he might be able to start skirmishing. Frodo having way more vitality than most of the people, and with the ability to convert wounds to burdens here on the One Ring.
Yeah, 2 ambitions on the table still makes that risky.
For sure. But it's also a risk that you know. Now, we haven't seen any copies played yet of Savagery to Match Their Numbers, which is the classic surprise event from Isengard. So that's probably lurking as well.
There is one in the discard pile, though. It must have been pitched at some point. So Chadwick is running them. Along with looking at this discard pile, some pretty serious ally hate. 2 Tower Assassins got discarded along the way. And we've just for the first time seen Bounder hit the table. First ally that Chadwick would have been able to target.
Swim Gondor and Hithawel Each shadow player may draw a card for each companion over 4, not affecting Taliel against Chadwick.
Only 4 companions. Oh, so we got Pippin of Tuxborough. All right, that makes perfect sense in a Gandalf signet or a Frodo signet setup that we see on the table here. Wasn't the Pippin that I was predicting. I don't think I noticed how Frodo signet heavy he was until just this moment.
And this is a great entry late on. He can definitely be a bit of dead weight early on, even if he does save you from a few dire situations. But now here, right at the very end. So Tia looks like holding on to 4 Twilight. He can get pumped all the way up to 16.
Was just played. Did he pass already? He did. Oh, because there's not 5 companions. Yeah, so potentially boosting up enough that Gimli would need 2 boosts to win that fight.
Yeah, and that blade tip still threatening.
Potentially overwhelming Gandalf.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, 16 up against 8. That double strength is pretty dangerous.
You could use Pippin twice here to bring Frodo up to a 6 and be unoverwhelmable by spending all of that, but that seems like a lot of resources when you've got other options on the table.
It also seems pretty early to do that. Seems like you want to hold on.
There's one more site to go.
Yeah, just one. Yeah, so Pippin being held in reserve. Gimli's going to turn Tia.
Oh, using the Dwarven Axe.
Oh, but the axe is going to give -1 to Tia.
Oh, you've got to think that take the option to discard 2 cards from the bottom of their deck. 21 cards left. There's no chance of decking out right now. But they are taking a moment to think about it.
It's possible they don't recognize what's going on. Oh, huh. Oh, that didn't do anything. All Blades Perish normally being used to keep a Nazgul alive, but Gimli's sitting here with so many damage bonuses that there were still enough and to spare. Taliel probably deciding that this game is not going to be won or lost by a single wound. So getting that out of the hand in anticipation of Chadwick potentially doubling.
Yeah, being able to take Gandalf out here also means that just drawing minions to walk into Site 9 with is going to go a really long way for Taliel.
That's a pretty big win.
Nerdio, Lemenia, Alstea, just getting bodies out so that Frodo has to skirmish.
So there goes Gandalf. No we may yet to keep him alive, or Servant of the Sacred Fire, or anything like that.
He is fierce.
Gimli is... So Gimli is going to be able to kill him off.
Damage
so this does actually put Chadwick in a fairly decent spot to double.
Could go. Stop Talia from getting the chance to redraw their hand.
I think he has to risk it, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Exert to be able to make minions fierce, so Twilight Witch King coming out here could
be devastating. Fierce. Yeah.
I mean, at most, it's going to be an exhausted Frodo and a couple of burdens from the effect. If they manage to pull additional minions, we've got Anelia, who will be triggered. Alstea, who could provide the fierce if the site didn't already. 4 more. Did we get an Nertia in play?
Oh, no.
That's rough. Yeah,
not quite enough Twilight. Did not draw the right minions. I think this is going to be a handy win on Chadwick's side. Risk after risk, but those gambles paid off.
Sure did.
So Gimli's going to take out Nelia easily enough. Atsea is only 9 strength up against Frodo's 4. Pippin is going to be able to exert to ensure that... Or no, just go ahead and sacrifice Pippin altogether. That's also fine. Because once Gimli kills Nelia, then he'll turn around and kill Atsea, fierce or not.
Yeah, it won't make any difference there.
All
Now,
right.
Pippin could even survive this, exert themselves once, become a 4, and
I
not overwhelm
suppose,
unless they're
yeah, why
tripled.
not? Like, now you have yourself one more fodder if you need it. I don't think there's
Yeah,
any
just in case
surprises
there
the
was some
Nazgul could
extra
possibly.
trick.
Yeah. I don't think there's any
No, I
surprises
don't
the
think so.
Nazgul could pack, but
Yeah, there could have been a surprise against Gimli if he'd been running some kind of boost to win that skirmish. That could have made a difference. But at this point, I think Ostea is just waiting to die.
okay, so that's
All
Chadwick
right.
winning his game. So what do we got here?
Yeah, we've got a few still going on.
Looks like our Branko managed to beat Bismelis.
Ooh,
So that's interesting.
yeah.
All right, so who are we gonna hop in on here? We have Wingfoot versus Mosstref, Site 9 versus Site 5.
Yeah, Wingfoot's got to be super far ahead, but look at that swarm already coming down. Is this the fierce skirmish that we're at, given the only 2 are assigned?
Probably.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
most
this
likely
is
we're popping in
jumping in too
just in
late to see
time to
anything,
see.
but Mosstref doing his best to make those tentacles work.
Certainly not in a bad spot here, but not enough.
Not on the Site
Gonna
9,
leave
no.
with 3 wounds and 6 burdens on Frodo at the end of this, but
Looks like he put up a very good fight, but not quite enough to reach all the way over to that ring bearer. So it looks like this one's going to be a win for Wingfoot. All right, let's see. Well, what else do we got here? Let's hop over to Tomas versus Betos. Let's see what they're doing.
yeah, both at site 8. So whoever's current fellowship has some pressure to pull a double here.
So Tomas looking like he's in a very good spot up against an Isengard minion, or sorry, an Isengard shadow that looks very similar to Chadwick's own. With 6 companions on the table, which is always a bit of a risk, but
Yeah, pretty
late game.
traditional Decipher Fellowship here. Merry Friend of Sam, which we haven't seen in any of these other matches. Arwen Darla Velaron, probably as part of the starting fellowship.
We have an Aragorn pulled from the Prancing Pony, and has anyone else died on the way? It looks like it. Sam and Boromir and Pippin. So that's all 9 companions accounted for.
Yep. Put in Arwen instead of Gimli, and otherwise had the full fellowship going through there. It's not in a bad position here, but neither Aragorn nor Gandalf are quite strong enough to win these fights without a pump.
On the flip side, his opponent, Beto, is in a dire straits, it looks like.
Dire straits, but Tomas is only going to have 6 cards going to the site 9 if he stops here.
Aha, yes, he's down to 1 card in deck and 5 in hand. Yeah, this is an interesting dilemma to be in, where your opponent is dying, but you might not even have the last few cards you need to push him over the edge.
And there's always that final risk that you go, I do have the cards I need, and they drop 2 companions at site 8. I don't think we've got enough in the dead pile to make that not a possibility. Aragorn winning his fight.
So Friend of Sam being
Sacrificing
knocked out.
Mary.
Yeah.
Once he's exhausted and there's no sanctuaries ahead of you. That's not a bad call, especially while you're sitting at 6 companions. Much better to lose Mary's
So
there.
alerts coming out. We have the Tolbrandir playing 3 trackers. I bet that means we're going to see that Uruk, what's its name?
Oh, yep.
Oh boy, and Ravagers coming out that are going to make themselves pretty cheap. So we have those 3 Uruk Raiders coming out. This is quite the shadow.
Yeah, leaving a few Twilight on the table, but
2 Saruman's Ambitions, a Keeper of Isengard, a Fierce Lurtz, an absolute smattering of Uruks. Yeah, this is going to be tricky to pull off.
Saruman's likely to make both Ravengers fierce here, and the Raiders, are they fierce already? Do we have a ally in the dead pile?
Doesn't look like it.
All right,
So
Raiders are
these,
not fierce. Or not
and
damage plus one,
with
rather.
the
They could
emergency
be.
errata that went out just a few weeks ago, Uruk Raiders are no longer damage plus one by default. They now have to have that ally in the dead pile to get that.
Yeah. Saruman is making one of them fierce. PC errated Saruman requires the exert to make a minion fierce, does not make all Uruk-hai fierce by default. One of the, I assume, very first PC erratas. It was before I joined.
Yep, yeah, that was part of the X-list errata way back when we just took everything that was X-listed and hit it up. Yeah, may as well put a wound on Frodo, because he's got the vitality for it, and if he can't survive, one vitality is not going to make the difference. So he prevents a wound on... I mean, you may as well. It's not like it really matters to keep that Saruman on the table. 6 Uruks, only 5 companions, so best case scenario, you end up with 2 of these on Frodo. So that's 12 strength against 4, which triples, which means that even any of the overwhelm protection would not help. And then on top of that, Lurtz is going to be fierce, as well as 2 others.
Both Ravengers and one of the Raiders. I've lost track of which one.
Yeah.
But
it
this
looks
might
like
be the only fight that matters.
Yep.
Yep.
Thomas admits it. Yeah, I've got nothing. Let's go ahead and get this over with. So Beto pulls out the win against Tomas. So let's go ahead.
And it looks like Rutil won their game as well.
Oh yes, Rutil against NLN.
We've got Shield and Stefan, site 8 and 9 respectively, if we want to try to catch the very tail end of something. And Belrog and Sithora, a little bit.
Oh, looks like someone is in fact running a heavy elf ally deck. So including some of that ally hate is not necessarily unwarranted.
No, and those are the Site 6 allies, so I wonder if there was a Keen-Eyed in here that just failed to survive to the end.
Nope. Looks like they went with regular old Greenleaf.
I don't know if everybody's sleeping on Keen-Eyed or if I'm just overly zealous about how good I think he should be.
I think the problem with Keen-Eyed is that, number one, of course, you are giving up Greenleaf, so the ability to direct the archery can be difficult. And number two, it's kind of an interesting situation where you want to have like 8 archery so that he gets pumped up to +8 or whatever, but if you have 8 archery, you're probably just going to wipe out the field. So the only time that he really shines is when there's almost but not quite enough archery to wipe everything out, and then so he pumps up to a huge amount and wins.
I'm of the opinion that his sweet spot's not the massive archery deck. It's the 3 or 4 consistent archery that with his equipment makes him, especially against Orcs or Uruk-hai, effectively a 14 or a 15. One of those items being the Bow of the Gladrum, that's killing something else that maybe did survive the archery phase, so somebody else doesn't have to fight at all. Now, that said, I haven't truly made it work yet. I've played quite a few decks that have worked okay.
This looks like it would have been an amazing game to watch all the way through. Balrog 69 against Sithora playing a Moria deck and a very heavy Hobbit Hospital. We may have to follow Sithora next round.
Absolutely. This is our first Moria that we've seen. Hobbit Hospital is something that has not been super meta-friendly in the last bit with all of the ally hate going on, but
and
looks like they've kept set up at least in this match.
Further than Site 6.
Yeah, I got really slowed down there, but got some archers coming out. This is an interesting Moria deck. It's not a standard swarm with those archer troops. Not failing to swarm here at Site 9, though. Not from a Twilight Lack, anyway. Yeah, only 1 card left in hand, unfortunately, and 4 in the deck. Not sure what they started with, but they've definitely cycled well here.
Other way around. 1 in the deck and 4 in hand, so that's enough for 1 more usage of They Are Coming.
Ah, right you are. Sithora should be watching their clock. Moria Swarm has so many moving pieces that it often moves a little bit slower than other deck types. It can be easy to not notice. Yep. So dropping for a Bowman. Oh, had one of those in hand, still sitting there, was maybe doing the math.
That's quite a few. So 1, 2, 3. So that's going to be 6 plus 7
archery.
7 archery, and then you stop to deal with the swarm. There's enough vitality here on the table to absorb some of that 7 archery, but that's quite good. And with some of these bigger minions, there's quite enough to absorb the fellowships too.
Right, Aragorn and Greenleaf both putting some out there. Now, 7 might cause enough exhaustion to be able to get some kills here with that swarm, but it's Sight 9. You don't care about that at all. You just need to take out Sam. There
So
are more
1, 2, 3, 4,
minions
5,
than
6,
companions.
7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so 2 are going to end up on Sam. Obviously, they will be the
Pippin's
weakest.
going to be able to boost Sam by 3.
So Bowman
Balrog
and...
not putting any wounds on Pippin for good reason.
So 11 strength up against Sam's 4. So any source of... Yeah, so I think Pippin's going to be enough single-handedly to keep Sam alive. Doesn't matter if all the rest die.
I think
Almost,
so.
but
Pippin
not
can
quite.
put Sam up to a 7. Not overwhelmed unless he's tripled. I think Balrog's got this one. But that is an interesting swarm. I like seeing the archers mixed in. Yeah, then leaving the bowman to double up on Sam. Nobody else makes any sense here. I don't think they need to, but looks like they are going to play it out, get all the tricks they can for Gimli's axe and such going through.
Satora admitting that he messed something up at Site 5. Looks like he had a troll and a Balrog that he could have done. I think that this exact scenario is the sort of thing that threats were added to the game for. Because threats, even just 1 or 2, could very much make the difference here.
Sam not even needing Pippin. Dropping a We May Yet to get beyond the overwhelm threshold.
So there's absolutely nothing
That's
to do. So
seating the game right there. There's no reason to keep going.
Okay, so that's a win for Balrog. And then let me just double check and make sure that I've got all these standings correct. Let's see. So Balrog won her game. Stefan won. Betos won. Rutil won. Wingfoot won. Chadwick won his game. And then Arbrenko. And then Distali with that blazingly fast win. Okay, let's go ahead and get round 3 started.
All right. While you're setting that up, I'm going to very quickly make a cup of coffee. I will be back momentarily.
Whoops. That's not round 2, that's round 3. Okay, let's see here. I need the ID, and then shoot, what is the name we've been going with? So we'll tack this on, make it easier to track. Championship BC, and then we're doing the championship timer. Okay. So now here are the standings. In fact, let me go ahead and make a screenshot for the chat. Okay, so it'll be Destali up against Stefan 77, and then Branko up against Parag 69. Both of them have been doing very well. Mastref, copy it from here so I don't misspell it. Up against Tomas. And then Talil up against Evelyn. Oh wait, Sithadora, is that? Yeah, okay. Sithadora against Wingfoot. And Scarpito up against Skilled. Smellis against Ratil. And then Chadwick against Betos. Okay, Destali Stefan, Arbranko versus Balrog, Mazdrev versus Tomas, Taliel against Nolan, Sithadora versus Wingfoot, M. Scarpito against Skilled, Basmalis against Ratil, and Chadwick against Beto. Alright, let's get this party started. So I think based on the standings, the games between Destali and Arbranko, in fact we haven't watched Destali yet. Let's go ahead and watch that because I think that is going to be... Oh wait, it's Destali versus Stefan 77. I got those mixed up on the thing. Let's go ahead and watch one of his games. I think we watched Stefan before, but we haven't seen Destali yet, and he has been playing some lightning fast rounds. So whatever he's doing, it must be working. So we have Destali bidding 2 and Stefan bidding 3, meaning that 2 burdens go on, 2 and 3 burdens respectively go on their respective Frodos. So Destali lost the bid. It looks like he starts with Gimli, Vengeful Longbeard, and Sam of Bagshot Row. And Stefan, having won the bid, gets to place his Site 1, the Prancing Pony. Starting with Arwen and Sam, son of Hamfast. So that is a classic strategy going all the way back to the Decipher era, starting with Sam so that you can peel off some of your burdens. Looks like not even needing to use the Prancing Pony happens to naturally draw Aragorn, and then Estelle allows you to pull another elf into hand. Did he not pull anything? He didn't pull anything. Interesting. Aloran, however, coming out, so it looks like this is going to be a ally-heavy deck. Bree Street's coming down. The roaming penalty for each Nazgul you play to Bree Streets is -2, so each of these comes out a little bit cheaper than they would normally. Nelia being able to be used to play your own sites, but that's not that big a deal here at the very beginning. Kentea just absolutely taking out one of the companions. I already lost track of which one. Frodo, just going ahead and sacrificing Frodo right at the very beginning. An interesting move. I'm not sure. Huh. Seems to have been a lot of that going around.
Yeah, that is a move that Distali has been doing quite a bit lately. Apologies, I think I'm back now. But Bagshot Row really leans into that play. Son of Hamfest is a less common choice for it.
Especially since there wasn't really anything on Frodo. I mean, I guess there were 3 burdens.
Good turn.
Huh. Well, I guess we shall see if that pays off. So Aragorn coming out, but it is Heir to the White City, one you don't see a whole lot much anymore, but he does have a Frodo Signet, which is probably the reason that he's being used here. We have Frodo Signets all across the board. Here on Distali's side, we have a Gandalf getting set up with Narya. So those burdens are going to be able to be peeled off at the beginning of each turn. We have Sam at Bagshot Row, who is going to make it so that anyone with a Frodo Signet who wins their skirmish gets to heal. And then we have a Berserker and a Troop of Uruk-hai coming out. Troop not yet being able to be as fierce as he would later. Berserker sacrificing Frodo as well.
And stronger as we go.
So we have that one ring getting thrown over to Sam. Both Frodos dying on site 2 is interesting.
I do believe that is Distali's plan with this deck. We saw him play this in some of the qualifying matches, or at least a very similar one, where he checks to see if it's a burden opponent, and if it's not, he kills Frodo off at site 2.
So we have a first ally played here, Caliglin. Not terribly useful in a lot of contexts, but
a lot of Tangwar hitting the table this game. This in the previous ones.
People like to show off their cool stuff. The Tangwar cards were, of course, quite the collector's item. These were designed and hand-lettered by Daniel Reeve, the same guy who did all of the calligraphy for the movies, for the Lord of the Rings movies. So he's the guy that put together like the Book of Mazarbul, the book that says they are coming. Like he's the one that wrote all that up, and he did Bilbo's contract and The Hobbit and things like that. So it was really neat that Weta was able to, or that Decipher was able to borrow him for all of these cards.
I didn't realize they were hand lettered. I assumed that they'd gotten some kind of font for printing. That's really
so
cool.
They actually did that for the War of the Ring block, but the first 3 blocks that they did the Tangwar for, they were all hand lettered. If you put them all next to each other, and in fact there was an Aragorn for each one, so that's the one I usually use for comparison. You can see that each one of them are different. He did actually just sit down and write them all out. But then by War of the Ring, they I don't know if they just downloaded a font or if they got Reeve to put a font together, but
that actually, sacrificing Pippin here.
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense. That's really what he's built for. He peels off a wound or a burden and then he dies horribly. There's not really any other use for him, to be honest. Which was actually one of the lines of thinking behind this particular Pippin when we designed them, was that we wanted him to be one that stuck around, because most of the Pippins in Fellowship block are sacrificial lambs.
Yeah, you often see the one that protects tails in movie block. People are trying to play around with a Bilbo ring bearer, but
that's fair.
Almost never hits the table in Fellowship. Oh, being told that some of us have loud microphone pops. I'm not sure. It's probably me. I don't have the nicest equipment.
That is actually me. Sure my apologies for that. That is me muting every time I have to cough or sneeze. And for whatever dumb reason, my microphone pops every time I do that. So my apologies, but it's me trading one audio evil for another. So it's worked that you haven't heard the sneezes.
Bacon Chin also in the Twitch chat, rooting on Balrog and Distali. Maybe another local player there. I believe they're in the UK, but I couldn't tell you what city. It's nice to see some fans in the audience, though. One of you may do this. No elf on the table, but 3 exertions to lay down. This early, that can cause a real slowdown effect.
Yeah, one of you must do this, being one of those anti-rainbow cards.
I think one of the really well done rainbow cards. It's mostly effective in most decks, but it does a lot more against bigger things rather than like a lot of movie block stuff, just triggering off of some set number of cultures and doing nothing if you don't spot that many.
You know, I hadn't really thought about that, but you're right. A lot of the later ones just say, yeah, spot 4 cultures and do this big thing. But this one's a scaling
Yeah,
one.
which is nice. It does nothing at all against a pure Hobbit deck, and there are some of those in Fellowship block, but basically don't see just Hobbits outside of Fellowship, and they've never been. I don't want to say never. They are not for a long time been a top tier Hobbit only deck. At the very least, you'll have splashes like Elrond.
Pippin needing to be used twice here. 5 is exactly a third of 15.
There is a Saruman's Ambition on the table, and I wonder if
I don't think.
Oh no, that won't get him to 18.
He needs to get to 18.
Yeah, he would need a Bread for Battle or Savagery to match their numbers here.
Which those are classic Isengard cards. That could be the end of the game right here. Yeah, there
Absolutely.
we go.
Yep, there's a Savagery. There are 5 companions. That's going to bring him to a 19.
We may yet coming out. All right, it's an event battle.
All right. Stolly pushing back. Lert's unlikely to get to 30.
Yeah, that's.
But he will come back for the Fierce Skirmish. Oh, did he miss that it was tripled?
Oh,
that's an unfortunate use of an ambition. But at damage +2, it is going to force Sam to put on the ring. There's no Frodo here with 10 resistance. And with some early burdens.
With the errated Lert's sword. Not only is he damage +2 from this, but then you also must wound a companion or discard the top 3 cards of the deck. And looks like he decides to discard. So that's a Dwarven Bracers, Blade Tip, and a Flurry of Blows that goes into the discard to prevent that wound. Lurch with Lert's sword cleaning up here.
Yeah, doing some real work. Stolly not in the kind of shape he wants to be able to just run, sitting there at Site 4.
Salafane pointing out, We May Yet is very popular in the PC meta, I see. Yeah, it's the Frodo Signet deck is one that has been quite popular here this event. Fell Voice's Call being used to pull out the Pale Blade onto the Witch King. Do we have any conditions at the moment? No conditions, but a casual 17 strength is its own reward.
Now, though that Arwen is huge. Not quite enough to win without any boost, but fairly massive in their own right.
And Estelle with an armor on him means that he ignores the damage bonus from Pale Blade, so using his ability to burn a card from hand to make himself just strength enough that he does not get overwhelmed.
Arwen burning the Flaming Brand for the second fight here will allow her to beat the Witch King if there's nothing else going on, but damage +2 does not remove him from the table. Otherwise, it would have been the obvious answer for skirmish number 1.
Yeah.
It's the biggest Arwen's going to get, though. I don't think there's any more planes available on the Fellowship site path, and Asphalot's going to get discarded when they move to the bridge.
Oh, well, Caligulum being used to wipe off the Witch King. Does that mean that they're going to go ahead and double? May as well.
Could be going, yeah.
That was
going
3.
For the bridge.
No, 2 shadow cards played from hand, so it's a bit of a gamble here.
Kintea coming down, no Balrog play. Yeah, just Kintea. That's unfortunate. A couple more wounds for Distali here, but probably not enough to meaningfully slow them down.
And I'm not sure that a Balrog even by himself would have done much. With armor on the field, Aragorn would have been able to take 2 hits to the face.
Yeah, as long as he had... Aragorn would be overwhelmed without a boost. He needs to have at least 2 elf cards to pull that off, but that seems reasonably likely.
Isn't the Balrog 15? No, he's 17.
17.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Yep. Only
I blame the sickness for not not remembering that. That's a pretty classic strength point.
Yeah, the only companion that can survive the Balrog without a boost or a piece of equipment is Boromir, Lord of Gondor.
Another Lurch coming out, and now a Troop of Urkai, where it actually starts to matter. Troop ignoring any of the strength bonuses from weapons, meaning that some of these weapons have been played down. Oh, and here we go, another copy of One of You Must Do This.
Yeah, getting a lot of exertions out there in this Rainbow Fellowship.
Yeah, this is looking
Nobody
pretty...
currently with vitality except for Gandalf to be able to actually lose a skirmish against damage +1 without dying.
Yeah, I think Gandalf against Lurch is your only option, and then Troop... Well, Troop's going to kill someone.
Troop might. That Tangwar card on Gimli, is that his axe or is that a helm?
I believe it's his battle axe.
Must be his axe, right? Yeah. I don't read Elvish, I'm afraid.
You call yourself a nerd. For what it's worth, because these things are hand lettered, there actually are some typos in them. That is something that I have.
Oh, that's fun.
Poked out.
I presume we don't have typos in our printed game text English version.
Never, ever.
Hover over.
Not even once.
We didn't duplicate the handwritten typo. Yeah, it's definitely taking a moment to think here. You know, he
Really
could be sitting
on
on a We May Yet. He could have Servant of Sacred Fire. You know, something going on here that'll let him.
I feel like if he did, it would be a much easier, cleaner line. But if he doesn't have any tricks in hand, then yeah, you're pretty much deciding who lives and who dies. Gandalf will absorb 1 loss from Lurtz, and then someone else dies from the troop, and then you got to deal with Lurtz a second time.
Yeah, we haven't seen his games previously to see how set up Aragorn is supposed to get, but it looks like Aragorn is the choice here. I was wondering if he was more of a splash than anything else.
Interesting.
Because reducing, there's probably 2 more One of You Must Do This in there with what we've been seeing. Reducing the number of...
Oh, Savagery coming out. Another We May Yet. I think he was hoping to be able to use that on the second one.
Yeah, great choice from Distali to do Gandalf Skirmish second, though. That Savagery would have been a lot worse if Gandalf had skirmished before Aragorn died.
Now, We May Yet does require you to exert. So this actually puts Gandalf into a dangerous situation where before he could have survived a skirmish. Now it's not the case.
Did he not heal from Sam?
He healed once, but he used it twice. So
yeah, he's in a much more precarious position than he was just a minute ago.
Lady of the Golden Wood and Lord of Lorien coming down, Celeborn and Galadriel, and then Thrarin as well.
Yeah. Just in time for them to skirmish as well, if somehow Distali has some amazing bomb here at Site 6. Taya and a Black Breath. Black Breath is a great drop at the Sanctuary. It makes you think far more than you would have otherwise. And if he doesn't play anything else, that is a lot of Twilight to make sure Taya wins those skirmishes.
That's true. But I think that you can very easily sacrifice Caliglin here. Oh, Uruk Raider.
All right. No, well, stop Thrarin from doing anything, but nobody else is likely to exert.
Likely just getting those in the discard pile so that... Oh, Secret Sentinel's getting rid of that Black Breath, so it's not going to...
That is an exertion for the Raider to trigger off of. Won't be enough to kill Celeborn, but does let him...
Well, no, actually he can't use it because you have to spot another Isengard card.
You have to spot another Isengard card. Right, you are. Yeah, the Uruk Raider being one of the recent PCs erratas that has had some mixed reviews. Some people thinking it's finally worthwhile, and others thinking it is entirely too strong. But it looks like he's going to put an ally in the, an ally in the dead pile regardless here. And I'm wrong again.
No. You're forgetting the recent errata.
I sure am. He's changed twice since I've slotted him into deck personally, and I just cannot keep up with it, I guess. Taya laying down a couple of wounds, but that Black Breath being off the field means that it's just going to get cleaned up, assuming, of course, that Stefan stays here and doesn't give... Yeah.
Interesting that he didn't burn the Twilight. Maybe he decided that it wasn't worth it. But 8.
Leaving it out to stop a double.
Well, they were looking pretty wounded.
Ahead there,
I think a double would have been a death knell anyway.
It may well have been. That's true. We've got Legolas and Boromir hitting the table here, Stolly bringing his fellowship back up to fighting strength.
That Boromir in particular being very important.
Not that Sam is in any position to be taking a fight for Uruk-hai at the moment. He'd have to put on the ring, and he would corrupt.
Yes, with only that 5 resistance, that leaves him pretty dangerously close.
14 Twilight at Site 6.
That's quite the glut, actually.
It is, yeah. Site 6 is usually one of those ones you can move to a little bit more safely. Well, alerts will be fierce with that Saruman, but not getting a whole lot else out at the moment.
So you can put him on Gandalf for the first one, of course. Just take the hit. But then what do you do with the second one? Gimli does have spare vitality, and he's got a bracers, so I think that might be what you do.
Boromir could take that fight as well. There's no Saruman's ambitions on the table.
But there could very easily be another savagery in hand, though.
Yeah.
And he would love to wipe out that Boromir before he can be any real use.
Going against Gandalf.
There's the hit on Gandalf. And then either, go on Boromir and risk, or going up against Gimli. So he's going to take one hit, bringing him down from 2 to 1, and then blocking the other with the bracers. That's the safer option, I think.
Yeah, for all of the damage on the field right now, he's not in bad shape. He'll heal up Gandalf completely and Gimli 1, or Gimli completely and Gandalf all but 1.
I feel like you probably want to take one of those off Sam as well, making it so that he can possibly skirmish at all.
I think I suppose taking a single one off Sam would let Sam not corrupt from a single loss.
And if you're going to have Boromir on there anyway, that's going to help you.
It's true. Yeah, Gandalf and Gimli are both also in that range with this salmon play that if they can just win a skirmish, if a smaller Uruk-hai gets played, they'll be able to heal up from Sam's game text.
Okay, Lady of the Golden Wood coming out to swap out that Site 7, that Anduin Confluence that would have devastated the support area, instead swapping it with Anduin Wilderland while the Fellowship is here.
Instead, we're skipping the archery phase. Not a big effect on either deck here. Greenleaf could have maybe done something, but pretty minor overall, but it does keep that support area fully going.
Black Breath coming back into play, not nearly as useful as it was before, but
yet another Secret Sentinels to get rid of it.
May as well.
Yeah, Stefan just not wanting his companions to be unable to heal, even now that he's past the last Sanctuary. And Kay is not able to pull any of their tricks. 6 Twilight still on the field. But is big enough to win these skirmishes without some kind of effect. Gumgil pitching a card from hand in order to win the first one. Perhaps just doing it again. Yep.
But here we have
got a skirmish event bringing them back up.
Threshold of Shadow, yeah.
Now, that one wound's not going to do a whole lot on its own, but I think that's a really good marker to stop a double here. That would change the tempo of the game entirely.
It also rattles your opponent if you know that, hey, I'm actually packing events, dude. This is something you're going to have to take into account.
That's true. There might only be one in the deck, but you see it, and now you suspect there's more.
Going for the Gwemagles, so...
Yeah, only 2 cards left in hand means...
You're going to have to use that twice.
Need to exert.
So, there's an exertion. So, got a wound either way, but it did wipe Nquea off the map. And goes for the double.
There's the double. No cards to be drawn. Small fellowship here on Stefan's side.
16 Twilight, though. Now, there was Twilight left on the table last round, so there's a pretty good chance that Distali's hand is not looking very shadow-heavy at the moment.
It was 5 Twilight, though, and he's playing bigger Nazgul. I think the only one we've seen him drop is Kanteo. So Witch King, Atea, another Inkea are all options here.
So here comes that Witch King with another Inkea. Thrain being used. Okay, so there's 2 big ones. Witch King eating Thrain, which is of course what he's here for, is to provide some slack.
That's his job. And no cards in hand for Estelle or Arwen to boost themselves.
Oh yeah.
What's on the table is what you got, so there will be 2 more wounds here. Unless, of course, Distali's running another pump. Stefan being so far ahead means Distali doesn't really have a reason to run anymore. Just needs to heal up and get his Shadow Hand ready for Sight 9.
Yep, want to burn as many events as you can, get as many Free People's cards out of your hand as you can, and then survive whatever happens on Sight 7. But you don't want to move a second time, because that's really just handing a Reconcile to your opponent.
Yep. Getting an extra heal by discarding a copy of Gandalf. Dropping a staff. Only played 2 cards total. That might be a really good sign for him, or it might mean he's a little bit jammed. I guess we'll see how many skirmish events come down here.
So
that is an area where...
Actually getting to pull something out. With 5 Twilight on the table. Not quite enough for alerts, right? That's...
No, but we could see an Assassin.
Yeah.
Or a Troop of Urukai. And I think I'm wrong on both counts because it cost 1 for him to use his ability.
Yes.
I don't know what 4 cost we've seen in there. He's been playing mostly
coming out.
chunkier.
Making sure that Orthanc Berserker goes down.
Saruman's ambition being used to keep the fight going.
Another flurry of blows.
I'm curious if Stefan's best play was actually to drop no minions here and let Distali get stuck with a handful of events.
if you could somehow know ahead of time, then yeah, that would be perfect. But
only 2 played, and he was able to cycle 3 cards himself. 5 cards.
Yeah, because he played.
He had to get himself ready to move to Sight 9 himself. Using a Lauren to grab a Secret Sentinel's back. Seems like an odd choice walking to Sight 9. I don't know what else is in the discard pile, but I would have thought a skirmish event might have gone further. Yeah, Distali is running the play 3 trackers, so there's a potential swarm here, even if there's not a whole lot else going on. And that swarm will involve Urg Raiders.
Okay, we have 2 Raiders. Do we have a 3rd Raider? Yeah, all 3 Raiders.
Yep, all 3 Raiders are in the discard pile, which means Bounder will die if he gets used, but he won't fail to use his ability. He will, however, trigger their Fierce and Strength bonuses.
Strength and damage bonuses. We took the Fierce off.
Strength and damage bonuses. I'm not the sick one, and I can't remember. Oh. Tower Assassin's going to stop Bounder entirely, I think. I don't see any reason why you'd target one of the others. It's going to make all 3 of those 9 strength and damage +1, and there is 1 more minion than there are companions, which means Sam's going to be in potential real trouble.
Dead. Yeah, Thraren's already dead, so... I mean, obviously you still want to take Bounder off the table. Because
still take out Bounder. You don't necessarily need to kill him, I suppose. You could... I don't know if there's any reason to hold back. There's no bows on the table. But paths could be devastating here if he exerts the Tower Assassin extra time. Doesn't need to.
So Arwen needs to take out Kentea, I think.
Aragorn will be able to win against Kentea. Kentea's going to discard Arwen's weapons.
Sam is going to use his frying pan, get rid of the assassin.
Yep. Leaving 9 there is not enough to kill him, but it will exhaust Sam or add 2 4 burdens.
Yeah, I think Stefan's going to get through here just fine. Gandalf may die, but who cares? Aragorn will still be alive. Arwen will still be alive. They'll be able to take on... Well, no. Well, Arwen might die, depending on...
Yeah, I think Arwen's going to lose this skirmish, but that's okay. Because only Cantea is fierce, and Aragorn's going to win his.
Destali chat saying, see guys, this is why they were too good, fierce. Yeah, if all 3 of these were fierce, this would be a very different game.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, Destali calling the good game. He recognizes he doesn't have this at this point.
There is an event that we errated for Isengard that allows them to make a Uruk-hai fierce. And it got a little bit of use when we first did it, but it didn't really...
Make an Uruk-hai fierce.
Yeah. It's an event that we discounted. We took one off the cost.
Oh, okay.
And
is it the maneuver event?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Balrog just won her game as well.
So Balrog and Stefan.
But I fear 2 other games have ended and I did not see
that's
the result.
I can pull the results.
Do you have access to the full back end? Wonderful.
Yeah, I'd be in trouble otherwise.
Yeah. I have left the Gemp Hall up and I'm trying to pay attention to it, but I got caught up in the game and didn't realize that a few others were ending. Yeah. Balrog, our first undefeated player at the end of the fellowship round. We'll move into movie after a short break.
It's a very good position to be in. Right at the halfway point.
Yeah, it doesn't guarantee you a move into the next spot. If you lost the next 3, you could still find yourself cut, but only needing to win 1 out of 3 to pretty much be guaranteed a spot in the finals is a real nice feeling.
Okay, while I'm doing this, let's hop into one of these other games. How about Basmalis versus Ratul?
I was just going to suggest it. Basmalis is playing a massive fellowship with allies on his phone. My goodness.
You bring Great Evil on Gandalf. Yeah, and just going straight up with all those elven allies. Doing work, it seems, although he's got a completely empty deck at this point. 11 cards in hand. I look at this and it doesn't even look like a regular game. This is...
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I've got to think that this is his first move. It's not one you see very often. Yeah. Oh, poor Sam. He exerted and lost the love of his life. Twilight Attea is one that we've seen quite a bit since the kind of the ally meta kicked off earlier this year. It's a card that I've always kind of discounted, but I'm really loving seeing how much it's played. Getting rid of Helpless with Secret Sentinels. One resistance becomes unbearable. Do we have a second? No. Taking the point of archery on Attea. Kea doesn't have his 5 burdens to spot. The Twilight version does not better based on 6 companions. Not that he's going to win that fight against Aragorn anyway. It's a very large Estelle.
Well, you say that, but Pale Crown could come into play.
That's true. It's true.
Characters skirmishing bear do not receive strength or damage bonuses from cards they bear, so it would wipe out both Ranger Sword and the Last Alliance bonuses, which I believe would just leave us at 8. But it doesn't go for it. Interesting. Of all the ones that you want to put it on, I feel like Pale Crown is pretty much custom built for this particular Anquea.
Yeah.
There's even Twilight left.
Yeah, them plus the Twilight Witch King. Yeah, Taya won their skirmish, putting a wound on Legolas. This fellowship is so big, though. Basmelis is almost certainly moving again here. I'm guessing Rutil is looking for a. Basmelis is stopping.
Might have been.
I wasn't expecting that. I mean, he had 11 cards in hand, so he got to just absolutely pick what he was going to be running here. He's running an Nazgul of some kind. Only 3 surviving Fellowship members on Rutil's end, and he would have to double if he wants to get the win right here.
And 6 companions in the dead pile, so these are all the 3 we're going to see. It's a pipe deck.
I do love that. Healing everybody up a little bit. Aragorn may be dead, maybe never came out, but Boromir can smoke his pipe just fine. It's one of the few ones that's not unique to a named companion as opposed to a culture.
The pipeweed deck, of course, if you're not familiar, you lay down a bunch of pipeweeds and then use the pipes to smoke them. The pipes having various effects. Aragorn's heals, Gandalf's removes burdens, Frodo's removes, or Gaffer's, I suppose, removes X, removes Twilight.
Frodo does have a dedicated pipe, but it heals X wounds off of a single companion with the Frodo Signet. So some pipe decks do tend to be very heavy on Frodo Signets. This one is not. Gaffer's pipe seems like a good choice to kind of sneak their way along the path here, though facing off against an Atei and a Witch King at Site 8 is maybe not sneaky enough.
Yeah, this is rough. Nobody can survive against the Witch King at the moment. I guess Gandalf's staff. He doesn't have enough vitality, though. Did not heal up Gandalf enough times.
He didn't heal Gandalf enough times.
Oh, so he's got to go with Boromir.
Yeah. Use Boromir twice, and he'll be okay there. And then Fierce Skirmish is still probably going to mean that Boromir dies. Though Gandalf might be dying here, too, in the Fierce Skirmish. Basmelis is throwing a blade tip down just to be sure.
He's got them. He's got enough of them to spare. He's
Yep. No reason not to at this point. There's not another site to drop them at.
Go ahead, Rutil. Go ahead and double. See what happens. That is a very lonely looking Frodo.
4 paths. Yep. That Frodo is not moving its way to Site 9, but Basmelis is going to. Yeah, exerting to make fierce. Ooh, getting replaced by Galadriel.
Turning it around for something that's not going to be nearly as helpful.
Yeah, that's big. Twilight Witch King, Twilight and Kea really benefit from being made fierce here. Though Rutil is dropping a lot of support stuff that he could have used earlier. Only 1 minion is disastrous. He still could be running Return to its Master play here.
Does he have Return to its Master?
But even if he does, Helpless is going to cause Sam to be able to take the ring.
No, I don't.
So I suppose unless he's running
two
Return.
Yeah, okay. He got rid of Helpless with the
right. Yeah, getting rid of Helpless there was huge.
Yeah, Helpless would have blocked all special abilities on
Sam.
him. Yeah, so that would have killed the response.
Doesn't look like he's playing Return to his Master anyway. Simply going through the fight. Oh, no, there it is.
Yeah, no, Rutil is known, I think, for this particular deck. But it's going to be too little too late, I think.
Unless he has a second. If he's got 2 in hand, he's fierce, even with Sam being the ring bearer, and he can do it again.
Well, no, because the ring bearer has to be wearing the 1 ring, and that was put on with Resistance Becomes Unbearable. So as soon as Sam picks up the ring, he won't have it on. And then...
That's right. Yeah, he needed Helpless there. That Secret Sentinels was a clutch play.
Yeah, that Secret Sentinels won the game for Basmelis. If it had been that, then it wouldn't have mattered how many companions were on the table, because this particular deck is custom built to snipe all the way to the ring bearer, and it almost worked. That's the card that he needed right there. Oops.
Yep.
Okay, well, so that is a win for Basmelis, our reigning world champion. So let's update those scores. Let's see where we're at. Let's see. So Sithora appears to have won their game. Need to rerun this and see what the results are. Taliel won her game, meaning that this Chadwick versus Beto is the last game of this round.
Like Beto is already at Site 9, and Chadwick has dropped a small swarm. Only Frodo and Sam.
Keep a Isengard
trying
coming out to
survive
make
it.
all these guys fierce. I think. Oh, so it looks like this is the fierce skirmishes. So we've already seen. So whatever came before this resulted in Aragorn getting overwhelmed. So Aragorn must. So they had Ranger of the North, so he took them all on by himself.
Yep.
Savagery to match their numbers with the Saruman's ambition will be enough to overwhelm Frodo. And depending on whether or not Beto has anything in hand, does he have literally anything?
Yeah, if there's nothing there, both these companions die, but
A path
Hobbit
would keep them
intuition would
out.
go a long way.
Hobbit intuition, Hobbit stealth, it almost doesn't matter. Just if there is something, some sort of event.
Yeah, 7 cards. Looks like none of them were the ones he needed.
Ring gets chipped over to
Sam
Sam,
will
but
take
because
the
he had to take on 2 Uruks, strength 18. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Frodo
Wow.
and Sam knocked out right at the very end.
Didn't see the lead up, but what an amazing finish.
Okay, well, so that was a win for Chadwick. Okay, so we are going to have the players take a 10-minute break, and then once that is over, we will be moving over to PC Movie.
Oh, looks like you're typing in. I'll let you do it.
Okay, I'm going to go take a quick bio break myself, and then I'll be right back, and then we will get these tables set up and ready to go at 14:30 will be when we kick off the next round.
All right, phenomenal. Yeah, we got 3 more rounds of Swiss after this. We're moving over to the movie decks. Get to see the other side of what everybody's brought today. And at the end of that, we will be taking a lunch or dinner break, depending on your time zone. It started at 12 UTC, which was quite early for those of us in the Americas, but will end a little on the late side for our players in Europe. So having that break will let everybody get some food and refreshment. And the top 8 will come back afterwards. I do see that there's some chatter in GIMP chat talking about what if we'd broken this into 2 days. We had done that in previous years with a much larger first Swiss bit. That was 32 players instead of 16. And this year we were trying to carve it down to fit all into a single day. I think that at this point it is too late to try to change that. But we'll see how it goes. We reserve the right to get better year after year. And if it looks like we should have done 2, we'll look at that for next year. Welcome back.
Caught me before I knew I was back myself.
I heard a mic move or maybe a chair or something.
Yeah.
Just talking through what the plan was for the rest of this, the rest of the day. Big one. We've done this a little bit different every year. I was commenting that there's some couple of players talking about what if we'd done 2 days this year, even with the smaller crew. And while I don't think that's going to happen today. It might be something we consider for next year if it turns out the day is quite long.
So last year, what we did was we had the big day with 10 rounds of Swiss, but that was a field
Yeah.
of 32 players, and then the next weekend, that was when we did the cutoff for the top 8, and so they had a full double elimination setup.
Yeah, the year before that, I don't know if it was exactly the same, but it was also 32 players and then top 8 on a separate day.
And that goes all the way back to
Yeah.
Decipher as well. They did a 3-day World Championship event. The first day would be the last chance qualifiers, for people to get a chance if they had not yet qualified through other means to get their last shot. And then day 2 would be the big Swiss event, narrowing it down to the top 8 players, and then day 3 would be the top 8 knockout tournament.
Yeah, I never made it to those events back in the early days.
Me neither. All that information is something that I had to glean from looking at old tournament reports and stuff
Yeah,
that
fair,
Decipher themselves put on the website.
it's the kind of thing I would have loved to do, but I was in high school and they were more than 1,000 miles away, so that trip just wasn't happening on some random weekend.
Well, I mean, I seem to recall that if you qualified through the regional system, then you would actually have your plane tickets paid for by Decipher.
I
So
don't remember that being the case. I did qualify one year, and I know I couldn't go because I was like 15 and my parents weren't going to let me. But I don't remember having a flight covered. But
I remember reading
maybe it
about it
didn't
because it
matter.
was something. Now, I obviously I must have the details mixed up, but there was something about some of them getting paid because that was one of the deals of trying to figure out how to service an international audience. How do you
Oh, interesting.
get people from the EU over here?
I wonder
So
if maybe it was different year to year.
yeah, no doubt they definitely went all out on that first year. In fact, here I can pull it up on the wiki. We have some of the historical stuff preserved here. That very first year, they had a car that was that was handed
If I
out to
remember
people.
correctly, he won two different cars that year from two
Yes,
different
he
card
did. Two
games.
different Decipher events, or Decipher events. Maybe the other one was a different event. But yeah, he ended up just selling both of them because what are you going to do with a with a car that's branded with Lord of the Rings? Like, but yeah, so they had a day 1, day 2, day 3 set up. So they
So
actually did a
not
top 16 cutoff for day 3, but um, and they would also do best of 3, whereas we have moved to instead doing a double elimination rather than best of 3 because best of 3 takes forever. I don't remember if it was
especially
this
with no
first.
time limit that they've got marked there.
Yeah. So I don't remember if it was this one or if it was the year after, but it might have been the 2003 one where they ended up playing until 1 or 2 a.m., having started early in the morning, because just best of 3 takes forever. It's
Well,
enormous.
and if I remember correctly, it would have been, I want to say 2003. I forget the player's name, but kind of the first time Moria Navy had ever hit the table was in those, competitive event was in those untime limited ones, and they were just taking forever. There were some players complaining just about how long they were taking to play through their turns.
I believe it.
I think that was Tower's Block. That's when Moria Navy became possible, right? Or was it moving and I'm just mistaken? Could have been 2004.
Navy is referring to Corsairs, and Corsairs came out of King Block, so it must have been.
All right, then it must have been 2004.
Yeah. What time did I say in chat? I can't move over without losing all my progress here.
Yep, it was 10:15 Eastern, so 3 more minutes before we kick off.
Scardo versus Sidora. Tomas versus Edelin.
Being asked for what the current results are.
Oh, shoot.
Put that on screen in just a moment.
Yeah,
but go ahead and finish the matchups.
Yeah, can't move away from this. Let's see. Tomas versus Edelin.
But a great question in chat there.
Yeah, I should have posted that before taking the break. That's
somebody asking about 7th Sea Corsairs, and I don't quite know what that means, but we were talking about Corsairs as a sub-faction from the Raider culture in movie block for Lord of the Rings.
One of Peter Jackson's cameos. He plays the Corsair that Legolas nails with an arrow after Gimli messes up his shot. Though that might be in the extended edition only.
Does anybody watch the others anymore?
I've actually seen a good amount of argument that the theatrical releases make for a better sit-down experience because obviously they don't take as long, but they're also better paced. If you're here for all the little odds and ends, then obviously the expanded editions are the better ones. But okay, Balrog versus Stefan 77, Stali versus Bosmelis, Branko versus Chadwick, M. Scarpado versus Sith Dora, Tomas versus Edelin, Wingfoot versus Rutil, Skilled versus Beto, and Taliel versus Mostref. Okay, so now I probably could have done this a moment ago, but let's get the standings. Get that into Discord. Balrog and Stefan both going undefeated.
Good place to be at this point in the event.
Yeah.
And two players who we've seen regularly over the years, over the qualifiers, but I don't think either of them have ever made to the top 8. That's exciting to see some new people pushing their way through.
Yeah, this is an exciting opportunity for both of them, I think. So what are we looking at? Are we at time for us to begin?
We are. We are at time right now.
Check the last table. Oh, you know what? Good catch. Let me double check my... Yeah, that would have been embarrassing. Brackets. 3, round 4, Taliel versus Mostref. Taliel versus Mostref. How did that happen?
Oh, did we put the same person in twice?
Yeah, I forgot to. I think I messed that up. Let's double check these just to make sure. Balrog versus Stefan.
Yep.
Destali versus Bosmelis. Arbrenko versus Chadwick. M. Scarpado versus Sith Dora. Tomas versus Edelin. Wingfoot 81 versus Rutil. Skilled versus Beto. And Taliel versus Mostref. Alright. Very good. And you said we're at time?
Just a note on players there in their response to the extra information. Apparently it's Shield.
It is Shield?
Is how name is for Shield Skeffing. I'm going to pronounce that wrong. Says the legendary king, but I am unfamiliar with that legend.
Oh, I thought it was a pun on skilled. I had no idea that it was so this is like Czech or something?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I for the longest time thought it was Sky ID. Well, lots of ways of pronouncing some of these, but Shield is what they put in for the pronunciation guide.
So I think I said at 14:30 we were going to start. Are we at 14:25 right now, or are we at 14:30?
14. We're at 14:26.
Okay.
Oh, you did say 14:30.
Yeah. So
you said 10-minute break, but you then listed a time that was 15 minutes in the future.
Oh, you know what? You're right. All right. Well, that's me. Not.
It's that kind of day. It is all right.
Mm-hmm.
So if we've got an extra 3 minutes before we start, I'm gonna step out for just one moment. I should be back before the games kick off.
All right. Yeah, I was looking at the time, being like, "Hang on, that doesn't make any sense to me." But that's because I put the wrong time down. But it's all good. Oh, let's check Twitch chat. Has anyone said anything over there?
We got some good luck coming through.
Yep, the Renegade saying good
earlier
luck.
Comments from here. I love seeing now. Of course, there's no guarantee that the names in Twitch are going to match their names in GIMP, but I don't recognize most of these names, so I like to think that we've maybe got some people checking it out that are learning about the game for the first time. You know,
yep, I did post about it in a few more places than I normally do, so
very exciting.
Probably should have been putting out announcements a month ago, but what can you do?
You know, sometimes life gets the better of you, and this is an all-volunteer effort.
Yep. How can we see the current standings, Kyle? I have posted them in Discord. In fact, I can pull that up again real quick. Just to show them. So Balrog69 and Stefan77 are both going undefeated. Destali, Arbranco, M. Scarpado, Best Mellison, Chadwick, and Sethora are all 2-1, and everyone else below that point is 1-2 or 0-3. So I think Balrog and Stefan have a very good shot here. Now Best Melis is going to be, because he's being paired up against Destali here, so in spite of the fact that he's dropped a game, he's still... Or, no, never mind, I'm sorry, I misread. So Balrog and Stefan77 are going to fight each other as the last two undefeated individuals, and then all the rest of these 2-1s are going to go up against one another. And I think that puts us at time, yeah? All right, let's get...
I think it does.
Let's get this party started.
Yep, 14:30 right now.
All right, it's the right format. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this Balrog versus Stefan game, since that's the undefeated one here at the top. Now, PC Movie, for those of you who are unaware, involves sets 1 through 10, as well as both the PC's VSet 1 and VSet 2, and it also utilizes a system referred to as multipath. So each of the blocks, Fellowship, Towers, and King, have their own individual site paths, but because of a historical accident, Movie block tended to be played only in the King block. So one of the changes that we made to the PC Movie is that you start out with a map card on the table. So we can see here Balrog is starting with a Path of the Fellowship, and Stefan is starting with a Road to the Towers, and this will define what sites you bring to the table. So Balrog will be playing with the Fellowship block sites, and Stefan will be playing with the Towers block sites. They will still be interleaved with one another, so there's going to be a bit of teleporting around across Middle-earth, but at least each one will be able to pick a site path that matches the particulars of their chosen strategy. So here we go.
There's a surprisingly diverse set of maps that are used in these events.
There have been. Fellowship has a lot of very powerful sites. King is powerful, but kind of boring. And then Towers has some very specific sites that can really benefit individual strategies, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah, when the maps first came out, I thought we were going to see a big shift to just Fellowship, you know, with some King block there. But the last couple of movie tournaments have been almost evenly distributed between all three.
Out of all the changes we've done, I think that's one that has been wildly successful, and it has not needed to be tweaked.
Yes, I think that is true.
So we have Stefan bidding the most at 4, but then choosing to go first. Balrog bid 3, and it seems to be playing down Rohan. So we have ourselves a Valiant Rohan, probably, it looks like. Well, we have Valiant Rohan on both sides. Valiant is one of the big focuses of V2. The Valiant keyword was included by Decipher, but it's kind of muddy as far as its definition goes, so we added in a lot of cards, including both of these. This Aragorn, Last Hope of Man, comes in as Valiant, as well as Theoden, Last of his House, and he has Strength +1 for each other Valiant companion assigned to a skirmish. So we started out with a
really interesting Swarm Fighter.
Do what?
I said makes him a very interesting Swarm Fighter. He gets very big when there's a lot of small minions on the field, which is an interesting spot to be, because sometimes you have one big guy and a bunch of little ones, and he's great. And sometimes you got a lot of 5 and 6 strength, and he's 12 for no real reason.
Right.
It's a nice Nice kind of can be really clutch, but can also be worth sacrificing later in the game. Doesn't necessarily always fill the same niche match to match, which I think is really cool. We've got some initiative trackers coming out, along with a host of Moria, though no cards in discard for him to fetch yet.
Frodo being killed off right at the very beginning. Now, this is a meta that has arisen over the last few months. Resolute Halfling's ability, if you have initiative, discard a card from hand to heal Sam, has proven to be extremely potent. This is actually not a PC card, but it's something that people have discovered.
Yeah, I believe this was run in last year's World Championships. I think Best Malice ran Resolute Halfling.
It well might have been, and that could have been where it first arose. Best Malice identifying it as a power card.
It would not be the first time that he set the standard for certain meta pieces.
Yep, absolutely. He's the one that really pushed for the 3-tracker Sight 9, even splashing it into his Moria deck. That was something that I don't think had really been done much before. And then we have Aragorn also coming, the Valiant Aragorn coming down on Balrog's side, and then she plays and the Red Dawn, which is a card that is going to allow her to discard her hand and then get effects, healing for every Free People's card she discards, and exerting a minion for each shadow card that she discards. So a big bombastic ability, but requiring you to ditch your entire hand, which, you know, it's not nothing.
Oh, it's certainly not. Got to save that for the right moment and have the right distribution of Fellowship and Shadow cards as well.
So third Marshal of Vertimark being a very famous skirmisher. He's strength +2 for each wound on each minion he is skirmishing. And then his horse, of course, is going to make it so that at the start of each skirmish involving bear, each minion skirmishing must exert, meaning that you start out with that +2 pretty much guaranteed. And then Eomer's Spear, if Bear is Eomer and he's mounted, he's damage +2. So between those two things, he's going to be an absolute monster strength-wise and with that damage +2. Okay, so we have the flood insurance being used here. While you can spot 18 Twilight tokens in Region 1, this card can be played from your draw deck. So Balrog flooded the Twilight a little bit, got a whole lot of Twilight right here on the very first site. And so one of the things that V2 introduced was a series of cards that can punish that. So Ritual Oath of Enmity is one that plays to your support area out of your draw deck if there are enough Twilight. And they are going to be able to use this later on to take control of 2 sites, boom, immediately with no counter. And
Dunlin here to take one right off the bat here as well.
Now, Freka, of course, if you kill Freka, then the Free Peoples liberates the site, so this is not guaranteed to stay on the board, but yeah, definitely a good start if the Shadow side can hold on to it. The other card down here, Royal Guard. This is another V2 edition. This is here intended to make it so that Rohan has some way of interacting with the Ring Bearer, which is one of their big weaknesses. So this particular ally can add his strength to a skirmishing Hobbit. It does not specify whether or not that Hobbit is the Ring Bearer or not, but given that there are not really many Ring Bearer options that are non-Hobbits that work with Rohan, well, that's what that's here for. So Hillman Horde is one of those options that shows off why Dunlin likes to control sites. You can see that site is moved from the adventure path into the support area. While you control 2 sites, you skip the archery phase. While you control 3 sites, each of your Dunlin men is fierce. While you control 4 sites, each of your Dunlin men is damage +1. So basically being able to guarantee that they are going to get 2 sites controlled later on when that Ritual Oath pops off, well, Balrog could be in trouble.
Yeah, Theoden Tall and Proud is designed to be sacrificed. When killed, you get to play a companion from your discard pile or your draw deck. We're likely to see a Rohirrim army here.
Yep, and there
which
it is.
Will get rid of. Yep, there we go. Which might get rid of Freka or might get rid of the Horde. Looks like the Horde is the target.
You didn't want to do it against Freka because Freka, you want Freka to be killed, not discarded, so that his own text liberates a site. So, is he fierce? He may not be fierce.
Yeah, he's not
there
fierce.
He goes, War Club. Each time he wins a skirmish, he may discard 2 Free People's possessions, and so all of those things on Eomer getting knocked off, his horse, his spear, he's now neutered quite a bit. But Balrog choosing to move on anyway to Westmont Plains.
Yeah, so Freka is one of those cards that only really has their big effect when they hit the table. And so double moving with Freka already on the table, not that you'd be able to take control of another site right now anyway. Stefan is still on site too. But it's a lot easier to feel safe to double against. against him than some of the other options out there.
Fair observation.
Nothing else played with that 11 Twilight, though. Dunlin not being roaming at Site 3 is got to hurt. That is unfortunate for Stefan.
The Renegade says that Éomer is so good. My personal favorite card in the game. Yeah, Timur is huge.
Oh, Aragorn exerting himself out to try to win this fight, only for Burn Every Village to come down and put Freka at 15.
Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, kicking
saving him, but not liberating the site. Sitting at the Sanctuary, that will still be okay for Balrog.
Since we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all those wounds are going to go away, but it was, well, could have been dangerous.
Certainly could have been.
So Balrog with a strong start here, running all the way to Site 3, fighting our way through a bunch of resources. Not great with the flooding, and the flood insurance kicking in with that Ritual Oath on the table. That will come back to bite her later, I'm sure, but for the moment at least, things are looking good.
The inability to liberate by killing Freka is going to be something that's constantly behind her. But it's not the only chance. I believe Rohan does have some site liberation if it's made it into this deck.
They do. So Stefan's own copy of Third Marshal coming out with his spear. Thundering Host. Discard this condition to make a mounted Rohan man strength +3 and heal them if out of plains. Plain sights being much more common on the Towers block path.
We do have a couple of mounts, but only Éowyn can be boosted by Thundering Host at the moment. Has to be Rohirrim man, so Aragorn on Brago doesn't matter, but there's Firefoot.
Yeah, Symbol of Mine being used to pull Firefoot from the deck. So Éomer is going to be Defender +1 and Damage +2 with his spear. The horse is going to make each minion exert, and so that's really what makes Éomer an absolute monster. You stick 2 minions against him, both of them get exerted. That's +4 strength going to Éomer. He can hold on. He can use that to absolutely slaughter someone who's wounded, or he can use it to defend against 2 very powerful minions without dying, which is quite the accomplishment many times.
Yeah, extremely powerful fighter, and only requires the 2 items. You could put an armor on there if you weren't afraid of Grima, but in a world where tanks became less and less relevant through Towers block, I think Éomer really stood up compared to the rest.
Grima's day will come. I am looking forward to it. We have plans of errata for that Grima to make it so that he's not going to be much of a problem. To those who don't know, Grima spots 3 people's cards attached to someone else. So like these 2 right now are attached. If he spots 3, then he can take all those cards and stick them back in your hand, which is an extremely potent anti-tank feature. We saw in Fellowship block a lot of people walking around with big Aragorns and big Arwyns and such, with lots of cards attached to them. That is not viable in movie or it's a risk in movie because Grima could come in and absolutely ruin your day.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a little bit of Twitch chat around the Éomer setup going on right now, saying Éomer is their absolute favorite card. When he's got a horse and a stick, he's just unstoppable. And yeah, that's kind of the whole shtick here with Éomer.
Renegade also says, watching these world matches makes me wish I was better at the game, but it's cool to watch people who really get the game. Well, that's why we do this. This is also a really good inroad to, well, learning better play. After the World Championship has concluded, we will be posting all of the individual replays and deck lists from all the people here, so you will be able to go and watch all of the viewpoints as well. You'll be able to see in those replays what people's hands were, and I think that this is one of the greatest learning resources you can possibly have, being able to see the champions play from their perspective and see what sorts of decisions they had and what information was available to them. It makes it really, really good for trying to really hone your own play.
Yeah, if they're not aware already, it's worth noting as well that you can play on GEMP for free with the full card catalog. Be able to get your practice in and become a better and better player. And we host regular events, both tournaments like this throughout the year, as well as various sealed and constructed leagues that you can get a little bit more kind of high-level practice in, as opposed to regular play where you might get somebody who's just kind of practicing a new deck. But we are here, and you are welcome to play as often as you would like. Both the links for the Discord, as well as for GEMP are. Oh no, GEMP's not posted in there. But as well as for the PC website are posted in this chat already.
Here, I'll post the links because I think yours gets automatically filtered.
Oh, does it? We've got quite a long wait here in this Stefan
Balrog
Belrog
is
game. It's giving us a
really
chance
deliberating over something. I'm not sure. I hope they haven't disconnected or something. The 14 Twilight on site 3. There are some choices, and we haven't actually seen what her shadow is yet, so we don't even know. Oh no, we have seen the Moria.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, kind of a mixed shadow. We're not quite sure what it's going to end up being. Definitely Belrog's part of this. Belrog played by Belrog. But this is quite the long wait for her.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrying. She does have 10 minutes to burn through on a single decision, but that's quite a bit of her clock to be running down right at the very beginning.
Yeah, they're not posting in chat anywhere. And
now, if they had disconnected, of course, they wouldn't. Let me just go check on Distali because they are.
I was just doing the same.
Distali does not seem to be pausing. He's got 16 seconds on his clock as opposed to. Oh, here we go.
Oh, all right.
So, captured by the ring coming out, we have Fill with Fear. Well, you can spot the Balrog, skip the archery phase, and exert the Balrog to discard a ranged weapon. Old Villain coming out. One threat now on the table. Threats being one of the major changes, one of the new mechanics that were introduced for King Block. Whenever a companion or ally is killed, any threats that are allocated must be assigned as wounds to whoever's on the table. So this really really kind of makes it so that you don't want to just throw out a million companions, because the more you do, the more of a risk you take in having too many threats that could overwhelm you.
Belrog apologizing. She had to step away. That was not a long deliberation. Hopefully she's able to play quickly enough through the rest of this game to make up that time loss.
9 minutes, 30 seconds on her clock. It's a bit tight.
Now, she's still in a great position overall. Only needs one victory to be pretty well assured a chance to move on to the top 8, but certainly not ideal circumstances. And one of the side effects, I think, of us playing all of this online from our homes is that you never know what's going to go on. We're not all just sitting in an event hall where we're less likely to be bothered by.
So, Balrog playing the Balrog.
Love it.
The V2, Lieutenant of Morgoth. Each time a minion takes a wound, you may remove one to add a threat, and then each time the Freedomless player uses a skirmish special ability during a skirmish involving the Balrog, you may wound a companion in a skirmishing. Makes it very, very difficult to actually pump yourself up to a point where you can take him on, which is, really what he's here for, is to be an absolute menace when it comes to being skirmished. And Balrog and a few others go for a deck that really pumps them up. So in this case, we see the Whip of Many Thongs. I'm sure the Balrog sword is in the deck here somewhere. We have Dark Places coming out, making unique Moria minion strength +1. We have Relics of Moria that can be used to play Possessions, which actually doesn't help Whip.
Doesn't help you with either of the Balrog's items, but it could grab a Goblin Spear in a pinch.
That's true. Goblin Spear can be played on the Balrog.
The Whip of Many Throngs and Filled with Fear, great at discarding pesky items that can cause the Balrog some problems. Fortunately or unfortunately for Balrog here, none of them are on the table. There's no ranged weapons, shields, helms, or armor. But Balrog is going to start here quite strong.
So here we see that combo with Firefoot causing
overwhelmed.
Firefoot causing the exertion, which pushes him up to the point where he doesn't get overwhelmed, because that would have, without that ability, he'd be in trouble.
But it's unlikely that there's going to be a +9 coming from Eomer here. And can't keep doing it. Oh, Balrog is damage +1, is going to be able to deal out a lot of wounds that way.
On any minion smaller than the Balrog, it would make sense to have Éomer go a second time, because then he will exert a second time from Firefoot, making the bonus even better. But here, that would just result in throwing away the strongest companion. So at this point, I think Stefan might be stuck in a position of needing to decide who to sacrifice. Frodo's already been thrown out, and to be honest, I wonder if Frodo should have held on a little bit longer for just this sort of situation. But,
yeah, multiple exertions. No, the Balrog's ability to, when a skirmish's special ability is used to wound the companion, means that Aragorn can't save anyone here either.
Nope.
Oh, looks like it's going to be Éowyn. She does have the ability. Oh, a sword coming out.
You may play this possession, and then when you play this possession, so neither of those are special abilities.
Yeah.
You may wound a minion. Éowyn is skirmishing. The, what was this? Thundering Host being used to make her strength +3.
Yeah. Which will kick off the Balrog's ability, but Éowyn can save herself. She'll take 1 wound and then discard a couple from hand to prevent the second. Wounds are placed 1 at a time.
So and it does specify skirmish special ability, so a response will not trigger the response.
Right. So successfully, I expect here. We'll see how she actually plays it out, but keeping her fellowship alive, but maybe not whole.
Yep, I think threaded that needle. One of the weaknesses of the Balrog-focused deck here is that there are no real events that can help out the Balrog. There's Final Cry, I suppose, but there's already so many other moving pieces that it's very difficult to fit in.
Yeah, Final Cry potentially a very good response here, but I don't think there's a single way in the game to boost the Balrog's strength during the skirmish phase.
Nope. There are those static setups here with the dark places, but that's pretty much it. Between those and the weapons, that's all you got. Now, we say all you got, like it doesn't pump them all the way up to 21 strength, but still.
Right. It is still quite the monster of the play.
So the errated Sam Faithful Companion coming out, he can exert to take a Shire item in the hand from your draw deck once per turn. We have a horse coming back out on Éomer and the discount stick. He doesn't have his own spear, but he has a regular javelin.
When you're facing off against Dunlin, you very rarely need an additional damage plus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but it is the javelin, not the regular spear.
Right. Each time you lose initiative, you may liberate a site. So initiative refers to how many cards you have in hand. So by default, the Free People's player has initiative, and if they ever go down below 4 cards in hand, then they lose initiative. And so that's what happened here. So we have a liberation that came into play, but then Freka, showing his ugly face again, coming back and bringing the site back onto the table. And then we have the Dunlending Elder, and the Elder is really one of the big reasons why you have to be careful, because while you control 2 sites, this minion is strength +5, fierce, and damage +1, and he only costs 2. So having several Elders here, you can see his strength 12, fierce, and damage +1. That is very devastating. The Ritual Oath being used to pull 2 support cards here now, so we now have 3 controlled sites. Let's see, we have
over the Eisen itself being used to play out some war clubs from the discard pile.
Deep in Thought being used to get over the Eisen. We have Hides.
Hides is a possession.
Mm-hmm. When you play this, so if a Dunlin man is about to take a wound, you could remove 2 Twilight, and there's still 15 on the table, or discard this possession to prevent that wound. So basically, if you were hoping to kill off Freka, you may as well give up, is what that says.
With 15 Twilight on the table, yeah.
And already, all the sites that are possible to control are already controlled. So Wolf's game text here doesn't really come into play. But these 2 war clubs are going to be really obnoxious to take care of. They only tackle possessions, not artifacts. So Anduril, that is here on Aragorn, is not going to be affected. But Éomer, as soon as somebody loses a skirmish, Éomer is going to lose both of his toys yet again.
Yeah, Sting is also a possession, not an artifact. So we may see that discarded for... assuming they both win.
So Aragorn exerting twice, that could mean Well, Anduril gives him just enough vitality that he won't die outright to the Elder. And Eomer is not damage +2. This is one of the situations where the damage +2 might matter if you start burning through the Twilight to make sure that hides cannot be used indefinitely. But
that is still a lot of Twilight to burn through if we're looking for potential double or trying to get Freck off the table.
That'd be 6 Twilight. It's not nothing, but...
Yeah, hides being used to keep Wolf from leaving the game. Don't expect a double here, but keeping all of these guys on the table really kind of encourages that them to stop.
Now this is a risk.
Oh. Well,
so Aragorn's going to exert twice. He's going to get hit either way. But if there's an event, I was about to say, that should not have been done. He should have taken his lumps. That's going to be a dead Aragorn.
Well, Eowyn can save him.
Okay, fair. Yeah. Has to do it twice, and now Eowyn is tapped out, and she's not going to be able to help anybody else.
That was certainly risky. That was 2 wounds more than Aragorn needed to take there. Freka beating Gandalf to probably get rid of Eomer's toys.
Or perhaps, I was going to say one of each, Sting and the Spear. So now Eomer is at a point where, well, he's actually not too far away from possibly being overwhelmed if there's another event in hand.
Yeah, Stefan's definitely running more heavily on events than you often see with Dunland.
Then again, we've only seen 2 played. But,
well,
oh no, 3, never mind.
3 in the discard, yeah.
So Sam getting sacrificed. Apparently, so we didn't see which card Sam pulled into hand, I don't think.
Was it not Sting?
No, I believe Sting was already in the hand and got played before Sam did. Now, maybe I'm misremembering, but...
Yeah, sometimes these go a little bit fast, and it's hard to catch all of those. No, it was Sting. Yeah, exert Sam, put Sting into from deck into.
Well, never mind then. So Sam effectively did nothing. Dunlanding's really ripping their way through. Now, Balrog has to be careful. She's only got 5 minutes on her clock.
Yeah, that need to play fast is going to potentially encourage some mistakes here. Whether or not that's what happened with Aragorn, hard to say. Can also be a little bit of a mental chore to shift when we go from Fellowship games to movie games.
The meta is different. The sort of things you have to worry about are different. The surprises that might be involved are different.
Forget that threats are a thing for the first half of sites, lose track of what you might be seeing. And just switching up a deck, even if you're not playing in a tournament setting, if you play the same, 3 times in a row on a regular day and then switch decks, it can be hard to remember exactly how the new one works because you've got the old one in head.
So the Bridge of Khazad-dûm from the Fellowship's block path, proving one of the reasons why it gets used here. Being able to pull out the Balrog, a version of the Balrog that does not discard automatically upon leaving the underground.
Yeah, ups the double, or can stop the double a lot more effectively than the regular Balrog in Fellowship block does. The Darkness Grew. It's an interesting card that we don't see very often played. This is from V1. Stack an item from hand here during the Shadow phase and spot the Balrog to take a Moria card stacked here into hand. Maybe the only way to start stockpiling up on Balrog's artifacts.
It's definitely a way to avoid getting clogged if you're doing the big Balrog play. And we have seen the whip already, so we may see a whip and a sword go on here later.
Yeah, no equipment on the Balrog at the moment. 8 Twilight still on the field. No obvious uses for it in play, but Balrog working here to take out Theoden.
Thundering Host being used, which allows the Balrog to reach out and smack him. Peregrim giving him that additional vitality. But
he can survive the one fight. We're down to looking like somebody's likely to die, but we did say that last time the Balrog was on the field, and Stefan pulled it off, so interested to see if there's any more tricks.
If there are, they've got to be in the hand. If Aragorn is used at any point, that's a wound from the Balrog.
Yeah. Can this Aragorn boost himself, or is he another Valiant Companion? I don't recall.
He can, actually. That
So,
may be something.
so he could boost himself here to a 10 and exhaust from that fight. When everything you're facing is damage +1, being at 2 vitality or 1 vitality remaining doesn't make a huge difference. But his ability to exert himself would go away. Though, like you said, the Balrog can smack you when he does it, so...
Yeah, so it's effectively exerting twice, and then I think if you do it... Yeah, so with only 4 vitality, if he uses this ability, that's going to be 2 wounds and then 2 from the loss. So, yeah, you can't actually get anything from that. So I think Eowyn here is being sacrificed.
Looks like. Yeah, not enough cards in hand to keep her alive, even if you boosted her up to avoid the overwhelm. Certainly imagine that that's a stop.
Absolutely. That's a Balrog you don't want to have chasing you on your tail.
Well, Éomer's got his 3rd horse, and Frodo's got his 2nd sting.
And it's a different sting, too, interestingly.
Yeah.
So he brought both. Ready to fall,
ready
coming
for
out.
anything.
Oh, this may be the beginning of the end. Spot 2 sites you control and remove 2 Twilight to play a Dunland man from your discard pile.
We're going to see a lot of Elders cycling back onto this table.
No Retreat also coming out. Plays on a site you control. Spot 2 Dunland men and discard this condition to make the Free People's player choose to move again this turn if the move limit allows. So we may see a slaughter followed by a second slaughter here. That's...
Yeah, Balrog may be forced to go through here. I don't think there's another Dunland Elder for Stefan to grab, though.
That may be
this
the only saving grace.
Really revolves around them, and if you haven't drawn them yet, there's not quite as much you can do.
Now, there is this Hillman Horde, though, that can be pulled out. There's already 4 sites on the table, so each of your Dunland men is fiercely damage +1, and that damage +1 will stack with the Elders. Didn't go for it, though.
Left that deep in thought, getting rid of
all those conditions. Deep in thought, definitely. Okay, and the Red Dawn being used. Unfortunately, this is one situation where it's not as effective because Red Dawn only exerts and not wounds. It's almost but not quite entirely useless against Dunland, who walk around with 1 vitality.
Yeah, it did allow for a little bit of healing, which could make a big difference here. The Red Dawn does have 2 effects there, even though it's usually those exertions that we see it primarily played for.
Both are definitely useful, but both are being pushed to their limit at the moment.
Aragorn winning against Freka, but hides keeping him alive, not liberating the site. Gandalf likely to lose here, and the Elder is the only fierce one at the moment.
Where did the site liberation come from? There were 4 sites here.
Played Let Us Be Swift.
Ah.
Oh, no, discarded Let Us Be Swift.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from. Balrog takes the ballsy move to move. No, does not move again. Uses Andariel's ability to play the site 6. So she knows for a fact that when she does move, it's going to be one that prevents a swarm. Yeah, a double would have been really devastating, I think, but simply setting up for next turn is just fine.
Yeah, getting some armor on Éomer, which is Aragorn.
And Aragorn. Now this is what he needs. Bear takes no more than 1 wound during each skirmish phase. Now the way that this interacts with Balrog is with the Lieutenant of Morgoth is that if the Balrog triggers and wounds somebody, reaches out and uses his ability, then the damage +1 and the regular skirmish wound is going to be completely absorbed. So,
Many Throngs is definitely in this deck, though, and if it comes back through, can remove the armor.
That is true.
Host of Moria fetching us a runner. another The Darkness Grew dropped into play. Not sure that runner was doing a whole lot more than adding some Twilight back, but
If there's no other good options, you may as well play something.
it doesn't hurt, yeah.
And I don't think that this deck is very minion heavy, so there's not a whole lot of options. I think Host is really there to recycle things that get lost.
Yeah, the Host, does it play or does it draw into hand? Play a card.
Plays.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Symbol of Mine being used to pull the original Urkenbrand. When you play Urkenbrand, you may discard a Shadow Possession, so being used to get rid of a Hides, which his opponent then has a third copy, throws it down anyway. Over the Eisen, back again. Oh, no, different one. Spot a site you control and remove 2 to assign a Dunland man to an unbanned companion. So here's where things really start to get dicey. Here's the second copy of Hillman Horde coming out. We have 4 sites controlled once again. Everyone is fierce and damage +1.
Getting rid of Hides with arrow slits, but still leaving 1 on the table. Over the Eisen being used to put
Hillman Horde wherever he wants.
Yeah. There's a few good options here.
Take out Gandalf, take out Eomer. Yeah.
Yeah, putting Freka against Éomer.
Freka on Eomer. I guess all of the other options for Hillman Horde are useful. So,
using it both times. Putting Hillman Horde against Éowyn, forcing that overwhelm.
How did he do that? There wasn't enough Twilight for that. There was only 3.
There was 5 when.
Was there not?
It was 3 after he triggered it. He paid the 2 and then took a moment.
I see.
Choose who was going where. The 2 Twilight were spent right away.
So that's devastating. Brother and sister Éomer and Éowyn slaughtered on the same turn.
Right there in Lothlorien. Elves doing nothing about it.
Okay, we have the Royal Guard coming in, keeping Frodo just barely above the overwhelmed threshold, and then his additional vitality, absorbing those wounds just fine.
Oh, how did Freka become fierce?
It's from the Hillman Horde. Like, it's bought for 3 sites. Everyone is fierce.
Oh, they're all fierce, not just him.
Yeah, I think that Ritual Oath really lets that be a thing at all. Because it would have taken a long time to get up to 4.
Dunland as a real bomb with the Elders has been around for a long time with mixed success, but that Horde is what I'm not used to seeing, probably because 4 is very hard to accomplish.
Question in chat from the Renegade. I'm having a harder time seeing the cards since I'm on mobile at the moment, but which Balrog was that? That was the Balrog Lieutenant of Morgoth, which is from set V2. So that is a PC card. Most of the Balrog options that are available for movie are rather lackluster. The ones from Fellowship block self-discard if you're not underground, and the ones from Towers block are kind of neutered. Makes them not very usable at a high level. So here we have that Lieutenant Morgoth
interesting
coming
options
back.
from Towers. The damage +2 can't be assigned to small people. I think is really potentially powerful, but you can't build a deck around it because it can't fight Frodo.
Yep, exactly, and that's the thing. He's got that big giant hole in his offense that makes it so that someone who knows what they're doing can really dance around you.
Yeah, Balrog does have his sword, strength 21, fierce damage +2. A lot of characters can survive a damage +2 on the field right now, but none of them will currently be able to survive the overwhelm.
Well, can they? We have Valley of the Anduin here. At the start of each skirmish phase, wound each unwounded character in that skirmish.
Oh, that's true, but Éomer does have armor. So does Aragorn, for that matter. That's going to make a huge difference here. Valley of Anduin is wounding at the beginning of the skirmish, which I do believe is during the skirmish phase. That's the only wound Aragorn can take. Unless armor is discarded. And the Balrog's got his sword, not his whip.
A couple of cards are cycled away by Balrog, but not actually to win the skirmish, but just to get them out of her hand. And Éomer walking away with just 1 wound. Now,
Balrog's own sight.
Now we're at the point where with 3 wounds on a Balrog, 15 strength from Éomer, he's able to handle it nicely. Yeah, that armor is absolutely keeping stuff on in this game.
Yeah, if she can draw another whip or get enough Twilight for the Balrog and a Host of Moria.
Rohirrim Army being played during the regroup phase. When you play him, you may discard a minion. Is he going to double? He's doubling to 8.
Running to 8.
We have From Deepest Dungeon being played. Remove X threats to play the Balrog from your discard pile. His Twilight cost is -X. There were 2 threats, so that is -2, meaning only 12.
Another sword, but not a whip. A few more minions coming out here to produce a small swarm, but I'm not sure that there will be any large effect from this. They're all small enough to lose to anybody but Sam.
And all the Twilight got burned. I think the major reason for including all these small guys is because of the Balrog's ability. Each time a minion takes a wound, you may remove 1 Twilight to add a threat. And that's really where their benefit comes in, is being able to let them all get mowed down and add a whole mountain of threats as a result. But
it was all spent here. Only 1 threat currently on the table. Looks like the Balrog is probably going to get a kill here against the army. No armor on them.
They're not valiant.
Survived 3 wounds. Yeah, Sam probably will absorb the threat wound. No real risk there. And then Aragorn would be overwhelmed. Armor doesn't mean anything if you've got your strength doubled. Yeah, using his own ability, he'll exert. The Balrog will slap him, but it will stop the overwhelm, and the armor will mean he doesn't take any additional wounds.
Yeah, that armor is an absolute game changer. And we saw the whip at the very beginning, and we haven't seen it since.
Yeah, 23 cards left in our deck. Could still be another copy in there, but...
Well, there's also the Host of Moria, if played with the Balrog, can pull it out. But, right?
Yep, that's true.
So
yeah, armor's not used a lot in movie, generally speaking, because of Grima. Yeah, I mean, both Aragorn and Éomer are in real danger in Grima territory here, though it is too late for that to likely be a massive deal.
Ready to Fall is the one that allows him to recycle his elders. So here they come. And now he's got to pick, is he going to take an elder or is he going to take... No, he's got a Helmet Horde in hand. All of these elders are now damage +2. Arrow Slit's being used to finally get rid of that hides.
Oh, but damage +2 and Fierce on the elders, damage +1 and Fierce on the Helmet Horde.
Maybe this could be too late, yeah.
Oh, getting rid of the hides.
The Valley of the
Anduin.
The
Valley to clear the field.
Each of the
Helmet Horde is still going to be a problem.
Their hides are dragging them under the water. Not helping them here.
No, I don't think she can. I mean, is there a reason to risk the double move here?
Oh, man. With Ready to Fall still here, all those elders can be right back.
Right, and the Helmet Horde's still going to be on the table. Aragorn.
If you can't clear the Horde, then yeah, I feel like risking a double now is too...
Well, and she couldn't make it to 9, and Stefan only has 1 move to get there. So it's really a question of did she cycle her hand in such a way to be able to drop something effective here against Stefan 77. Oh yeah, they're both really short on time. Balrog's been playing extremely fast after that long delay for Stefan to be...
Yeah, she knows that the clock is ticking. And here we have the Told Brandir with the...
Oh, Achaea coming out. There are 6 companions with Ekelbrand down. Playing the Balrog from the discard pile. Cost -0, full 14. Sword down, and then a couple of 1-cost trackers.
So that's what those trackers are here for, if you have initiative. And they happen too, because Stefan has gone all the way down to 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and Kaya's going to kill off either Aragorn or Éomer here, but...
Which one do you do?
Tried to go fast.
45 seconds on Balrog's clock.
She skipped the maneuver phase. That was the oh no.
Oh no.
She was trying to go fast, and she skipped straight through
Oh
Archaea's ability to
no,
clear the
that
field
is
here.
devastating. This clock is one of the undefeated champions of the World Championship.
Now, I don't think it would have made a difference in who wins this match, but that is something that makes a difference in how the match feels at the end there.
For
But
sure.
very well played by both players here. That was a really good game.
All right, so
Uh,
Stefan pulls out a win here.
and it looks like it was actually our last game. The rest of them all finished before the one we were watching.
Whoa, okay. All right.
Gotta have to go to the database to see who won all of those. I'm curious where our standings are now.
Okay, yeah, let's rerun this. Okay, Taliel.
Always that chance that we pick the one game that's going to go for the longest.
Right. Okay, actually, I need to be careful because the fake ones are in here from earlier. All right. So, Skilled beat Beto. I'm sorry, it wasn't Skilled. What did you say, Shield?
Shield.
And then Ratiel beat Wingfoot. Taliel beat Mazdraf. Basmelis beat Distelli. Sithdora beat Scarpador. Chadwick beat Arbranco. Tomas beat Enelin. And of course, we witnessed Stefan77 pulling off a win against Balrog. So let's take a look at those standings here real quick. Stefan has gone undefeated 4-0 so far.
Yeah. Balrog tied with Basmelis, Chadwick, and Sithdora. And then a whole slew of folk in the middle at the moment. Kind of anybody's game on their end. A lot of potential still right here to be able to make it into that top cut. I think we're seeing a really good event. I'm always happy when we don't just see, clear runaways.
Okay, now to get the tables actually set up. Alright, so this is going to be 2025. Wait a minute. Get the PC movie ID. This is round 5 that we're entering. It's movie block
Yes, it
PC.
is.
We are using the championship timer. And then let's see. So we are Stefan77 versus Basmelis. Basmelis clawing his way back up after having lost a game, but now he's going up against the individual who is undefeated. We have Balrog69 up against Chadwick 537. We have Tomas. Come on now. Tomas versus Wingfoot.
Yeah, the copy and pasting them from the chat I think is a much safer option here.
Yeah. Now, the system is set up that it will warn me if I type in somebody that doesn't exist, but...
Oh, that's good.
Mazdraf
versus Mazdraf.
Sithdora versus Arbranco. Beto versus Who was it? Versus Taliel. And then Distali versus Shield. And M. Scarpado versus Ratil. Okay, just running through that one more time to make sure we have no mess ups. Stefan versus Bismelis, Balrog versus Chadwick, Tomas versus Wingfoot, Enolan versus Mazdref, Sithdora versus Arbranko, Beto versus Taliel, Distali versus Shield, and M. Scarpado versus Ratil.
That's right.
All right.
Games are up.
Okay, we've been watching Stefan for a bit. Do we keep on with him, or do we check out one of these other ones?
I think we should check out something else. I'm trying to see who the top players are that we haven't watched yet. I don't think we've seen Sithdora or M. Scarpado yet.
You know, we haven't seen Sithdora, and we know that they were running a Moria deck in the other one. Let's see if they've got what they got here. Sithdora with a 108 card deck with a minimum of 60, so definitely packing it in there. Sithdora won the bid with only one burden. Did not have to do very much to purchase that early bit. Looks like this is a Hobbit Hospital
108 card deck, and it's not dwarves.
And it's not dwarves. Yeah, that is something that you will often see with these giant ones. Bilbo coming out right on the first turn, and we have all of these various hobbits that really benefit your setup. We have Red Book of Westmarch being played by Sam, which then makes it so every time you play a tail, you may spot Bilbo to draw a card. All these tails are going to be coming out, trying to draw as many and play as many cards as possible. Horticulturist recently errated so that instead of just pulling Farmer Maggot, which is almost but not quite useless, now instead pulls any Hobbit ally.
And then Emergency had a very brief stint where you could also pull Tom Bombadil. That was
yes.
changed.
So yeah, we did alter that. So instead of a Shire, ally, it's now just a Hobbit ally. Let's see. So both of these are running Path of the Fellowship, so we're going to be seeing a full Fellowship path all the way down here.
Yeah, the Prancing Pony Spare Room, one of my favorite V-card sites, gives a really fun kind of effect for low strength minions played at site 2. They get strength +3 unless you can spot a Gandalf card. Of course, no minions ended up being played, and Sithdora stopped anyway.
Arbranko playing Ents. We have not seen Ents for a little while. They definitely got hurt by the changes to A Wizard is Never Late, and most of the time that we've changed the Gandalf package, it has weakened the way that Ents work. Ents are also, well, they often flood, and now that we have all those flood insurance cards, it is much more of a risk to dump all these Ents on one turn when your opponent might use that to pull any sort of punishments out. Not that it seems like his opponent needs it. Holy cow, Sithdora had 4 copies of Goblin Armory in their opening hand. Played all 4 of them. With Relics of Moria, they are coming. Goblin Swarms. Is this guy... that looks like a cheat code, almost. Where you have every single...
setup, except Deep in Thought.
Oh, and then Deep in Thought just says, whatever, you got a 1 in a million opening hand, and I have a 1 in a million card. So, not even a 1 in a million.
Yeah, that setup would have been game if Gandalf wasn't on the field, but Deep in Thought, Grown Suddenly Tall, Sleep Cadrus, there was no way they were all going to sit there with a deck that's running Gandalf and Ents. And Gandalf was not a starter in this fellowship, but he's clearly being equipped, so he is not tossed-in companion. He's designed to stay. Oh, but double move to see the Balrog dropped.
Now, not that threatening against Ents, because Ents come naturally high strength, although 8 is not going to be much here.
None of them are high enough at the moment.
Yeah, we don't have the big Ents yet. There are a few that come out, and they're like strength 12 by default. But yeah, we're going to see a couple of those smaller trees burned. The other card that I failed to mention was Save from the Fire, which was very big for Ents, being able to use them to burn an Ent and get 3 more. And that's now much harder to use.
Pippin being returned to hand to put some damage on the Balrog. I'm not sure.
Yeah, these Ents are falling left and right. They're not doing very well against the big bad Balrog.
In fairness, one of them was just a tree.
Not really an Ent, just kind of a noisy tree.
Not an Ent. Companion with a race of tree. I think it's the only one.
Escape coming out for these Unbound Hobbits. Once that is combined with Everyone Knows, they will be able to actually get a pretty decent amount of strength. 2 Bounders so far.
Frodo's going to protect them. Not the escapes, but the tails in the field.
Yes, yeah, Pippin, Fred and Frodo are making sure that the tails are not able to be discarded. Frodo, Old Bilbo's heir, being able to heal up any of the hobbits that are out here. Many of the hobbits following the pattern of the Gaffer, where they exert to heal a particular individual. The Hobbit party guest being able to exert to heal other hobbits. And so you end up with this big old party going on in the support area where wounds are being moved around and off of your hobbits in play. We have 6 companions on the table, which is a little bit worrisome, but a couple of these are pretty much ready-made to be sacrificial lambs. Aragorn can, of course, take out 3 people with himself. Smeagol is not too big of a deal if you lose him. Tale of the Great Ring on the table makes it so that a hobbit is prevented from being overwhelmed unless a shadow event is or was played during this skirmish. That can absolutely alter the way that you play up against this deck.
Bronco playing no shadow at all yet. Either building some kind of bomb, stupid swarm, something, or is just really getting locked on their hand.
Playing nothing at all. Yeah, that's got to be right here. We must be having a no. This is that's the opponent. So Thor playing Moria.
Yeah, so Thor is playing Moria. Our Bronco has not played a shadow card yet,
and hasn't discarded any. We have no idea what he's playing.
Nope.
3 sites, no shadow cards. What is brewing in there? Now, if we're looking for a bomb, then Ents are a pretty good pairing to a bomb because Ents can survive without a whole ton of setup.
Yep, that's true.
On the other hand,
this is quite the swarm coming through at Site 4, though.
Oh, no, Sam on the table. Are we ever going to find out what our Branko's shadow is? We might not know. It might be a mystery for the next person to find out.
Somebody off the field, but that is 6 minions for only 4 companions.
Now, we've got Barlaman here, which means that they are prepared to fish out events. We have seen a few events, but it could be possible that there is a Servant of the Secret Fire in the hand.
That's true. Yeah, Frodo only needs a +1 strength boost to survive this. And we could be making a whole to-do about nothing.
Now, that Terrible and Evil wiping one of them off the... Oh, wait. The Gwei here.
That is game. Wow.
That is game. All right, our Branko absolutely taking a gamble on his shadow and losing, unfortunately. So close. That surprise Gwei here always... I mean, I'm one of the ones that designed the card, and it surprises me, too. That home 4 means that ally can swoop in and help out, and it just wasn't quite enough.
Nope.
All right, well, Sithdora manages to eke out a win here. Not even eke out. It really, I mean, but I also don't want to say a stomp. There was clearly something cooking on Branko's side, and it just didn't
right, yeah. Yet. Bronco was getting ready for something, and it just didn't happen in time. But hey, unlike the last time around, we can now watch the second game.
How about Sheldon Distali?
Sure.
Distali plays a very solid game. I say before I see that there's a bajillion burdens on the table, but...
So Distali loved sacrificing Frodo, though. That bajillion burdens on Frodo could well be because the plan is that Sam is going to take the ring at some point.
This is true.
Now, I mean, that might not be true in his movie deck. That might be a fellowship thing where he plays a very different kind of setup than he's got here.
Well, both sides are playing with Path of the Fellowship. We have the Valiant deck on Distali's side. He very much likes to use and abuse Lath Spell's ability. Makes each mounted companion gain Valiant, and each time a minion's special ability is used, you may spot 3 Valiant companions and exert Gandalf twice to prevent that, and exert the minion. We have probably gone through 3 or 4 iterations of Lath Spell at this point, because that ability is just so powerful.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Balrog today. That's at least the third game we've seen that's...
Well, this is an
maybe just
interesting
running
twist on
This-
it, though. We have the Balrog coming out with a bunch of Isengard orcs.
Yeah, but
that
as you
love to-
mentioned, having them take their wounds, take their licks throughout the phase, though there's no Twilight left, so maybe I'm overthinking that one.
And Eomer with Firefoot is damage +1, so he's going to be able to handily wipe the floor with those 2 orcs over there. Theoden Tall and Proud wants to be sacrificed, so off he goes to meet his father's Rohirrim army coming up behind him.
Yeah, that is very much the job.
Yeah, and discarding the Balrog on the first skirmish. That's a pretty good...
Yeah, it's a good play for the Rohirrim army.
Yeah.
Peeking at Shield's discard pile, that is the first Balrog, so it may have just been a one-off because of the bridge and not part of the deck build.
Makes sense.
Looks like they are playing very much Eisenwerk put together.
That makes perfect
Several
sense
of
if you're
them,
going into a
along with,
PC movie tournament and you know that people are going to have that that bridge out
Bridge
there.
of Khazad-dûm is at least 1 in 3 matches, right? Or on average, 1 in 3 matches.
And if you're bringing it
Probably
yourself,
more than
maybe
that.
every match. So
Right. Yeah, very much so.
So
The
these
one worker does
Eisenorcs
survive.
are really big on doing stuff during the regroup phase, doing something to cause the Free People's player to wound a companion. Only one of them made it all the way to the end, but you can imagine if there were 5 orcs here all doing this, that would be 5 wounds going down. Not caring about the fact that they didn't win the skirmishes, just trying to make sure that all those wounds are applied. Making a double, they were all handily taken care of, and that's a good number of shadow cards out of their hand, so even though they reconcile back up to 8 cards, there's not, statistically speaking, there's not going to be all that many shadow cards left for Shield to pull out.
Making that move specifically into Site 6, where even if they get a lucky draw, as long as you don't lose anybody, you can probably heal up a good amount of the damage done.
Yes, precisely. Although,
Oh.
Adenquea, and so this is exactly what Last Spell is designed to counter, is things like the Surprise Enquea. But here we have Enquea being used against Gandalf and Eowyn coming in to save him, so there are still 3 wounds being put down, but they were not concentrated in one place. Whereas if all 3 had been concentrated on Eomer, that would be a dead Eomer. So
Handily cleaned up by Aemir, however. We do have in the Twitch chat Kyle saying that life has prevented them from playing in the qualifying tournaments, but they're so glad to be able to turn up on the final day. Very happy to have you watching. And
Cellophane, calling out that Gandalf was
Just-
easily going to get rid of Enquea, and that was a good call.
Yep,
We have a
absolutely
loaded up
correct.
Frodo here. Mithril coat, 2 brace of conies. How many conies do you need, man? There and back again. And it looks like
I mean, when they're free, you may as well keep dropping them.
Distali is running Beasterlings. So Easterling Captain here. If there are a bunch of burdens on the ring bearer, he can remove 2 to get a progressively increasing amount of strength, depending on how many burdens have been added. And then Polearm says, while you can spot 2 burdens, bearer cannot take wounds, which means that it is very difficult to take Easterling Captain off of the table.
Yep. And then the Footman's coming out that
And
lets
Small
you, if you
Hope.
cannot spot 2 burdens, you can add 1. So getting up to 2 burdens is fairly simple for this deck. Getting a lot past there tends to be a bit harder.
Now, both Small Hope and Easterling Footman having the same effect, so yeah, either way, they would have gotten to that point. Discovered, exert a Raider man to discard a Free People's condition. So getting rid of
a promise.
Promise, naturally.
There and back again being triggered.
So now each of these hobbits are going to be strength +2, but just for this turn.
Yeah, that captain doesn't have any
He's got no Twilight to use, so he's not quite as
no
stressed.
Twilight to use.
Yeah.
but still 13 fierce.
11 fierce. Or no, what? How was he strength? Oh, because of the
What does
Mithril
Frodo
coat.
have? That
Each minion skirmishing Frodo does not
yeah.
gain strength bonuses from weapons, so he loses the +2 strength from the polearm. Breaks the blade on the Mithril coat.
Yeah.
And
Using
there
Sting
goes.
to discard
Yeah.
during the fierce.
And then he follows up. And with
Was it
7
again?
Twilight on the table, that's not going to be enough to get another Beasterling out.
Yeah, using the ships.
With impunity, yeah, just discarding all sorts of shadow cards to build up all these tokens, and then later the tokens can be utilized to
Stack your deck against a potential
right,
double move.
when it matters.
But it's also just a great cycling option when you're playing extensive, unique characters.
Royal Guard coming out, making sure
Royal
that Frodo
Guard
has
coming out.
last line.
Hiram Army is getting equipped.
King's Mail. Barrow takes no
It's not
more
one
than
you see all
wound.
that often.
And and it was only it was put on Theoden. Okay, I got it. So that last clause is not going to matter.
Yeah, if it's
Anduin Confluence, though, knocking out both Leowyn and the Royal Guard. That is bread and butter of Fellowship play, but it can be easy to forget when you are in this other format that the old tools still work.
Allies usually much less of a concern during movie block, but certainly not no concern. There's enough of them that the Anduin Confluence, if you don't have a better Site 7, is really, really strong for you.
'21 Twilight, quite a bit. Oh, we got a big old Balrog coming out. We have Quaya coming out.
Yeah. Last spell will stop it from doing its thing again, but it's still going to put 3 wounds on the field somewhere. And that Balrog is going to go against Éomer. I'm betting to avoid the extra wounds, meaning Achaea might be able to get some wounds out themselves. Or perhaps in Quaid. Yeah. Yeah, Éomer's not going to get overwhelmed here, and with the King's Mail, we'll take just the 1 wound from the skirmish.
That armor. Need that armor.
Yeah, I mean, armor's a great thing. It's not. I wonder if the meta has just shifted enough with this Balrog in particular that it's becoming standard. I feel like it is historically not something we see a whole lot of in movie.
And given that Latsfell is on the table, he's much less afraid of Grima coming in and ruining his day, because Grima would be salivating at something like this.
That's true. Yeah, boosting up here. Éomer is going to take this fight.
Oh ho! Well, Éomer's going to run him through. That's a dead Balrog. If Destali wasn't thinking about it before, he could double now.
He sure could.
I mean, he's a little worse for the wear. Last spell in particular won't be able to do anything. But with an exhausted Inquaya, you don't have to worry about the Inquaya.
Right. It's not going to be another one dropped. It's a pause here. Sounds like he's thinking about it.
So if he moves now, he guarantees that, assuming that he does not get slaughtered, it guarantees that he's going to get to Site 9 early. And there it is.
Yep. 5 orcs can stop the double, but that doesn't matter when it's already
now that you're already here. Now, all these guys plus Inquaya on the table, the Eisen orcs might have a decent chance of actually making it to the recruit phase without dying. Foreman gets to add a threat. Oh no, yeah, if he survives, sorry. When you play this minion, you may play an Eisen orc from your discard pile. So he's picking and choosing which one he wants on the table right now. There's 5 Twilight left. Warrior coming out.
Oh, yeah. A warrior stops you from putting those extra wounds on Frodo. So the army can put 2 wounds on a servant. There's no discarding Eisen orcs out right now.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
with
but we've
Firefly...
which one is
Saruman
this?
Snows, no
skirmish
player may
events.
play skirmish events or use skirmish special abilities during skirmishes involving an Isengard minion at this site.
So I'm not sure how much that helps here.
Yeah, so two
maybe
of these guys are going to go against Eomer, probably the Foreman and then the Warrior? You may as well, because I think Eomer can take them both out. And then all the rest of these are going to get cleaned up. 7 against 11, 7 against 8, 5 against 7. Well, maybe
I think putting
Quaya.
2 on Aemir causes Aemir to lose.
Can you not take the 2 weakest ones then? 5 plus 7.
Yeah, 5 and 7 he could take. But 7 and 7 is 14, which is what he'll be at. And he can't play any events now. The army can take one of the 7s, one of the servants probably. But
I think there's only going to be 1, maybe 2 lost skirmishes on the Stally side, and that's going to leave not very many Eisen Orcs available.
No, but there's not a lot of vitality available either. Any Eisen Orcs that just make it through with an exert here, because you can't put 2 wounds on Frodo. If the warrior has vitality left, I suppose. If you could make sure the warrior doesn't have any vitality, then it matters a lot less.
It's definitely something they have to think through. It's a puzzle. I think the best way to handle this is to okay, there's no Twilight, so that doesn't come into play. Man, these are all three vitality guys. That actually makes things a little more complicated. You can win a bunch of skirmishes, but you can't kill them.
Right. Now, none of them discard unless they've sitting on it. These trees are strong, which could be devastating here. But you still need to be careful. I think Dastali's kind of trying to figure it out as much as we are. And he's not, with maybe the exception of these 3s are strong, the game's not ending here, but this is not as clean a double as he probably hoped for.
Kyle in chat mentions Eomer can take Inquaya and an Orc. Yeah, he could. Like, he wouldn't die, but...
I think he would. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Because he'd be 2, 4, 6, 8.
He'd be plus 8.
18.
So he'd be an 18. So he could take in K and the small Orc.
And there it is, yeah.
What Dastali has done here.
Boom. Knocked them both off the table.
Yeah, the Rohirrim army is going to take out the Servant. And then Aragorn's going to win, but there's going to be 1 regroup wound left there. I bet Frodo puts on the ring.
He can't do that a whole lot longer. He's only got 5 resistance.
Can take burdens during the skirmish phase. He can't take them in regroup. Yeah, adding a few threats.
Avoiding the 3 wounds on there, which is the important part. We got a single wound on Aragorn and 2 threats. Now there's 4 threats on the table now. So things are starting to look a little bit dicey. All it's going to take, now that Gandalf is all the way down here with only 2 vitality left, he can't use his ability. 1 more Inquaya would clinch this game, I think.
Yeah, it very much could.
So we have the File of Galadriel coming out, which will be able to nullify the game text of some card, probably a Easterling Captain when that comes out. Bill the Pony. Into Confluence, taking out Threrin. Dastali, once again, cycling through. Now, he probably doesn't care about his shadow anymore. He knows that he's not going to crack this particular nut in time. So he is just ditching every single one of his shadow cards that he can with the hope of making it so that his fellowship has something. One more companion would make a huge difference here. Anduril also helps. That +1 vitality. One of the major changes that you always have to remember with PC formats is that we have altered the rules so that the game does not end at the beginning of the regroup phase. It ends after both players have had a chance to use both of their regroup effects. So Isengard, this Eisen Orc strategy in particular, is not shut down unfairly, I think.
Yeah, though they are running Fellowship block, so it's possible that they're using the Sight 9 that allows you to exert during the skirmish phase to deal some wounds out, which could be massive here because it is 2 wounds per exert if there are 6 companions.
It would be huge if they had the one that lets them draw 1 per burden.
That could be really big as well.
Nope, it's the waste.
It is the Eisen Orc one.
Yep. Exert your Isengard Orc to make the Free People's player wound a companion or 2 companions if you spot 6 companions, which they do at the moment. And, let's see.
Yeah, getting a few of them out here. Only a few, it looks like, though. 4 cards left in hand. That's really unfortunate.
That's only 2 uses. One of them is going to wound 2 companions.
No, it's going to be 0 uses. They both go on Aemir and exert at the beginning of the skirmish. Yeah.
And then here's Erkenbrand just to flip off the orcs as he rides into the sunset. And
oh man, but yeah, if he had 4 more minions in that hand, that could have been a devastating end to the game at Sight 9.
All right, the Stallion manages to pull off a win up against Shield. All right, who have we got left? We got quite a few here, actually. A lot of games currently in progress. Looks like they are making their way down the site path. Who should we look at now?
So, one of them, I think the one I was about to suggest just ended.
Besmelis against Stefan? Looks like
yeah, I was going to say, I know we've watched Stefan a lot, but we haven't seen Besmelis play yet.
Besmelis has toppled him. Stefan was undefeated, right?
Stefan was. What about Beto and Talia? I don't think we've watched them yet.
Let's watch them. They're both Brazilians, both of them in here because of their performance at the recent Brazilian big movie event.
Oh yeah, and they're live. Well, I guess it wasn't live; it was still online. But they're that's what I'm looking for.
So Taliel is running a very classic Elvent deck, I think. Here we've got the Kernan, we've got the Galadriel Lady Redeemed. Not using Estelle, but Ranger of the North instead. And it looks like Betos is also using a classic Knights and Fortification deck. Both of these look to be modified from standard movie decks as opposed to constructed from the ground up. Those whelps, though.
Yeah, Knights we've seen less of since the change to Serving the Sacred Fire, but they've never really left the potential for the meta. They've just been a little bit less dominant.
Denethor losing some of his flexibility also hurt.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, quite a small swarm of Eisenorcs here. It looks like there's a good chance Isildur's going to have to skirmish. Unless somebody can get taken out before the skirmish phase starts. It's not necessarily a problem for him being able to survive that skirmish, but it will result in 2 burdens or 3 exertions across the table, and he cannot afford 3 exertions. Yeah, figuring out which... Throwing a 5th level. Which one is this? -1 for each fortification you spot. Reducing Cantea to...
Cantea all the way down to 2 strength.
Yeah. 2.
So Knights, of course, hiding behind their fortifications. The fortifications get set up in the support area, and then they get attached to minions, which all have various effects. Some of the more famous ones being the Stone Tower with -2 Vitality, and the Citadel of the Stars being -2 Strength and -1 Vitality, which can combo very nicely with other effects to make sure that it just instantly kills the minion. This is the big combo right here, 4th level. You exhaust, so you first transfer 4th level, which exhausts the minion, bringing them to 1 Vitality, and then apply Citadel of the Stars, and boom. They are dead in a way that is very difficult to counter.
Yeah, Cantea still being able to get rid of, was that a banner?
Yeah, Banner of Western Hesse.
Now, Banner of Western Hesse is one of the hand weapons that does not give a strength bonus, but it does allow you to heal another Gondor companion when you win, which can be very important for these fortification decks, because the way they cycle their fortifications back through is with exerting their men. And you can see most of these men are not in shape to exert all that much. And some of the fortifications require an exertion to drop, but I think most of them, when you have this many knights on the table, end up doing it for free.
Wait a minute. He transferred 5th level over to this whelp, and then I guess changed his mind and put it over on the brute instead.
Is it a free transfer?
It is, yeah, when he's got 3 knights.
3 knights. May have put it there, realized that it wasn't going to bring them as low as he thought, and
or potentially misclicked on it, but he can always put it back. It's not that big a deal. Well, nope, that's that. So Isildur's text is going to kick in at the start of the skirmish involving him. Add 2 burdens or 3 companions. Goes for the exert on 3 companions. Most everybody's now completely exhausted, but a 2 strength minion is able to be easily dispatched. We've got this 0 strength over here with Faramir. Faramir will lightly push him over.
Fine.
Give him a good sneeze.
Cough on him. The rest of these are going to be a little bit rougher.
Yeah, so that banner, like you were mentioning, every time he wins a skirmish, heal another companion, and now Aragorn's got the vitality to lose against the whelp if needed.
Yeah,
okay, we've got those fortifications coming out. Minus vitality, off it goes. In gold handles.
I think he's burning more of these than he really wants to, given that where he is on the sight path. But
and then burning that last bit of vitality, 6th level, to bring back Citadel of the Stars. So 6th level lets you recur your fortifications from your discard pile, but and then he moves. Moves from -2 to 6th circle. If the Fellowship moves from the site during the regroup phase, heal each Gondor companion. So now that's 5 wounds.
Yeah, that is the same number of heals as he would have gotten if he stopped there, I suppose.
And it puts pressure on his opponent. We don't know if he moved here first or second. Is this a second move? It could be. If it's a second move. Oh, no. Oh, this may be devastating.
Well, the Witch King skirmishes can't be canceled, but he can be exhausted and then have his vitality reduced by 1. That effect is still on the table.
Yeah, and he still has 3 knights, just barely. Never mind, I guess there's 4 knights. So yeah, 4th level plus Citadel will automatically insta-give him.
Yeah, Tildea's gonna... I don't know if there's enough fortification here for him to do all of them. So Tildea might be putting down more wounds or burdens than is comfortable, but unlikely to cause a kill here. And then the remaining minions are still there. I mean, they're not just going to lose automatically. They're big enough that they will win most of their fights. Yeah, so putting the Witch King on Faramir, so the Banner of Westerness can put a heal where he needs it to after using his.
Oh no, it doesn't need to use
using an event from hand to do the wound.
Yeah. Men of Numenor.
Healing Isildur up. Hi, Tyrion. Can't read it on the screen. He's gonna win him handily. Aragorn has the vitality to lose, but he's using... Interesting. Oh, I thought he was using it. Yeah, there he goes. He is using the fortification anyway. I suppose he can get it back for the same exertion as he would have taken in the wound. But
exactly, yeah.
I would have expected it to stick around. And then Tildea winning is going to cause... Was it a burden? Yeah.
Yeah. There is no vitality to spare.
No. Tildea is fierce here. And I don't...
No, he's going for another combo.
All right.
Was this his first move? No. It must.
He doubled to get here.
Yeah, he doubled to get here.
Yeah, but he has to exert 2 knights to put that one out, and he only gets 1 heal from the victory. I'm not sure that was.
Yeah, if you're gonna take a wound anyway, just take the wound instead of burning the condition and.
Yeah, he would have taken 1 wound and a burden instead of 1 wound and needing to exert to get the condition back.
Now, there is something to say about making sure that the wounds are in the right place. You got to allocate these resources
Yep.
around.
It's also entirely possible that given the options, he's going to prefer a different fortification to the one that he spent.
And he pulled out the ones that are not quite as good when you don't have a whole lot. So,
yeah, interesting choices.
Looks like Beta was himself playing Dunland over the eyes and coming out, not being nearly as successful at controlling sites as the other match that we watched.
Yeah, Kea coming down is going to be a real problem for the 7 companions out there.
Yeah, it's a dead Gilgalad.
Likely to get 2 kills. Gilgalad and I'm going to guess Greenleaf, but maybe Gilgalad and Arwen. I don't see any wound prevention on the table.
Dunland version of Saruman. Each time the Fellowship moves, the frequentist player must exert a companion for each Dunland man you can spot, and then you may exert Saruman to make a Dunland man strength +2. So, yep, there goes Gilgalad.
Dunland men alive, and then if you're using the what's the one that forces the double move? You can really cause a lot of havoc, even if you've got not the best Dunlanders on the field. It's not in play because it plays on a site you control, and he doesn't currently control any sites.
Looks like Quaya has decided that he wants Arwen dead.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad call here. That Arwen's a much better skirmisher than Greenleaf, even though Greenleaf is set up quite well at the moment. Yeah, both of these minions are going to win their skirmishes without some kind of effect being done.
Círdan, of course, could classically use his ability to look in the discard pile for all the events. So here, we're going to use an event on Legolas, make him win his skirmish. That event then goes in the discard pile, which Círdan will be able to use.
Well, if Legolas does win his skirmish, he'll use the bow to kill Ankea, but Saruman's going to do his very best to keep Freka stronger here.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if that was a misplay there by Talia. That was a strong Legolas, and unless you had more in hand, it was pretty obvious that Saruman was going to be able to win that. But you don't see this Saruman very often, so I wonder if it was kind of overlooked.
Galadriel later themes doing what she does best, of course, using her abilities to discard an event to get rid of a possession or a condition. She's another one that's going to be hit here soon, but
yeah, much less effective here in PC than she is live, but still a constant problem.
3 threats doubling now to on the table. 9. Hides coming down. We have an Elder, but no.
Elder.
Oh, look at all these Elders.
No
controlled sites.
No sites controlled.
Freka wasn't able to spot any, and you need 2 for the Elders to really pop off. And here goes Aragorn. Aragorn says, "Okay, I'll take all these guys down with me."
Aragorn will go down fighting.
That's going to be a very handy win for Talia, I think.
I think so. Yeah, Ranger of the North doing what Ranger of the North does best.
Dying heroically. 3 threats have to come down, but I think there's plenty of vitality between these 3 to take care of them all.
Yeah, I'm surprised at some of the decks that we're seeing here today. The variety is wonderful, but I wouldn't have expected multiple Dunland, and I think we've seen at least 3 that are running more than one Balrog, whether they're based around it or just kind of have it as a floating big minion. It's definitely making a presence today. I got confused for a minute.
That is
there was threats that were still being handed out.
Yes. Oops, not you. Taliel has the win. It was not a tie. Thank you very much. And then the last
We've
match.
Got several other matches that have finished, but
Balrog and Chadwick are still going at it. What do we got here? We have Balrog on top with her Valiant Rohan setup, and we have Chadwick with Southron. What is this? This is a archery deck. Southron archery with Isengard archery.
Yeah, Rainbow Archery was used really effectively in the last World Championship by, I think, Bronco? I might be wrong about the player there. But I haven't seen it in any of the events leading up to this. So I kind of thought that it was a one-off surprise and then didn't hit meta, but Chadwick may well be going hard for it. It's a big fellowship on the table, but
9
it's a
minion
lot of
archery
arrows.
total, though. You can see all the wounds pouring down, cascading like a river. Everybody's now exhausted, and there are 4 threats. 1 death
Yeah.
is all it's going to take, and we may see what looks very strong to buckle.
Yeah, Lurtz has a good chance of winning his fight here. Desert Lord could win against most of these companions. I think there's a real fear if Gollum doesn't get exhausted,
Oh, there it
he could
is.
kill Frodo or Sam.
Frodo's putting on the ring so that as soon as all these threats come down, they're all going to show up on Frodo as burdens.
Yeah. And then if Frodo's going to die, pass the ring to Sam so that Frodo doesn't die in the regroup phase to Gollum where he can't.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Gollum hasn't used his ability yet.
Right. Yeah, Gollum Darkest Darkness is
On
often
the other
kind of a
hand,
minor
Sam
annoyance,
is also
puts the exertion
exhausted.
out there.
So
Not once he gets the ring, though.
Oh, right, because it's +2 vitality. That's right.
I suppose Sam can take the ring in the regroup phase, right? His
Yeah,
ability's not.
May as well let
to-
Frodo get killed, and then he lose all these burdens. If I don't know if any of us is using those burdens, but
Sam will take the ring, gain 2 net vitality, and at least a few net burdens.
oh, so
Oh,
he
he's
sees it. He
removing
sees it
burdens.
coming. He's removing the burdens to add 2,
Yep.
and then he's going to kill him during the regroup phase. No, he's not going to be able to kill him because he doesn't have enough vitality. He got hit by Shadowfax and then lost the skirmish.
Okay. But that certainly is a lot of. Well, that was a huge play here. Oh, using Gwahir to be able to triple.
Now, I have seen Gwahir used more as a bluff than I have actually seen it used earnestly. You can discard Gwahir to make the move limit for this turn +1. The shadow player may take up to 2 shadow cards in hand from the discard pile. So you can bait them into taking the 2 perfect cards, and then you reconcile anyway and make them get rid of them. But no, with this much Twilight, he was able to take his pick. This is looking pretty devastating.
Yeah, 18 Twilight just from Golem.
And it's Orc ambush troops. Oh, they're going to slaughter them.
There's going to be so much archery. Ankea's going to kill...
War Towers
not
played
three
from hand.
companions.
What does this do? Spot a minion to add a threat, add an additional threat for each companion over 4. So now there's 4 threats back on the table, and then Anquea is going to choose who
Doesn't matter who Anquea kills.
No,
4
it does
threats
actually. It gets rid of Sam, and so now Frodo is trapped and alone.
Oh!
4 threats coming down. Boom, 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 boom.
There's going to be 4, 5, 6.
And now we're at the start of the archery phase. Forget it. Forget it. Oh, well, that went very well. Balrog taking the loss. Chadwick managing to make a pincushion of it.
Absolutely devastating assault by Chadwick at the end there.
Okay, let me just pull up the things and make sure that I entered everything correctly here. So we have Sithdora winning their match, Wingfoot winning their match, Destali won, of course, as we just saw. We have Basmelis won against Stefan. We have Scarpato won his match. We have Enolan won their match, and we have Taliel winning against Beto and Chadwick against Balrog. Okay, let's get these. Let's get the standings posted. Some wonderful games today.
Let's see what the totals are here. Yeah, we've got
Basmelis, Chadwick, and Stefan, and Sithdora all going 4-1, and we're just about to enter into the last round.
Yeah, we still got several people at 3 and 2 though, and half of those 4 and 1s are likely to be 4 and 2 by the end of this. Really excited to see this last round go through. At this point, there are several players that I think the 4 and 1s are all. Are they all shoot in? Depending on how some of this plays out, maybe not. No, I think the 4 and 1s are pretty much shoot in. It's the 3-2s that are going to be fighting for top 8. If I am correct about how, if I've mathed correctly.
All right, Chadwick against Basmelis, and then Stefan 77 against Sith Dora. Wait a minute. Something didn't copy. The Stali against Balrog.
The only Twitch chat item that we haven't addressed yet is Sullivan just saying wow. I'm not sure what was on screen when that was stated, but there's been enough going on that
Yeah.
I'll just echo it.
That could fit into almost any moment. Yes, we've had some wonderful games
absolutely.
Here. And I'm very interested to see what the stats are going to look like after this. The spread of what sort of strategies have been used, because it like you mentioned, I think that it's a pretty good variety.
Yeah, it's been a really wonderful variety. I'm so thrilled to see it. Sometimes we walk into these kinds of events and we've known that there's been like a few meta decks, but that's all we see. And I've seen a few things more than once that I didn't expect to see at all. I've seen very few clear duplicate decks. I know that's something we've seen in years past, especially for some of the geographical groups that play against each other a lot. They tend to fall into a meta. But I haven't noticed, any clear, all the Czech players playing this, all the Brazilian players playing that. Seems like we're really diversified this year, which is just lovely to see.
Okay, I think we're good.
Let's go. All right, last round.
Oh, you got it. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Who is... If we look at that ranking again, Basmelis versus Chadwick. I think that's the game we got to watch. We'll probably be seeing a lot of Basmelis going into the rest of this, but we got to give him his due at least once.
Both of them. Are there any 3-2 games that we haven't watched the players on yet? Because this could be our last chance to see some of them.
Let's see here. So for 3-2 games, we got Destali and Balrog. We have M. Scarpado and Taliel. What do we got here?
Okay. So I don't know if we've seen M. Scarpado. It might be our last chance to see them.
Yeah, sure.
Don't get me wrong. Chadwick and Basmelis is going to be, I'm sure, an amazing match. But they're both. If I understand it right, they're both guaranteed to go in the top 8 now, right? Even if whichever of them loses will be 4 and 2.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So we'll have 2 5-1s.
The best that these guys can go is 3-3. I think that this might be the top 8 that we're looking at right here, right at this dividing line. Because I don't think anyone below that line can move up.
I mean, if the 2-3s win their match and 3-2s lose theirs,
oh yeah,
we'll have
no,
a bunch tied. But I think everyone with at least 4 is going through. All right, so I'm sorry. Which one did we actually open up here?
M. Scarpado and Taliel.
Awesome.
We did just see Taliel.
Yeah, M. Scarpado starting strong with a bunch of elves. Very similar starts here. Different choice of Legolas. But Lady Redeemed plus Fair Elf Maiden. Scarpado going for Poor Creature start. And is running clearly some kind of elven telepathy here with Manager of Wizards hitting the table at site 1. Beast getting rolled straight off the table by Gandalf. Morgul Brute seems to have exerted Frodo instead of adding Burden. And Kay is going to take Legolas off the field. Site 2. That was our interesting copy of Legolas. You don't see Mirkwood Archer very often. Valiant gained the keyword during, I believe it was the V2 release.
Yep.
And when he wins skirmishes, he heals another elf or a dwarf, which in a telepathy deck, he could well be winning quite a few skirmishes to keep somebody else healed up. Arwen being stronger because Nkea is fierce, removing her handily from any kind of overwhelm threat, but will take the wound. Well, no, using Gandalf. And discarding a card for Smeagol to keep him from being overwhelmed here. After the Gandalf use, not enough cards in hand for Smeagol to be able to win this skirmish. More group removing burdens to get pumped up here. Smeagol competing by discarding more cards, but did not have enough. Okay, dropping a single wound on Gandalf. And M. Scarpedo stopping. All right, so Elvents versus Elven Telepathy, it looks like. Uridan with Argelos coming down, Long Knives getting played on Legolas, and Grond hitting the table, along with some Besiegers coming out.
I think that sort of goes along with Scarpedo's deck. I think I think it looks like all the Brazilians are pretty much using a flavor of a movie deck, which they would have just gotten out of that other event earlier this week.
I do think that their regular event is kind of just standard Decipher. I don't know if they've got any special limitations around it like the Czech players do.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they would have
used the deck that they're familiar with, that they've just spent the last couple of weeks doing a grueling tournament on. There's a few changes, of course, but well.
Yeah, Besiegers are classically one of the dominating movie factions in regular Decipher, but while they're certainly not nowhere to be seen in PC, they're not nearly as prevalent.
The hit to Grond and Great Hill Troll, I think, was enough to ward people off. And a lot of people look at a big nerf like that and they say, okay, well, this one card is no longer playable, therefore I'm not going to even try to make the rest of the strategy work. And they usually end up retreating to something else that has not yet been nerfed. But I hope by this point we have nerfed almost everything. I think there's a few edges on elves that still need to get hammered down, but...
Well, I think while that is very, very true as to what happened, I don't think it's necessarily a valid case of what should have happened. The hit to Grond and Great Hill Troll both definitely took Besiegers down a notch, but it did not leave them in a position where they were overly weak. You know, both Grond and Great Hill Troll, I think, are still very much playable cards. They're just a little bit more difficult to do their thing. Círdan using his ability twice to take the win there. Not overwhelming, so he's not triggering the second half of that, which would remove half of those events from the game. It's the PC, of course, adjustment to him to try to bring him a little bit more into line.
Yep, the original version has no removal, and so you're just able to, with impunity, as many times as you can exert him, just drag everybody down to 0 strength or less.
Yeah, I'm not sure that exerting him twice to win the skirmish was better than just letting him lose the skirmish, but perhaps he wasn't expecting the soldier to have his responsibility used.
It's not about the skirmish, it's about sending a message.
All right, we got Samwise the Brave coming out. Not a super common Sam that we see in these. It's able to stop the shadow player from adding burdens.
I think this is a very big sign of it being a unmodified movie deck, because in regular movie, Sam, Son of Hamfast would be banned. And so
Oh, perhaps.
you could just use the PC errata version, but if you're used to the version in your regular movie deck, and if they didn't have time to sit down and figure out what changes they were going to make,
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Gollum Darkest Darkness dropping to exert Frodo to get Eularia Twilight Edition up to damage +1 and Fierce. Gandalf taking the hits here. It's not a great spot. That Fierce Nelia is going to be a real problem here. Without something from hand, somebody's going to die.
Yep. Whether it's, well, okay, she's going to be, well, no.
I mean, using Gandalf's ability, but Taliel has enough cards in hand to might clog their hand for next turn, but can counter it twice. But this does look like a telepathy deck. There could be a foresight or something similar here.
Of course. And it's not really so much a clog because it's 3 cards that you already had in your hand. So the only way that it would clog you is if you were planning on discarding them somehow. And with things like this, like 4-armed.
But there is our 4-armed revealing the Gorgoroth soldier. Only -3. No Balrog or Sauron on top there. But it was enough to keep Arwen alive. Well played there by Scarpato. Scarpato?
I have no idea. Scarpato, I think.
I really need next year. We should ask for pronunciation guide to
Yeah.
names. Shield gave me that as a freebie in the anything else you want to mention section, but I think it should just straight up be a question we ask to competitors. We've gotten enough of them wrong over the last at least year. Probably many years past as well.
So we have Eglos going on Círdan, and we have the Elven Bow also going on him. That additional vitality is, of course, huge, and the archery is going to help.
Yeah, Eglos doesn't provide any strength boost except for Gil-galad, but it does provide the vitality and the discard ability to anybody who bears it. There are 2 archers out here just out of hand, so it's going to have to go out of her way, or out of his way, to keep the minion alive, but does not. Gets the Ithelstone and Grond back down, and Lady Redeemed once again removing Grond from the table. Moving again, some siege towers and an assassin. Let's you assign that minion. That could be the end of Galadriel right there. And the siege troop, of course, just being absolutely enormous.
Big old 20 strength wall, and you can exert them twice to take control of a site.
Yeah, we got some siege towers out there, which are going to go a decent way towards trying to make sure the skirmishes are won. And I wonder if, like you said, these are used to playing Decipher. If that was a miss on Legolas' exertion, forgetting that you'd have to exert the second time.
Regular movie Decipher. Right, yeah, that Greenleaf would have sniped the assassin.
Yeah. Círdan needing to be used 3 times to bring the siege troop into not overwhelmed territory. And there are enough siege towers that Scarpato could use them to bring them right back into it. Does seem to be aware of that fact. And is going to slowly boost him back up. The arrows landing on the siege troop after Legolas' exertion, though, will prevent him from taking control of that site and stop the tower walkway from starting to build up his orcs. Yeah, he's going one more time for flavor, I guess, but will then die to the wound. And Lady Redeemed being overwhelmed. Assassin doing their job.
I think this is looking like Taliel is going to start getting ground down.
Yeah. The site allowing Scarpato to take control of Site 1. I don't speak Brazilian. I don't know what the comment is in chat there, but a
Well, this
sad
is
face to
this is
go along with
errata,
it.
right? Errato.
Oh, yeah,
Oh no,
probably.
I played it wrong. Yeah, that's not errata. It is based on something being wrong, which is the basis of the word errata. But
Oh, Erido, yeah. Yeah. M. Scarpato's got quite the setup going on here. Glorfindel coming out, no longer being able to get played very cheaply as a starting companion, but still very effective in a Twilight or in a telepathy deck against Nazgul.
and we have a pretty decent swarm coming out here.
Yeah, Dark as Darkness is going to ensure that those whelps are strength 9, although I suppose they would have been already. Did the Mortal Brute add that first wound? Yep. Scarpato chose to prevent the burden and added the wound for the Brute. Making quite a few strong characters here.
So obviously Glorfindel goes against Taldea.
Right, and with telepathy on the table and Gandalf in play, there's a very reasonable chance here that Glorfindel just dominates that fight. The whelp against Galadriel is going to be either an overwhelm here or some kind of foresight trick. Yeah, the Brute removing the last burden to become strong enough to win this fight. Gandalf being used in the deck. It's probably not going to change the value of this skirmish, but may well change the value of Galadriel's or Glorfindel's. I didn't see what got revealed. Sauron. Sauron got revealed.
Naturally, that's the one you're always trying to go for with his enormous 18 Twilight.
Yeah, I feel like that used to pop up. Does it pop up for the players but not for spectators?
That's a possibility.
Yeah, I just saw the drop to 0 and didn't see any other effect on the table. Yeah, Great Hill Troll coming out here. He is coming out for cheaper because of those engines. But he no longer discards that condition all the time. Not that there are any in play for him to target. 17 strength, Fierce Besieger is going to be quite impactful here. Arwen's ability will keep her in survival range if there's no other tricks played. But we'll see. You know, Talia seems like they're in rough shape, but they are very far ahead on the side path. They don't have to be doing anything fancy here. Just being able to survive.
This is the regular set 1 Grimagel, so yeah, regular old cycling
Is
at this
there
point.
a later Gwemigo?
It's not actually called Gwemagel, but well, is it in movie? It might not be in movie actually. That was actually
It
one of
might be
the.
an expanded, or it might just be that it never sees play, and I don't remember it.
So Decipher, back when they worked on Star Wars, they had a very good relationship with Lucasfilm, where when they invented lore for stuff or invented names for people, Lucasfilm was very willing to let that be the actual canon name or lore for that particular character. So they kind of went into Lord of the Rings hoping that they could do more of the same. And so with set 1,
Okay.
they named, since Arwen's sword didn't have a name anywhere, even officially, they decided to call it Gwemagel, which I think translates as Maiden's Blade. But then later on, Peter Jackson decided that they were going to call it Hadafang and make it Elrond's sword specifically. And so Decipher was just kind of stepped on, and what they came up with was not official.
Oh, interesting.
So you will actually see a Hadafang in Expanded, but yeah.
Yeah, given that this was Site 1, which also contained just Ranger's Sword as a also unique but not named weapon for Aragorn, they could have just called it Maiden's Blade and had it fit the theme of everything else they were doing.
They could have. I mean, it makes sense, I think, for Aragorn to not necessarily name his Bring It Around sword, especially since that's an invention of the movie and the books.
Yes, because his Bring It Around sword in the books is still Narsil. Oh, we got some chatter going on.
Talia thinks that she's on her last legs. She thinks she's been doing some misplays, and it looks like she's hoping that someone from Brazil will make it into the top 8, but she doesn't think it will be herself.
Yeah, well, there goes Frodo. Sam taking up the ring.
And is this one of the rings that will be able to handle it during the fierce?
No, that Witch King is fierce. She's saying she's made some mistakes, but unless Glorfindel's going to beat the Witch King in the fierce skirmish, I think Sam's about to die. What am I missing here?
Oh, Yep, there it goes. Well, don't get down on yourself, Taliel. All right, so that's a win from her. Let's take a look and see at this Basmelis versus Chadwick game. Let's jump in and see what we got. So we have Basmelis running dwarves. Last alliance of dwarves and men. Up against the we already saw that Chadwick is running rainbow archery on the shadow side, and it looks like his Free People's side is a Valiant Rohan one. Well, so no, looks more like maybe it's a rainbow wound. Rainbows all around.
Yeah. Well, and here's the brown lands hit that we saw just the very end of the previous game, where Chadwick's going to be dropping that bomb. But Basmelis, from a pure vitality perspective, is in much better shape than we saw Balrog at.
And this is not nearly as good of a swarm.
No, that Ankea is not triggering, and only one archer. Brownlands will make it a second wound from the archery phase here, but that's not what they were looking for, like they saw last time around. Yeah. If Durin doesn't finish off Ankea during the fierce skirmish, he'll be able to do it, and Lennar will help you heal up. There is still a decent amount of wounds down compared to where he started, but I think it could have been substantially worse. Yeah, we're going to get a heal there. Golem sitting out exhausted. This is, again, one of those points where I like to point out where you could double and avoid one of the normal threats. But I think Basmelis is far enough ahead, he doesn't feel the need to. It's a nice full art, tall and proud that Chadwick's got on the field there, with a very wide fellowship. Using the V2, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but Amir's Blade. Gwithwine. Allows him to, every time he wins, gets to reinforce a token, which kind of really plays into some of these underused but not unvaluable cards from Tower's block. Basmelis is running hides. He's got 2 copies of Ritual Oath of Enmity out there, but neither of them got stacked with a token to take control of sites. So
yeah, just getting them out of his hand.
Sure they don't have a draw effect like the other Flood Insurance cards do. They just got cycled out.
Yeah, those ones were a bit awkward. All the other ones were able to be events, but you can't control sites on site 1 or 2, so you have to have it work a little bit differently. Took a lot of.
Yeah, 3 ready to falls in play, ready to start performing the swarms that he wants so badly here, but only one site controlled. Whether Chadwick's just been able to stop Freka from ever doing their thing, or if they've been liberating, I don't know. Oh, yeah, Feldeed's Awake is going to certainly help with some site liberation. Dropping Eckenbrand to get rid of the...
Was that War Club?
Was it a War Club?
Yeah.
Alder's going to lose here tons of Twilight out for Hides to stop the...
Yeah, nothing's going to die.
Wound. No. Yeah, Freka still actually winning this fight, and discarding the War Club may have been to avoid making that win overly impactful.
This is kind of an interesting tech here, the Silverlode Banks. Making it so that when you move here without a ranger, each companion must exert, but both of them came packing rangers.
Yeah. The same ranger, just different different arts. Yeah, that site makes a lot of sense for what Chadwick's trying to do here. Honestly, even if he didn't have a ranger to be played, being able to get a whole extra slew of wounds after the sanctuary can redo a lot of what you lost from the heal up.
But here we go. Basmelis going on to Tolbrandir, his own secret weapon from 2 years ago. Let's see if Chadwick has enough with 15 Twilight to pull the rabbit out of the hat. I think.
Yeah, Tolbrandir. Yeah. Nope.
Nope, there he goes. He concedes.
Yeah, recognizing he can't pull it off.
All right. Basmelis, reigning champion, goes in with another victory.
Not undefeated going into the final 8, but
nope.
What fun would it be if he never dropped again?
Okay, who shall we take a look at? Let's take a look at Balrog and Distali. How are they up to? Got to keep an eye on these two, right? Husband and wife pair.
Yeah. I think they're both in good shape to be moving on, but the winner of this game will certainly affect where they start in those rankings. Top 8 being a double elimination means that your very first match will be the last movie match for half of these players. And they're going to be paired up based on how well they perform today. Or not today, this morning.
So we have Beasterlings on Distali's side, as we've already seen. We have Balrog with her Valiant Rohirrim and Big Balrog energy. Surprise, surprise. Goes with the name.
Yeah, you gotta wonder. I know the whole choosing the name was a joke because she didn't think she was going to get into the game when she first checked it out, but gotta wonder how much the leaning into the Balrog is just...
Nominative determinism, as they say.
Yeah, both these players in pretty solid positions here. Only on site 6.
13 Twilight is not what you want to see against the Easterling Captain. Not when there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 burdens on the table. That's going to max out the ability. Every 2 Twilight can be transformed into +4 strength on any Easterling.
That's going to be some very big hitters.
And this one, the Easterling army can exert after you spot 6 burdens to make an Easterling strength +3. So there's floating +6. And each time this minion is assigned to an unbound companion, you may exert him to add a burden. Not that it really matters much, but it is there. And then while he can spot 5 burdens, the Easterling polearm makes the captain damage +1. No threats on the table, but
nope. Tall and proud, likely to fetch that army and discard the captain.
That is a very solid assumption.
Assuming
nothing.
Did we already lose the army?
No.
No.
What happened?
Does Tall and proud play it or put it into hand?
No, it's play. shuffles their deck.
Ah.
Either didn't find anything or decided not to do it.
I wonder if it gives you the option of discard pile or deck, and she picked the wrong one.
No, it said shuffle. That's a possibility. Is the Rohirrim army already here? Nope, not in here.
No.
Curious.
I'm confused. She says spotting.
Oh, spotting. The Rohirrim army specifically has a spot requirement.
Oh, okay.
And so it would require that she have 2 Rohan companions, and she only had Éomer.
Oh, no.
So the army was not able to stop the other army.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Belrog.
And both of these fierce guys, I think that's 7 Twilight left. 1 exertion still remaining on army. I think that if they wanted...
Yeah, they can both get really big. Gandalf's got the wrong staff to just stop a skirmish.
So that's 12 floating strength that Captain can assign. Yeah, you could go for an overwhelm over here. No!
No. What are we missing?
Oh, that did not even care. He had Fierce and Despair in
Didn't
hand.
need to.
Spot 2 Raider men to discard a companion except the Ring Bearer, and just say, whatever, I know you're only floating 1 copy of Gandalf, because why would you have 2? Whoop.
Yep. Well, all right then.
That Frodo
Belrog
is
not
not doing
Good
well.
spot here. I do feel like I said all but 2 or 3 minutes ago that they were both in great spots, and that was clearly wrong.
That just took one little turn.
Yeah, Dastali moving along, but no real reason to.
He has
Push
time
it,
to
I'll
stop
think.
and smell the roses.
Yeah. Trot on to site
1, 2,
7.
3, 4,
Fight
5.
whatever's dropped.
So 5 dead companions. There could still be a couple more played, but if one of those was Rohirrim army, then it's never.
Yeah,
going
one
to
of
see the
them's
table.
Rohirrim army.
Two threats already on the table. Possibility of 5 more going on, and of course the other Balrog is very happy to do that. And we've seen Gollum coming in, and with Fat One Wants It, they're going to be stacking up threats. Not enough Twilight.
Nope. Dropping the host and getting some extra setup going on.
Host with Moria Axe is not bad. Exert Bearer to make him strength +2, and he's already damage +1 from that.
Oh, Black
You
Trader
see.
coming out just to discard
yeah.
possession.
Now,
They're out
Dastali
commission.
really enjoys using Red Dawn, so I do not blame her for wiping that off the field.
Sight's going to cause a wound.
A
Eowyn will
wound, but then
present.
blocking it with Éowyn. And so Host of Moria gets wounded and then gets exerted from Firefoot. Keeps Éomer alive. But can it get to 22? No, because all those exertions took away the ability to utilize the Moria Axe there.
Yeah, I think that's probably all we're seeing.
Yeah, he's
But-
got no reason to move. He could.
No, I mean,
But
unless,
why? Yeah.
unless Belrog's got some amazing play that feels like it's just an unnecessary risk. You know she's running the Belrog. And all he needs to be able to drop is a captain. Right? Yeah.
Yep. Captain and Polearm.
Full arm for free. Yeah, that's an overwhelm without using the ability, but he can go +4 if he needs to.
Yeah. I think that's game.
I think so too. Yeah, she'll put on the ring to go up to 7. He'll use the last 4, or last 2 to get +4. Unless there's something else that is hiding in hand. Oh, no,
well, yeah.
not in hand,
Royal
on the
Guard.
field.
That's why we put him in there, right? Was to
Yep. No, absolutely. Royal Guard's going to be able to jump in and help out. Can still burn that +2 just to make her put on the ring, but she will survive the first skirmish. Yeah, it doesn't bother burning the 2, waiting for the overwhelm.
Get down, Mr. Ringbearer.
Yeah. Oh, Royal Guard does have 2 vitality. Can only be used once per skirmish, but can be used twice.
Wow. I suppose
Why
it's
didn't he
not quite over
use
yet, but
the last 2 shadow? It would have at least forced the ring to be worn. Maybe it doesn't really matter.
ooh,
Crowd
all
suddenly
that
call
setup
wiping the field.
completely wiped. I feel like this is a victory lap. Like, oh, you managed to survive another sight, but here we're going to make sure that you have no hope whatsoever.
Yeah. Healing up Aemir before moving on. Giving the entire army 1 horse. Never quite sure how those ones work. And moving off. Okay, and the Belrog.
Well, we have a
This
fully
site
loaded
prevents
Gandalf last spell
maneuver.
here, though.
Yeah. The site in particular, it prevents maneuver events, but it does not prevent maneuver special abilities.
Correct, yeah.
So it's very good at stopping things like Secret Sentinel, but it doesn't prevent Nkea from doing what Nkea does. But like you said, last spell stopping anything terribly meaningful there. And I'm not quite sure what the Balrog is going to go up against, but Aemir can dispatch Nkea in the first round without any complaints at all. Yeah, no armor on the field. Oh no, there's a Kingsmail on Aemir.
Well, in that case, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just going to waltz on out of there without any problem. And Erkenbrand's just going to come on in and say, hey, oh, wait, no, there's no possession, so
No, nothing to get rid of.
yeah.
And I think he's possession anyway, right? Not item. He wouldn't be able to get rid of the Balrog stuff.
Artifact, yeah, no, it's just possession.
But cycling out of hand, getting on the table. Is that a full 9 companions? No, 8 companions for Nostali.
Well, this shambling corpse of a game needs to get on with it. Not to say that Balrog has 0 chance, but
I mean, unless there's companions in there we're not expecting to see, I think it's pretty close to 0 chance.
we could see a couple of guys pulled out at the very end. It's not going to be.
We could also see a terrible draw for Dostali.
Oops, wrong one.
Beasterlings do suffer from this, small number of unique characters. He doesn't have the ships in play to go stacking the top of his deck. He could get hand clogged.
Gandalf was discarded, not killed.
That's true.
So in theory, if there is another copy, he could come on out to play.
Yeah. Balrog taking Frodo out, tossing the ring over to Sam. Yeah. Balrog adding that burden back. And then being fierce. Or was that the fierce? Oh.
No, that was... Okay, well, Dostali has decided to put an end to this.
Said, screw it, my fellowship's going to make it to the end. Golem coming out, Tollbrander getting used. Just not very much coming through. It's going to leave...
only one tracker in the discard pile. Yeah, it looks like not enough of the deck was gone through.
No, that's a rough one. Not that Frodo was likely to make it to the end if Dostali had stopped, but...
Yeah, I think Dostali can sacrifice 2 guys to the Balrog and it won't matter.
Yeah, I think so. As long as it's not Sam. Yeah. Balrog coming back through. Doesn't even need to sacrifice. It's got the King's Mail. think he's showing off. It's going to have near win the skirmish. Use Aragorn enough times, and the King's Mail stops the additional wounds from the Belarug's special ability there.
Aemir having the time of his life, running down these giant minions.
Yeah, just loving it. All right.
Okay, so that's going to be a win
hour.
for Destali. So I think that gives us our final rankings.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
Let's see here. So we have Basmelis up at the top. Previous world champion, 5-1. We have Stefan77 right on his heels, also at 5-1. We have Destali, Chadwick, Sith Dora, and Taliel at 4-2. We have N. Scarpato, Rutil, Balrog69, and Wingfoot81, and Shield all at 3-3. And then we have Arbranko, Mazdref, Beto, Tomas, and Inolan bringing up the rear there. Fantastic play from everybody. So it looks like we are absolutely going to be seeing these players again. And then we're going to have to go to tiebreaker for Scarpato, Rutil, Balrog, Wingfoot, and Shield to figure out which of these two individuals will be moving on. We have some tiebreakers up here. I don't know if we're going to follow these or not, but we will let you all know. Mock, do you have any idea of what you were going to do with that?
I had not said anything different from what we standardly do, but I don't know what those things up top here mean. But Bushholtz and
Bushholtz, I think, is actually pretty close. Yeah, this is median. So this is the median system that we use. Number of match wins against tied opponents. That shouldn't.
Oh,
okay,
that's
so this is similar to the head-to-head. I see. So how about I do this? So let's go ahead and post here. Well, whatever tiebreaks. Hang on. So
is this in tiebreak order?
Yeah, I think it is.
So
these ones here.
No. Oh,
so this is actually a more advanced version of the head-to-head that we use, because normally we just look at head-to-head between two individuals. This is looking at the number of match wins only against tied opponents. So between all of these, all 5 of these, Scarpato won 2 matches, so I think that makes sense to put him there at the top. And then Rutil won against one of these, and apparently none of the other 3 down here played any of these other individuals. So
sounds like that's a top 8. Let me really quickly double check that I didn't put an FAQ out somewhere that suggests something differently. I had misspoken because I misunderstood Swiss seeded stuff once upon a time and caused a player to be confused.
Okay, so let's go ahead
and I don't see anything about tiebreakers in that post or the blog. So yeah, so I think you are safe to post our top based on the tiebreakers.
Okay, so we're going to go with this then. Here's the final rankings. And we will go with this top 8 for the cutoff. So that is Basmelis, Stefan77, Destali, Chadwick, Sith Dora, Taliel, M. Scarpato, and
Rutil. Oh, that's good to see. Rutil wasn't sure if they were going to be able to make it, and it's one of the players I was waiting on to make sure I knew how many fill spots we had. It's nice to see that they both made it and performed very well.
Okay, let's see. So it is currently 1646, so it's 1745 or so. Are we saying that they can change their decks from the ones that they had already registered, or are they still using these decks all the way through?
I don't think we ever said one or the other. I certainly was assuming they were using these ones all the way through.
Okay,
I
fine.
don't know that there is a specific
works.
statement on that. Do we have a V3 exhibition
Yes, we do. I
scheduled out?
believe Mozdref, although he was one of the individuals who was in the tournament, he said that since he scored so low, he wants to hop into that. So. All right, so we're going to take a brief break here, and then once we are back, we are going to be showing off an exhibition match for V3, the set that is going to be released by the Players Council later this year. So if you're looking to see that while you're chewing on your lunch, you can do that. And as soon as that break is over, which is going to be in about 1 hour from now, we will be kicking off the remaining portion of the tournament of the World Championship, which will be the double elimination match between the top 8. So we're just knocking some details out here in Discord, and then yeah, so I will be back momentarily, and hopefully we will have that V3 match up here shortly.
All right, I think we're gonna have just a minute of silence. I also need to step away for a minute, but once that's up, we'll be back.
Okay, I'm back refreshed. Got all my stuff done on my side. I think we've got all of our details hashed out. So now let's get that V3 match going. Let's see here. Okay, so to everyone who has been out of the loop, set V3, which we don't yet have a name for, but we will here in a couple of months, is a set that, just like the other TV sets that we have done so far, are celebrating a particular movie in the trilogy. So V1 was about celebrating and kind of fleshing out Fellowship of the Ring. Set V2 was really focused on the Two Towers, and set V3 will be focusing largely on the Return of the King. There are a few things that we are doing with this set that are new to the PC and to the game at large. One of the big things that we're really looking to do is, in particular, is add brand new mechanics. Largely what we have stuck to so far is trying to refine our design pipeline and making sure that we have the capability of going in and editing our cards when we make mistakes, and getting the whole process of creating cards from beginning to end all kind of oiled out. And V3 is going to be adding brand new stuff. The whole point here is that we are going to be trying some new things that have never been done in the Lord of the Rings trading card game. And so in particular, there are 3 new mechanics that we are going to be adding. Or fleshing out. 2 of them are kind of flesh outs, really just kind of pushing the envelope a little bit further. But there's one that is big, that is going to be a big change. And we've talked about it on streams before, and that is Hinder. And so hopefully we will have some decks here that will show off that Hinder mechanic for the first time. So we're kicking this off here between Mazdref and Joda. I know that they have mentioned that they have... they've told me what their decks were, and I've already forgotten what they are. So both of them appear to be going with the Neo Choke subset here. So we can see that there is that what we have here is we have a new version of Frodo that comes particularly at the end of his journey, is not doing well. Strength of 2 as opposed to 3, and a base resistance of 6. And instead, he increases his strength and resistance as you can spot more companions. However, the Neo Choke aspect, little subculture that we're going for, is trying to enact the mechanics of Choke, or kind of the feel of Choke, without actually making you remove Twilight from the pool so that your opponent is unable to play anything. So what these are going to do is that they are going to be more powerful while you have less than 4 companions. And if you have more than 4, then you lose the ability to really take advantage of them. So Sam Undaunted here, for instance, says if you cannot spot more than 4 companions at the start of the maneuver phase, you may add a burden to choose odd or even. Hinder all shadow support cards at the Twilight cost, matching your choice. So we are adding the ability to reach out and touch that support area, which is something that is usually pretty difficult for the Shire to do, but you only have access to it if you have 4 or fewer companions. And both of our fellowships here appear to be doing that. So it looks like we have Mazdref using Boromir Redeemed. He is obviously pretty good when he is up against multiple minions from V1, and so it looks like he's decided to attempt to use him with this 4 companions or less style. We also have a new version of Sting. This version of Sting states if you cannot spot more than 4 companions, add a threat to make bearer strength +1 for each threat and burden you can spot. And then if the One Ring is transferred, you may play it from the discard pile. Let's see, what got played here? I believe that was an Enduring Evil. Spot X burdens to make a character skirmishing a Shadow or a Sauron arc strength -X. So we had that flip around. The Sting was able to be used, and because of the same burdens, was able to pump the strength right back up. Okay, and then just peeking out down over here, we can see that there's actually a Shire version of Smeagol. One of the other kind of, not mechanicals, but themes that V3 is playing with are culture bending, putting people in cultures that they are associated with but have never seen print. So when here we see a version of Smeagol that is not a Smeagol card, but a Shire card. And so there are a handful of various Shire cards that exist that will be able to interact with him that could not in the past. So we have Mithril Coat and a Promise coming down. A Promise, of course, being only making sense if you are trying to play up with a decent amount of Frodo and Sam centric stuff. Frodo already up to strength 9 with this limited fellowship. We Hates Them being played on Smeagol. Discard this condition to discard a minion and play a companion from your discard pile. That, I think, I could see where that particular one is going, especially if we have some sort of bouncing hobbit. And now we have the first look at some of the shadow cards from V3 here. So one of the big things that I always found personally offensive about some of the Return of the King set cards is that the Mumakil suck. They're supposed to be these big giant elephants that absolutely wreck everything, right? And so we wanted to fix the injustice that was the piddly +3 strength and fierce that was attached to Mumakil before. And so what we have settled on here is a type of mechanic whereby you play the Mumakil to your support area, and then you slowly stack men on them over time. So the Blade Test Charger here will allow you to stack any number of Southern men that are already in play on it, and then it immediately enters play with all those men stacked on top, just like a Mumak should be. And then the Blade Test Rearguard here operates on the opposite side and says stack a Southern man who is in play on this Blade Test Rearguard, and then later on a further turn, you can, during the maneuver phase, add some Twilight to make this into a minion that will play with all those men stacked on top of it. We also down here are seeing another one of the mechanics that is being used in V3. In addition to the single dot uniqueness, we are adding a 2-dot and a 3-dot uniqueness, which works pretty much the same way as the 1-dot. If there are 2 dots on a card, then you may only have 2 copies in play. If there are 3 dots on a card, you may only have 3 copies in play. And so we are going to be using that for the most part in the future, along with errata, because many times there are things that we find where cards don't work so well at 4 copies, but would be too weak and piddly at 1 copy. So we're going to be using this pretty heavily, I think, as necessary in the future. But we've also got a bunch of cards that are going to play around with the concept. So this particular set of cards that we're looking at is going to be part of what we call the Sauron Pyramid. And the way that it works is that there are 3 cards that you would put into play called this Ominous Sky that are Twilight conditions. And these Twilight conditions are going to represent the encroaching shadow from Sauron. Then there are going to be 2-dot cards that you play on top of them, and then there will be a single 1-dot card that is very powerful if all the other pieces can be put into play first. And this is going to represent Sauron ultimately getting what he wants with all the shadow covering all the earth. And so it is kind of a goal for the shadow player to try and get all those pieces into play. And if they get that capstone piece in play, that particular piece cannot be discarded anymore. It will be pretty much invincible once it is on the table. So it will be up to the free peoples to make sure that the darkness does not grow to that point. There was a few things going on. I saw that there was a card for Frodo, I believe, that was played by one of our players. So this is one of the new cards as well. This is another one of the 4 limit cards, so the Neochoke. It kind of calls back to Dagger Strike, and also a couple other things. Exert a unique Gondor or Shire companion except Frodo to make that companion strength +1 for each wound and burden on Frodo. Limit +3 unless you cannot spot more than 4 companions, and then you remove it from the game. So here we've also got our third Mumakil, this one being the Blade Tusk Matriarch. So this one simply says that you stack a Southern from hand here as opposed to taking them from play like the other 2. And then just like the other 2, during the maneuver phase, if there are sufficient Southrons stacked on her, then you may remove Twilight to make it into a mounted minion that will play out the rest of the game like a minion. And so we've already seen one Desert Wind Stalker being placed on her, which is another new one, which we'll talk about here in a moment. So the Desert Trackers, which are Southern Trackers. Oh, well, actually, hang on. Before I get into that, let's take a look at the ones that are being played. So here's another one of the culture-bending ones. We have a Mouth of Sauron, who's Raider. He's a Lurker. We are importing the Lurker keyword from the expanded sets into PC Movie because the Lurker is honestly a fantastic mechanic. So we are going to be looking for a few different places to apply it. And so here, the Mouth of Sauron says your shadow events are Twilight cost -1 because, of course, there are a great many Raider events that are very big and expensive, and so he's going to help those out. And then as a response action, if a minion is about to take a wound, exert this minion to prevent that wound and hinder a free people's weapon. So hinder, as mentioned, is something that is used to Or actually, I guess I haven't gone over it yet this stream because it hasn't shown up. And here, perfect opportunity. So when a card is hindered, you flip it face down, and while it is face down, it is effectively not in the game. So here, Smeagol used his ability, assignment, if you cannot spot a companion with a culture other than Shire, which we don't, exert Smeagol and hinder him to spot a minion. Add 2 Twilight to hinder that minion. And so what we have here is we have a situation where Smeagol has become hindered and he cannot be used, but also the Mouth of Sauron has been hindered and he cannot be used. So all the text, all the stats, all the everything on this card is effectively gone. The difference being between these two is that each player, whenever they reconcile, will restore all of their hindered cards face up. And so this inherently makes it an asymmetrical mechanic, because for free peoples, if a card is hindered, that is effectively hindered until the end of the turn. But for Shadow, it is effectively only hindered until the regroup phase, when they reconcile. Here we can see another Neochoke card. We have the File of Galadriel, Bane of Darkness. Maneuver, add 2 burdens to hinder all Shadow support cards with the same title that you spot. And then just like the other version of Sting, if the One Ring is transferred, you may play this on the new Ring Bearer. You may use this ability from your discard pile. And so here we can see the Ominous Sky being used. Each time you play an orc, you may hinder this to add 1 Twilight, and so it has hindered itself and made it unusable with the other text that it may have, but effectively making that orc a little bit cheaper. If you have all 3 copies of this, you can imagine that it will start to build up the Twilight in an orc in a culture agnostic fashion that is utilized for any kind of orc. So there's a number of different shadow strategies that may be able to utilize this. Let's see, what was I talking about? We were talking about Sauron trackers before, or not Sauron trackers, Raider trackers, Southern trackers. That's the word I was looking for. So the Southern trackers, you can see we don't have art here just yet. These things are still work in progress. You can see all of the ones that use the sort of crayon scribbled template. These are all still temporary. Still works in progress, but we were hoping to release these in December, so we will definitely have them all ready before then. So the Southern trackers here play a little bit differently from other trackers. They all say to this effect, when you play this minion, remove a certain amount of Twilight or hinder this minion. You can see that this is a 3-cost minion that gets you 12 Twilight. And so that is relatively undercosted. And if you were to add the 3, or if you were to remove the 3 in addition to the cost that you pay, you'll find that it brings it back up to a more reasonable cost. But you can instead hinder the minion to make it set a, here we go. So we're actually going to see this played out. So he's decided that he's going to lay a trap. So this Desert Wind Whisper here, when you play this minion, remove 3 or hinder the minion. Each time you hinder this minion, you may hinder another Raider minion. But then it also has this text down here, each minion with ambush X is strength plus X. So he went down and hindered himself, laid a trap, and our opponent here decided to move a second time, which sort of springs the trap, right? They didn't have to pay very much for this Desert Wind Whisper. For 15 strength, they only had to pay 5 Twilight. And so now we're going to see if anyone else is going to join them on the ambush, on the real ambush, right? So here we have a Stalker, choosing this time to pay the additional Twilight rather than self-hinder because the trap's been sprung. And this guy, we see the Stalker says Southrons gain ambush 1. So each of these now have ambush 1, and then because of this guy's text, each minion with ambush X is strength plus X. So we are going to see that these numbers are starting to trickle up. This means that these particular cards do play pretty well with a lot of the Southern cards that already have a bunch of ambush that are more or less useless. So these can help make those cheaper minions with ambush actually matter by giving them a bit of a boost. So now, Joda down here has to figure out what exactly he's going to do. There are some pretty beefy minions here. We have the File of Galadriel being used, adding 2 burdens to hinder all shadow support cards with the title you spot. So he decided to make sure that Blade Tusk Charger, that these guys were not going to be able to stack the Southrons on top of them. Wanted to make sure that they're not going to be able to be utilized. And then Smeagol using his ability to make sure that the Whisper himself gets hindered. Oh, but here we have a response in the form of Sandcraft Trap. which is an event. Restore all trackers and minions with ambush. If you restored any, spot a Southron and make the Free People's player assign it to an unbound companion with the lowest strength. And so... how did that go on to Mary? I may need to look into that. At any rate, that is another way that you can utilize these Southern trackers. They will spring out with that particular Sandcraft trap and surprise anybody that may have thought that they were out of the game. Smeagol, having already used his ability, is no longer in play effectively. He's out of it, and we're going to see here that during the regroup phase, when the Reconcile occurs, that these cards will become restored, but Smeagol will not. Not until his owner decides to stay. The errated Mary from Over the Brandywine, using his ability to pump himself up. For each hand weapon you can spot, so he's going to have to do it again. Get himself up to 9, so he's not quite overwhelmed by that 16 strength. We have Nine-Fingered Frodo and the Ring of Doom. That's, of course, just a regular Decipher card. Exert a Shire character to remove a burden or 2 threats. There's quite a few burdens here. So probably need to start tearing that down bit by bit. And now here, during the Reconcile, we can see that all the Shadow cards were restored, but not the Free People's ones, because its owner had not yet reconciled. And because they had already moved twice, there was not really a meaningful choice there for them to figure out if they were going to move a third time. The sooner we're rid of it, another one of the Neo Choke cards. Exert a companion and hinder each card borne by them to make that companion strength +1 for each card hindered, +3 if that card is a weapon. Hinder this condition if you can spot more than 4 companions. So this is one that can be used in a more flexible style, but it is better and more flexible and available if you utilize it only when there's 4 companions on the table. Ominous Sky once again being used to just squeeze a little bit more Twilight out of the orcs that are being played. And here we have the Cirith Ungol Watcher. So this one is utilizing that 2 dot for flavor. There's 2 Watchers, right? One on either side of the passageway. And so you can only have 2 of them in play. So this one says to play, spot a Sauron card and add a threat. Each time a companion exerts, draw a card, limit once per sight. The Watchers are watching. If you do something that requires you to exert yourself, then they probably want to know what it is, right? And then as a response, if a companion is exerted by a Free People's card, discard another Cirith Ungol Watcher to add 3 threats and hinder that companion. The Cirith Ungol Watchers, of course, were not really in the film. They are in a blink and you miss it moment, as you can see here on the card itself. But the in the books, Sam was able to sneak past them once using the File of Galadriel, but once he tried to sneak past the second time, he came across a very powerful barrier that kept him from going anywhere. And so that's really what this is kind of exploring, is making it so that if you have both Watchers on the lookout, that you may discard one of them when somebody tries to exert and tries to get through, to add 3 threats and hinder that companion. So that's really just all there for flavor. Looks like while I was blathering, Boromir died. Don't quite know what happened there, but it's all good. Frodo here with 8 vitality, probably a little bit much. I think the Sting is probably going to have the plus vitality removed from it in a future balanced nerf as we continue designing these cards. But so driven by her own cruel will is another one of those events. Make a skirmishing hobbit bearing a hand weapon, except the ring bearer. I think they may have missed that. This is the ring bearer, so it doesn't apply to them. Strength plus X, where X is the total vitality of all characters in that skirmish. At the end of that skirmish, hinder a minion involved in that skirmish if you cannot spot more than 4 companions. So Sam, of course, was not able to actually pierce Shelob's hide. Shelob herself thrust herself down onto Sting, and with her own tremendous strength, pierced her own abdomen. And so this is basically a way of turning the vitality of everyone involved into strength. which of course hobbits, having lots of vitality normally, really want to be able to do that. So we have, oh, the sooner we're rid of it, I didn't even think about that interaction, come to think of it. Hinder each card born by them. Yeah, so it also affects shadow cards, but now that the shadow player has reconciled, the Verlac Hum that was on Frodo has now been restored. So it is back to normal. And then, since the Free People's player decided to reconcile, their own cards were restored to normal. So we're down to Joda. He is now, let's see, moving on to, oh no, he started the turn at the Valley of the Silver Lord here on Site 6. Using the Sanctuary. We have lots of different cards coming out that benefit a smaller companionship. We have the Build a Pony, we have 2 copies of A Promise. Frodo's sitting there at 11 strength, casually. Which makes him possible to actually do stuff, but at the same time he's limited. If you were to add a 5th companion, he would lose the bulk of that strength that has been attached to him. Probably considering what else to play. Moving on to Site 7. We have no real archery from either side of these, so not really something that we need to worry about. Shifting Sands. Each time Ambush Twilight is added, hinder a Free People's condition. And of course that can happen quite a bit. Each time your Southron man dies, you may remove 1 Twilight to stack a Southron from your discard pile on a Raider support item or Southron or Raider minion that already has a Southron stacked on it. So Shifting Sands can of course be used to hinder the various conditions repeatedly to make sure that they're not getting too powerful, while also being able to stack more guys onto the Mumax that we have here in the support area. Then over here we have Duty.
Especially like that it allows you to stack them on Mumax that are already minions.
Yep.
They're out, they're in the fights, and as the rest of the fodder loses, they just jump right on.
Yep. It's a good way to make sure that those Mumax get even bigger and even scarier. Let's see. So Duty no less than yours, another 2-dot condition. Each time a Raider minion dies, you may exert a Raider minion to exert an unbound companion. If you can spot another Duty no less than yours, you may discard it to also hinder that companion. So we can all imagine that moment where Faramir is sort of looking out at the Southron that has died at his feet and wondering, you know, was he doing the right thing by slaughtering these men that are coming out? And so of course that pause there of sitting there and wondering about it instead of performing actions, that's being represented here by the hinder. A lot of thematic stuff in this batch. So we have a second copy of Ominous Sky coming down. We haven't yet seen the other pieces of that pyramid just yet. Hopefully we do. But that is, of course, one of the weaknesses of the pyramid, is that you need to draw early and draw often. Try to get as many of these pieces down as you can so you can get that capstone.
Yeah, it looks like both players here are really leaning into the V3 for these decks, which is wonderful for the exhibition.
Well, yes, that is the point.
No, of course it is. I missed the first half of this game, and I apologize for that. So I'm just trying to catch up and see what's going on. But we've got our pyramids, we've got
the Mumax,
like both sides are playing.
Southern Trackers.
Yeah.
So for the Shire here is an assignment event. Spot a Hobbit companion except the Ring Bearer in Region 1. Hinder all other Hobbits, keeping them safe. In Region 2, make that Hobbit Defender +2 until the regroup phase. And then in Region 3, where we are, make that Hobbit Enduring until the regroup phase. So I don't know who that was used on. But Frodo ended up taking the fight anyway. And this really shows off, I think, one of the ways that Hinder is really able to expand the design space. That we're able to perform these actions that are essentially once per site without saying once per site, because if it's been hindered, then it's effectively stuck in that state until that player stops and reconciles. So we're able to introduce some interesting costs and repeatedly usable conditions that don't just immediately discard themselves or rely on tokens that can be abused or something like that. his own version of Sting coming out, same one that his opponent has. Now got quite a bit of vitality on both sides, although also quite a number of burdens. Both of the abilities on both these sides want to utilize a decent number of burdens, so they're stacking them up here quick. Worth fighting for, another fellowship event. To play Spot a Hobbit Companion, make the shadow player exhaust one of your characters. For each exertion made, hinder a shadow support card. If you cannot spot more than 4 companions, you may make the shadow player shuffle one of their hindered cards, and all cards stacked on it, into its owner's draw deck. And so here, the opponent has decided to pick Mary, and so 3 exertions were made, which means that now you get to hinder 3 shadow support cards. So we see Shifting Sands gets hindered, Blade Test Matriarch got hindered, and now he's choosing which one the third should be. And since there are only 4 companions, that second part of the clause will kick in then. Just as soon as they finish making their decision.
What is the second part of the clause there? I haven't learned all of the V3 cards yet.
So the second part of the clause on, not Shifting Sands, where is it? Here it is.
Worth fighting for.
Yeah, so if you cannot spot more than 4 companions, you may make the shadow player shuffle one of their hindered cards and all cards stacked on it into their owner's draw deck. So they get to pick one of the hindered cards and put it away.
With the way that's worded, the shadow player is selecting, correct?
Yes, correct, yeah. So that's a bonus that they get for having 4 or fewer companions, and so one of the ones that got hindered also got shuffled into the draw deck. They didn't get to pick which one, of course, so that is at least a little bit of defense for Shadow. Desert Wind Scout coming out. Decided to pay the extra Twilight rather than self-hindering. Same thing with the second Scout. So both of these are naturally ambushed too. So we may see, nope, Shifting Sands got hindered. So
it was hindered. No more hindering just because you're adding more Twilight.
Yep.
We do have some positive comments coming in from the audience here in GEMP chat. It says the hinder mechanic feels like it modernizes the gameplay quite a lot. From the sample here, feels much more like something you would see in a current game rather than something that's 25 years old.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty much exactly what we're trying to do, right? Is pump more lifeblood.
Keep the heart of what we've got, but continue to see expanded interest. So that's wonderful to see.
I'm actually quite happy with how flexible the mechanic is as well. There's things that you can do to yourself as a cost. There's things that you can do using them as offensively, to needle your opponent without necessarily absolutely obliterating their support area, right? Like this hindering stuff that we've given to Shire. Imagine if it was discard, right? That would just be way overpowered, right? Because that's something that Shire has never had access to, is the ability to really damage the support area. But it feels a little more fair when you have to continually keep it up.
Right. Something that if you haven't mentioned already, there's going to be quite a few errata coming through with the V3 update as well to move some of the overtuned discard effects into hinder effects.
Yep. So talking about that, we are going to see Sleep Caradhras, Saruman's Power, and a number of other Gandalf nukes are going to be adjusted to hinder. For the most part, they're going to be adjusted to discard a single condition and then hinder all the rest. So you'll still get a little bit of leeway against your opponent, but you're no longer going to have one of those moments like what we had earlier today where somebody had an amazing hand where they played 6 shadow conditions all at once and then their opponent just said nope and played 1 card and wiped it all out.
Right.
They will now
played at the right moment.
Right.
It absolutely will still swing the game. But
for sure.
It doesn't mean that it's not worth playing conditions once Gandalf hits the field.
Exactly. Yeah, no more of this I spent all game doing this and you spent 1 turn on doing it sort of nonsense.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I think that's going to be a huge, huge boon. And correct me if I'm wrong, Grima is being affected by some of the hinder effects as well, right?
So both of the major versions of Grima, Grima Chief Counselor and Grima Wormtongue, are going to be altered so that instead of returning the cards to hand, as they do now, they will instead be hindering them. They otherwise aren't changed too much. I believe Wormtongue. I take that back. Both of them were altered so that they will be able to hinder a single card by default. But if you spot either, in the case of Wormtongue, 3 cards attached to that companion, or in the case of Chief Counselor, if you can spot 4 cultures, then you can instead hinder that entire batch of cards. And this is significantly more fair than, you know, stuffing your hand full of stuff that you really don't want to get rid of, and then traipsing down the site path on your Free People side because your triple agent Grima has helped not his own shadow side, but helped his own Free People side. That sort of nonsense is just ridiculous.
Potentially still leaves them hugely impactful for the turn.
Absolutely.
That companion can't skirmish. That companion doesn't have gear and stops being a tank. But
right.
Stops
but
the
no longer.
Yeah,
oh yeah, my hand is now
Claude
completely
for
screwed over.
2 turns. Yeah.
So here's another Mouth of Sauron. This particular one, I mean, obviously not culture bending so much. He's Sauron culture, but there is yet still another version of the Mouth of Sauron that we have not seen here yet from V3. So this one is also a lurker. If you're not familiar with lurker just means that this individual has to be skirmished after all of the minions. And then he has the ability, each time a companion loses a skirmish, the Free People's player must add a threat or a burden. And then a skirmish ability, exert this minion to make a wounded companion strength -1. So lurker abilities on minions in Shadows and Beyond often were attached to characters like this that have some sort of exert ability or some way to affect other minions. And so you cannot just snipe them immediately at the very beginning. You will actually have to wait to kill them, or at least kill them through a regular skirmish until later. And then while I was explaining that, we actually have the Cover of Darkness come in. So here we can see behind us that Frodo has to go to the Band of the Eye and cannot do the Mouth of Sauron until all other non-lurkers are taken care of. But so Cover of Darkness is one of the tier 2 parts of the pyramid for Sauron here. So we have Cover of Darkness, Omen of Dread. It says to play, hinder 2 Twilight conditions, so you have to have those other ones. So you can see the pyramid is slowly being built up. Hinder this condition and exert an orc to make that orc strength +1 for each burden you can spot. So that's effectively kind of a enduring evil, but it's something that you have repeated ability to invoke. And so this kind of shows one of the other ways. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, when you've got, like, in right here, Frodo's sitting there with 8 burdens. Things get real tight, real fast. Mouth of Sauron is helping out as well.
And then each time a companion loses a skirmish, so that's kicking in. The One Ring is being chipped over, and now we should see... Oh no, game canceled due to an error. Well, that's why it's still in playtesting. I bet it was one of the cards that was over here, Sting or the Vial of Galadriel. Both of these are coded so that if the One Ring is transferred, play this on the new Ring Bearer. So one or the other of those must be bugged.
This is why we do as much playtesting as we can.
Exactly, yeah.
That's always happy to get more playtesters. If anybody is ever interested, it is not only a great way of helping get these cards kind of really fleshed out and make sure that we catch as many bugs as possible, but it's a great way to get a sneak peek at what might be coming out next.
Exactly. So we've still got about 20 minutes. Let's see. We could take a look at some of these other ones. What have we got here?
If you're looking to show off some of what's coming out in V3, I'm really excited about some of the new Wraith stuff.
Sure.
And Kumal, for the art alone, might be my favorite V3 card.
So let's take a look at some of these Gondor Wraith stuff. So the Gondor Wraiths are... It's sort of impressive that a Gondor Wraith deck even exists, given that there's really only about 8 cards or so that the entire subculture has. And so we are going to flesh that out a little bit. Let's hop on past these, and let's start taking a look at some of these Wraith cards. Domain of the Dead King. When you play this, spot a Gondor Wraith to remove a threat. Each time a Gondor Wraith takes a threat wound, wound a minion. So one of the things that this particular subculture stuff is going to be playing with is trying to turn things that are normally good for the shadow player into things that are also good for you. So taking a threat wound on your minion, or sorry, on your companion who is a Wraith also lets you wound a minion. Normally, taking a threat wound is something that is very good. You still have to take the threat wound in this case, but when you do, you also get an additional benefit out of it. And then on top of that, one of the other things that we're going to be playing with is trying to play with the Wraiths being ethereal a little bit more. One of the things that's supposed to make them difficult to deal with is that they're ghosts. How do you kill a ghost? So here we have, if an exhausted Gondor Wraith is about to take a wound, add a threat and hinder this artifact to hinder that Wraith. Once the Wraith is hindered, you cannot interact with it, and so the wound fizzles out and fails to be applied. So that Wraith kind of phases out, and away it goes. Ethereal Banner. So this is a hand weapon that can be placed on a Gondor Wraith, and of course it will give it the +1 vitality there. Each time bearer wins a skirmish, you may exert a Wraith and a minion it is assigned to skirmish. Response: if bearer overwhelms a minion, discard this possession and remove 2 threats to wound 2 minions. So you get to yank out those threats and apply them to minions yourself.
Really important other piece here that's not just game text is that it is +1 vitality. So Wraiths being traditionally enduring allows them to get the strength bonus that you would normally see if they're willing to get even lower in how many remaining vitality they've got.
So Weirden asks in chat, hindering does not cause current wounds or tokens to be removed though, right? That is correct. You do not remove any of the cards that are currently on it. You do not move any of the tokens or anything. The only thing that changes is that card is effectively not in play anymore. Once it is restored, all the same tokens and all the same cards that were on it will still be on there. Yeah. Ethereal March. This is one of the big ones. While you can spot 2 Gondor Wraiths, the threat limit is +2. So normally the threat limit is tied to the number of companions that you have on the field, but this can get extremely difficult for Wraiths to deal with because Wraiths are always adding threats all over the place. And so here we have a non-unique condition that coming down onto the table will allow you to increase that limit, which of course is a double-edged sword. Do you want to add 18 threats? Maybe that's a bad idea, but maybe you need to. While you can spot...
Yes, I want to add 18 threats.
While you can spot more
Absolutely.
threats than... Yeah, and so I think that will be a self-correcting problem, right? While you can spot more threats than companions, each Wraith is strength +1, and then each time this condition is hindered or discarded, remove a threat. So at least, you know, +2 to the limit, but then maybe remove 1 if this card is gotten rid of so that you're not left in totally up the lurch. I call on you at a fellowship event. Exert Aragorn or Spot Anduril and add X threats to play a Wraith from your dead pile, where X is the region number. So this is another situation where we are playing around with Wraiths being a little more ethereal and not just dying. Here we can pull one out of the dead pile for an additional cost of threat. So if you are in region 1, meaning sites 1, 2, or 3, then you add 1 threat to play a Wraith from your dead pile. And of course, most Wraiths will have some sort of add threats cost as well to them. So if you do this in region 3, meaning sites 7, 8, or 9, then you will be adding 3 threats to do that on top of whatever the Wraith actually costs itself. So extremely expensive, extremely dangerous, but available. One of the options. So those are foundation, or those are fortification. Those aren't those aren't Wraiths. Skip right on past those. Why don't I? King of the Dead. So we have a new version of King of the Dead here. One of the big things about this guy is that it is intentional. This one does not have the Aragorn signet, which the other one does. So that is one of the things that distinguishes the two here. This one's still enduring. To play, add 2 threats. Each time King of the Dead is killed, heal every Wraith. Now that there are various cards that allow you to pull them back out of the dead pile, you are likely to see this King of the Dead die 1 or more times through the game, right? And then as an assignment action, exert King of the Dead to restore a Wraith and heal it. So if you have one of your Wraiths already having been hindered by one of the other effects that you have, or perhaps by a shadow effect, then you can pull this guy out and use him to pull the make the Wraith phase back in and get back to work. Oh, also not a Wraith. Tormented Spectre. People can pause quickly on the video if they really want to see it. Tormented Spectre here.
Back through. It will be on YouTube.
Yeah. It will. So this one's enduring. To play at a threat, this companion is strength +1 for each hindered card you can spot. So this might be defensive if your opponent is coming with a lot of hindering cards. It might be offensive if you yourself are coming with a lot of hindering cards. Either way, this guy pumps himself up. Tormented Warrior, enduring. To play at a threat, this companion is strength +1 for each companion in the dead pile. And then it's also an additional strength +1 for each Wraith in the dead pile. So the more guys that you are stacking into your dead pile that are Wraiths, this guy starts to really pump up. So once again, kind of
We have a typo there.
uh,
The second dead pile, 2 eyes.
second dead pile. Oh yeah. I'll have to fix that. And then Tormented Revenant. To play, spot or add 2 threats. So if there's already 2 threats, you do not need to add them. This companion is strength plus X, where X is the twilight cost of each minion skirmishing this companion. At first, you look at the 4 strength and think that's pretty pathetic, but then you put him up against something like Sauron that is 18 cost, and this guy is plus 18. So he's really kind of rising to the occasion of whatever particular minions are being thrown at you. And just another situation where something that is supposed to be about the shadow cards being good is being stolen a little bit to make your fellowship cards good here. A big high twilight cost is supposed to indicate a very big minion, and so here we're gonna take that and use that to our advantage a little bit.
I really like the Tormented Revenant. I think he's one of the most interesting of the new ones.
And then
maybe
the way,
not the strongest, but
yeah.
really fun to play around with.
And then the way is shut, a response event. If any number of Gondor cards are about to be discarded by a shadow card, spot 3 Gondor Wraiths to hinder those cards instead. You may add a threat to then hinder that shadow card. So here, this allows you to turn somebody trying to nuke your support area and sort of soften the blow and oops, we're ghosts, that doesn't work on us kind of thing. Although maybe there won't be all that many nuke effects, but hey, it's still defensive in that way.
Well, and with everything we put out, there's a decent chance that we'll see it in playtest and recognize some things are a little bit over-tweaked, some things are a little bit under-tweaked. That's why we do errata patches.
So I would like to take a look at the Sauron Pyramid a little bit, because we did not get to see everyone finish it up. So let's take a look at some of these. So as mentioned before, these are the tier 2 pyramid pieces that sit in between the tier 1 that has 3 dots and the tier 3, the capstone, that has only 1 dot on it. So you have to mix and match and decide which particular ones of these you want to bring. Do you want to have multiple different types of Cover of Darkness, or so you can be flexible according to what your opponent has brought, or do you want to just pick the best one, or the one that fits your strategy the best, and only use that? So here, just like all the other ones, it is a Twilight condition to play, hinder 2 Twilight conditions. Skirmish, spot 3 Ringwraith minions and hinder this condition to spot a Ringwraith minion and an Unbound companion, hinder all other characters. So you do not get to take a stab at the other characters, but it allows you to pretty much decide one of the skirmishes. Cover of Darkness, Omen of Gloom, Shadow, hinder this condition to take a Twilight card into hand from your draw deck. And so this is really kind of intended to be the one that really lets you build up your pyramid very quickly by tutoring things out of the draw deck. And then during the regroup phase, hinder a Twilight card to add 1. This is of course almost costless because it is right before you reconcile. So if you have 3 Twilight conditions that have not yet been used, you can use that to turn them into Twilight, which can encourage your opponent to not move anymore. Let's see, and then And then Cover of Darkness, Omen of Despair. This has a skirmish ability, exert a troll twice and hinder this condition to discard a Free People's card borne by a companion that troll is skirmishing. Note that it says card, so you could use this to tackle artifacts if you really want to. Difficult to do because you have to have specifically a troll, and you have to have this particular tier 2 pyramid piece out, but I mean, who doesn't want to get rid of Andariel, right?
And there are plenty of trolls with enough vitality to absorb that, so it's not a one-off. That one doesn't hinder itself when you use it.
Yeah. Cover of Darkness, Omen of Horror. Each time you play an orc or troll, you may exhaust it to make it strength +1 for each Twilight condition you can spot until the regroup phase. Boom. Do you want your guys to be bigger and badder? They can be bigger and badder. They are encouraged when there's no sunlight. And then, of course, I want to take a look at the capstone, which I believe is this one right here. Endless Night. Condition that goes to your support area, it is Twilight. To play, hinder 4 Twilight conditions. This cannot be discarded or hindered. Orcs gain Fierce, Trolls gain Enduring, Nazgul gain damage +1, your men and Uruk-hai gain Archer. Shadow phase, hinder X of your other shadow support cards to play Sauron from your hand or discard pile. He is Twilight cost -X. So this, of course, represents Sauron winning, at least as far as he hopes. And you've had to jump through a whole bunch of hoops to get all these pyramid pieces onto the table. So we want it to actually really be worth it, and be worth it in a number of different interesting ways. You could use this with an Uruk-hai deck to give every single Uruk-hai that you have an archer, or all of your Southrons archer or something. You can use it with all of your Fierce Nazgul to give them damage +1. Your trolls can become enormous with that enduring bonus. Obviously, orcs being fierce can be worth it on its own. And then, as just the cherry on top, you have the ability to turn your support area into a discount for pulling Sauron out as often as you can. I think one of the big downsides of the way that Sauron is often used in the Lord of the Rings trading card game is the way that people use it as a piece for other stuff. Like utilizing his Twilight cost or something, he almost never comes out as a minion, right? And so this is really just kind of giving you a good reason and a good method of getting him out there on the table more often. So yeah.
We've got about 5 minutes here before the next round of matches is bound to start. Do you have the matchmaking set up for top 8 with Challenger?
I have not. I have been spending all my time on this.
I don't mean to stop you from showing stuff, except I do, because I don't know how to use Challenge, and I would super appreciate it if we could get the next match started on time.
Oh, for sure.
We've got a few minutes set up here to get going with that.
So we just need to set up a brand new one here. Create a tournament. This is going to be the top 8.
Top 87.
Oh, whoops. And this is 2025, not 2024.
Perfect.
We'll worry about all this later. Oh, that's recorded. And this is going to be a single stage but double elimination tournament. We're not going to start with them in the losers bracket. Grand finals, we will worry about that. We're actually going to handle that ourselves. So we'll mark it here as one match, even though it's not technically true.
Yeah, it will be 1 to 2, depending on how it plays out.
And then this will play out in a few minutes. Doesn't really matter what we put there. And I think that's all. I'm just going to add you as a admin in case.
Appreciate it. Yeah, mock was taken. I had to grab the Emmy at the end.
Come on, now. There we go. All right, let's get people added. We have participants. So let's take a look at that list again and see who made it.
In order, we've got Basmelis, Stefan 77, Zolly, Chadwick 537, Sith Dora, Taliel, M. Scarpato, and Till.
Okay, let's see. So now I think we can come on up here to the bracket.
No, that looks right. I am so glad you found this. I was planning to do this by hand, and I was not looking forward to that part of it.
Well, this is the same software I used the last couple of years, so I would have. Yeah, I found it very useful for sharing the results afterwards because this little part can be embedded. It's pretty neat. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. So what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to have the upper bracket is going to be played in PC Movie, and then if anybody ever loses a game, they drop into the losers bracket, the lower bracket. And in that section, they are going to be using PC Fellowship, their PC Fellowship deck. Okay.
There, they are out for the day.
Yeah, and that's going to be that. Yeah, anybody that drops a game in the losers bracket is out of the game, and then we will keep going until we have our finals. And in the finals, that is going to be a best of 3. We will start with the PC movie, but then after each round, whoever loses gets to pick which format they're playing in, whether they're playing in PC movie or PC Fellowship, whichever they feel